Hunt deer, though.
I don't kill Bambis, dude.
Bambi was a little baby. What about his mother?
It's the same thing. His mother or his father. It's the same thing. You're not getting the genre. You know, you want to know what's ironic? It was 2 weeks ago. I'm firing at my target. Do you know what my target looks like?
Does it look like a deer?
Let me give you a visual. What do you think?
I think it looks like a deer.
It doesn't.
Do you hunt elk?
Does it look like an empty ball target?
Hunt.
At all? Is this bull for people?
There's
Does it
my
look
target.
like a globe?
Hopefully you put it in the right chat.
Did I?
You put it in the wrong chat.
Son of a bitch. Why am I? Oh, I was over at that other. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Yeah, that was a reasonable mistake. I can live with that.
You put it in Michael's chat.
Yeah. There you go. So, the ironic thing I was talking about while I'm shooting at my target, right? You see the woods behind it?
Yeah.
So I'm shooting, right? I'm like, everything's real quiet. The wind's kind of calm. And I hear this rustling in back of there. Behind it, this is about 100, the width-wise, it's about 100 yards in depth. And then it turns into a big old cow pasture.
Yeah.
And I heard some rustling back there. I was shooting. I said, the fucking cow in there?
It was Bigfoot.
No, it was 6 deer. While I was shooting, they all stopped, right? I seen them turn around, and they were like,
We're done for.
I don't fucking think so. And they all took off. Yeah. Too funny.
Let me ask you, why don't you hunt? I'm not trying to harp on this too much, but like,
I've never hunted in my whole life. All my friends were hunters.
Yeah.
I've never hunted in my entire life.
Have you ever raised game? Like chickens or cows or anything like that?
I haven't washed myself in like 2 months. Is that raising game?
Yeah, pretty much.
Animal husbandry.
Make sure you fucking clean out that gut
That's a lot
cavity.
of Famunda cheese.
Too funny.
Take that to Wisconsin.
So that's my target. I put it on a big squat rack, threw the target up there, and just getting it.
Yeah, those are good shots.
Well, those aren't my new sexy bow beast, so I'm going to have to get used to her a little bit. That's why I said courting times tomorrow.
So this is just for competitive.
I'm not competing just yet, but that's the plan.
Okay.
Dude, I picked up my first compound bow at 58 years old 6 months ago.
I was gonna say,
that's when I picked it up. You're not listening. That's when I first picked it up.
That's the first shot you've ever done with the bow in your life.
It's the first fucking time I held a compound bow in my hand.
That's really good, especially for those old ass eyes.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah. In fact, I picked her up upside down and backwards.
You shot yourself?
No, I picked it up upside down and backwards. There wasn't a fucking arrow in it. Now, at this point, you know how I am. At this point, I consider myself a fucking subject matter expert.
Well, more than most. More than most of us, that's for sure. I mean, if you're shooting like this, that's really good. Even if you've been doing it for years on end. But I mean, those are good shots.
Well, I do have marksmanship skills.
Military?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I cheated a little bit. There is some crossover. Some, not everything. There's some crossover. So that helped me a little bit.
Honestly, marksman, just the marksman ribbon, it translates to a lot of things.
I don't got just a marksman ribbon.
You got expert marksman in
expert,
sharpshooting.
No, sharpshooter is not expert. Sharpshooter medal is above marksman.
Okay.
Expert is above sharpshooter.
Okay.
So I've got expert at least 75 fucking times. That's only with one weapon.
Which weapon?
Obviously M16, A1
Okay.
and A2. But there's multiple weapons. How do I go about doing this? So, how about, do you know what expert infantryman's badge is?
No. I
That
was only in the Air Force, sorry.
Oh, you're a fucking. I tell you what, you got some good chow though, man. I grant you that.
Best in the world.
Yeah, fucking Air Force, man. They could cook their asses off. We used to go out of our way because Air Force and Army are sort of connected, and Air Force bases are associated. There's sometimes you get them close to Army bases.
At least in the same town.
So when I was in Berlin back in the day before the wall came down, we were doing wall patrol. I used to do wall patrols. Funny how that sounds now. However, there was an Air Force base real close. JA711. I see your dumbass up in there. It's been a long time, motherfucker. I'll compromise your ass here in a few seconds when I'm done with my story. So back in the day, man, our wall patrol used to go near Tempelhof. You heard of that airport before?
No.
Tempelhof is Berlin, Germany.
Was it decommissioned?
Tempelhof, it's a huge fucking airport. In fact, it has like 50 floors beneath ground, and they're all the Germans flooded them out at World War II. Tempelhof is a huge fucking airport.
It's been there a long time.
Remember, have you ever heard this term, Berlin airlift?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've heard that. That's happened there at Tempelhof. However, it's a big fucking airport. Anyway, then the Air Force base was there. But on one of our routes, wall patrol routes, it went past Tempelhof, so we would leave early. So we could hit the Air Force fucking chow hall, man. That's my story.
I gained 20 pounds in the Air Force.
I'm telling you, you will. Their chow is so fucking good. We walked into that chow hall. It looked like they had personal chefs. We were like fucking beside ourselves, right? We're just Army pukes. They just throw some slop on the plate and you suck it down and move out. These guys, they had fucking hats and shit. I said, holy shit. Yeah, like an omelet. They asked me what I wanted on, and I said, really? You're asking me what I want on that moment?
Oh yeah. That's how they do. At every base, it's always like that. I used to in boot camp I would get people would pay me $20 to take their KP duty. I made so much money.
Oh, KP. Oh, that's a little different anyway.
No, because you get to eat every time you're not working.
Yeah, I bet. I was really shocked. I did have KP duty. It wasn't more than 3 weeks in when I first joined. It was fucking horrible. All I can remember, this was Fort Benning, Georgia, was standing outside on the back of this huge fucking building. And there was like these big vats of peas. and guess what they did? They threw them all away. I remember asking myself, there's so many people starving in the world. I went back to my parents. Why didn't we finish all the food on our plates? I went back. They threw all. There was like so many peas. I said this could feed a fucking city.
Damn.
Yeah, but that's what I did. Sorry, I got off on a tangent. We'll get back to where's fucking Jay? That motherfucker take off.
He left as soon as you said you're going to take him to the woodshed. So,
oh, son of a bitch! I know better than that. I should have shut up.
Maybe you shouldn't telegraph your move.
I thought that they had more of a fucking spine than that.
Maybe you just didn't want to hear about the peas.
It could have been. Oh shit! It's 12:05. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Jabba is talking about fishing.
Fishing?
Yeah.
That's old news, man. We're talking about fucking archery, dude.
Yeah, you fish though, don't you?
What about bow fishing?
I did for no, we're not combining them, motherfucker. I did for many years, ever since I was 5, when I first started fishing on my own, by the way, down by the river, until I was 52. Then all of a sudden, I just stopped.
Why?
I don't know.
You don't like to eat fish?
No, it's not that at all. I love catching them more. I like eating them.
Really?
Yeah.
I like eating them more than I like catching them.
That's why we have issues, me and you.
Oh, really?
Too funny. No, I love fishing, man. Always loved it ever since I was a kid. I was a crazy son-bitch, too. What I would do, I was going out to an area, right? I would just go by myself. Nobody with me.
At 5 years old?
Yeah. Not at 5. No, I went down by the river by myself. No, this was when I was a little bit older. I would just go. No they didn't have cell phones back then.
Did you get in trouble for staying out too late?
Oh, the worst thing was getting grounded.
I got beat once because I was fishing for
until
like 11.
No, fuck it.
11 o'clock at night.
No, the beating, that's nothing. It's the grounding that was the most painful in my childhood.
Why? You didn't like to read?
No, no.
You sound like you like to read.
No. Fuck no. No. Grounding was more painful. I'd take the whooping anytime. I just put washcloths down my drawers.
My pants always came off. They were beating me bare ass.
Well, that was a definite memory right there. That was in school. Board of Education, Mr. Cesaretti. If you're out there, no, he can't be out there, man. That's way too long. Mr. Jaworski and Mr. Cesaretti. They shared the Board of Education. Of course, they telegraphed their move, going back to what your statement said before. So that gave me time to put washcloths down there.
It helped. Was it a ruler or like a breadboard?
No, it was Board of Education. That means they had a big ass wooden paddle with holes in it that said Board of Education. Yeah. That's when I was in grade school. That was right around 74. Right in that 74, 75, right in there. They don't do that shit anymore.
They stopped doing that like, what, 76, 78?
No, I don't think they stopped that then, did they?
Yeah.
No, I was in school in Texas getting paddled in kindergarten classroom.
I remember.
Didn't have to go to the office.
No, in Texas, I got corporal punishment in 3rd grade, but from most of the country, it was gone by then.
Texas, I was in Pennsylvania, and that Board of Education was there at least until 77.
Yeah.
I was still getting paddled in high school, 2001.
No way.
No, I'm not joking.
2001, you were in high school? What the fuck?
was born in 82.
You sound
You
at
were
least
born in 82?
60 years old, Hank.
Yeah, I was born in 82, bro.
I graduated in 82.
I know, you tell me.
Yeah.
I don't understand how a fucking 60-year-old is going to school in 82.
What?
I'm not 60.
Yes, you are, Hank.
Yes, you are.
No. No, I'm 39, man.
No, you're wrong.
Look, they called me Tenderheart Bear when I was a kid. Okay.
Because you
My
sounded
mom
like a
called me.
60-year-old when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah, is that what it was? No, man, I remember being 12 years old and a grown ass woman at the pool. She said, "You're a grown ass man. You don't know what that word means?" I was like, "Ma'am, I'm 12." So, yeah,
Hey,
I've
dude.
always.
So sorry, Hank, man. I just got to say goodbye. It's way too fucking late for me.
All right, bud. Have a good
Um,
night.
Yeah, it was good talk, man. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Hang in there, guys. We'll catch you on the flip side.
You too. Talk to you later, bud.
Yep. Later.
Yeah, I already seen that video you posted, by the way. I don't disagree with any of it. Photons, yeah. Particles, yeah. But momentum, how do you have momentum without mass?
Dude, I don't know. Okay? This is like the 15th, umpteenth time I've gone over this shit, and I still don't fucking get it, because it's... Okay, this is the problem for me. It is the cross between... Consciousness has something to do with it. When he keeps on saying, well, no, we can't talk about that right now, we're talking about consciousness collapsing a waveform. And that waveform is the particle. Or the collapse of the waveform is the particle. Without consciousness, it doesn't work. So I don't know. And I keep on getting fucking confused on it, because the resting weight of a photon is 0.
So you know how everybody like misconstrues everything on purpose, and everybody's arguing light particle duality.
Without consciousness.
I say, no, light particle duality. Sorry, wave particle duality. Sorry. Yeah. So that's a bunch of bullshit. I don't care about any of that. So this is the actual results. A knower of the witch path information, meaning if you try to see which slit it's going through. Right. This collapses the wave function.
Right. This is the doubles. We're just talking about the double slit, not the quantum.
Yeah, this is the first one.
Okay.
Right. So the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. So how does the light know that there's a fucking knower? Right? And then they were saying that, well,
through time.
what's happening is the guy doing the experiment, he's manipulating it. So then they do the delayed choice quantum eraser.
Right.
And what that means is the scientist or the guy or the woman, they don't know what the results are.
No woman has ever done the quantum eraser, but go on.
Okay, so the scientist doesn't know. They flip the switch on, they walk away, and the machine doesn't know until the very last second, and then it goes 0 or 1 or A or B or whatever.
Right.
And then the same damn thing happens. So that removes the scientist from the equation because it's delayed choice, right? The machine doesn't choose until right before it happens. So the same result.
The same result happens because
the wave function.
Because the wave collapse goes back in time.
I don't know what you mean by back in time, but it's just my thing is
because it knows beforehand what's going to happen. Because consciousness it has to do with consciousness. I guarantee you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's the same thing as a fucking a blank disk drive, a blank bare metal disk drive, right? It weighs less than a disk drive you fill up with information. It's the same thing. I mean, I know it's not the same thing, but it's the same concept.
Yeah, so
it's maddening because it's counterintuitive if you're trying to look at the material world, and all of a sudden you become you're in the fulcrum of the material world and the esoteric world, the spiritual.
That's what people say, that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't. Right? This is what they're talking about. because nobody understands this shit. So instead of getting people arguing over the correct thing, they move people towards the the wave particle duality, which is like not even really important as far as I can tell. We all know that it's a particle, right? Especially if you watch Q's video.
Do we? I mean, because that's what I'm having trouble with. Because it can't collapse a waveform if there was no fucking wave, Hank.
So the wave function is a lot like it's like a lot like a point in math, right? It's just a concept, right? So the wave function, it's acting like a wave.
Right.
It's just a function. So it's a mathematical function. So when you hear that, don't think like physicality. Don't reify the wave function.
Okay.
So think about it like it's a concept. And it's a
but
concept.
it's not because if it as soon as but it's not. It's just simply not. It's not a concept. It's energy traveling through a medium. It's just simply not a concept. It can't be a concept.
Okay, so when people are at the stands and they do the wave, right? It's really not energy traveling through the medium. The people are just pretending to act like a wave. So the particles are acting like a wave, but they're actually particles. Because I don't know if you've ever seen that thing that I post, but it's like it's like a green thing, and you can see the two slits, and you can see the light particles going through it. And when the particles interact with each other,
right,
you can see it, but they're still particles. It's just they're acting.
Okay, why do we have an interferometer pattern? Why do we have that interference pattern between the waves?
Because they're acting like the particles are acting like a wave.
They're acting.
Yeah, they're acting like a judge.
What the fuck? No. No, see, this is wrong. This is where I have the problem.
No, this is wrong.
This is where I keep on coming up with the problem that keeps on like deleting this shit from my fucking memory.
Well, hey, I'm no expert on it, obviously.
Me neither, but at least it's good to at least have an argument with somebody about it, because this isn't going to make sense to me until
maybe it's just one of those things that isn't supposed to make sense to us, and that's why they set it up to just get people to argue over the wave particle duality. So there is a wave function,
yes,
but it's just a function. They're still particles. They're not. It's not like light is a wave and not a particle. That's bullshit. Because those wave patterns are particles creating the wave pattern, right?
No.
Particles are running into each other, causing the interference.
Particles don't cause interference pattern. Waves do.
Well, particles can if they're acting like
they don't act.
Wave. Okay. So what about mechanical waves, like in the ocean, right?
Sure.
So let's say there's
those are
two
particles.
Waves. Right. There's two mechanical waves, and they run into each other, and they create one of those super waves, right? So
generally not energy, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Go on.
A rogue wave. That's what it's called.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So you got all these particles, and the energy is moving through, and then one wave slaps into the other wave and creates like a rogue wave, which is like a suit. That's what capsizes like really big ships. So the whole time it was particles acting like a wave, right?
Yeah.
So if light is a particle, can it act like a wave?
Just not like unless the light is moving through the medium in which it's. If light, the particle is the medium in which it's moving in. Now we're back to the luminiferous ether. As soon as we get to the wave function, we get back to the luminous. Well, fuck me. You know what I'm saying?
So the question is, can you put light in no medium? I mean, with a luminous
there's no such
ether,
thing as no medium. We can't create a perfect.
So with luminous ether, you can never disprove that there isn't nothing there, right?
I have a thought for you. Does light travel the same speed in both directions?
I mean, it has to if it collapses into a waveform based on whether or not you observe it or not.
Why does it have to be the same on both sides?
Did you not hear what we were just discussing? Jabeth.
You can't measure light both ways.
He's got a point there.
No, but it would
Because-
have to happen instantaneously, faster than the speed of light. You're right, Jabeth. It would have to happen faster than the speed of light in order for that wave form or that wave function to collapse on the quantum eraser.
I'm going to use your own words and then I'm going to shut up. You're making an assumption.
Yes. I'm making an assumption.
Yeah,
because
none of this is dogmatic right now.
I have no idea.
If you're dogmatic about light, you got a lot to learn. Because the physics of light is not so cut and dry. So, yeah, none of this is dogmatic.
So what's faster speed of light or the speed of darkness?
It's the same thing. The speed of darkness is equal to the speed of light because it's just the absence of the speed of light. Or the light being sped in. Anyways. Jabba, you're not discluded from this conversation. You're still more than welcome to chime in here. There's no judgment on this one. Unless QE's here, and then he'll put us in our place. My favorite is the comments on his video of photons or particles. Oh, that wasn't a personal attack. I was rephrasing what you put. You put, I am good ATM. Jabba, answer me a question real quick.
What's up, man?
What made you come here?
Someone from, I don't know if you've heard of Tiny Chat before. They were talking about it and they invited me to come over. I don't know. They're like a complete troll, though, to be honest.
There's a lot of those out there. Where did they?
Love it
Where
when
were you
trolls bring us somebody who's actually worth talking to.
Where were you when you when he got you to come over here?
Conspiracy Chat.
Okay. I'm just trying to see the connective tissue, and that makes sense.
Yeah, I think there's a couple people in there that frequent. Well, I don't know. Frequent's probably the wrong word, but they come occasionally.
I don't know why Glatt has deafened himself. I find it upsetting seeing him come in chat.
Hey, Deuce, I got a stupid question about light. I don't know shit about it. My mic working. Why does light have to have a speed?
Light doesn't have to have a speed, but if it has no speed, then it can't be a particle because it has no mass.
He's fucking with you. He's fucking with you, dude.
Am I wrong, Hank?
I don't think I would answer the question that way. I can't say for a fact that you're wrong.
Like I say, I don't know very much about this subject, so I won't chime in much. But to me, it just seems like it's like an instant action. It's not necessarily traveling from A to B. It just is.
It has to because it's clearly a transmission of some sort.
Maybe.
I mean, because you can make light. and shine it on something. You can transmit it from one area to another. It's a transmission, which would mean that it's a wave, but then that falls apart as soon as it becomes a particle.
It's an interesting subject. It might be one of those things that we just may never figure out.
No, we're gonna figure it out. I think if any chat ever to come up into this world is going to figure out this subject, it would be us.
Yeah.
I mean, because besides God, this is the one that I think we all get hung up on quite a bit.
Well, to be fair, a lot of people are really dogmatic, and I think flat earthers are some of the most open-minded people on the planet, because we were, capable somehow of breaking. You know what I mean? We were capable of breaking out of the mold somehow. So we could figure it out, but we just got to put our egos aside and follow the data. I think a lot of people can't do that in academia.
And I think you're completely right, because I don't think I would even come close to understanding this if I was unable to put my ego aside. Like I clearly was tonight, putting my ego aside, because I really want to understand exactly what he means. And I do sometimes.
I think he just means that it's a particle. Fuck off. I think that's what he means.
I don't know that that's true. I mean, maybe, but then we get into the consciousness thing. Let's get into the consciousness thing real quick, right?
We're outside of the realm of science now. Before we were talking science, right? Because we were talking about the results, the knower of the witch path information. Right?
You said the knower,
the wave function,
the observer.
Right, no,
that's the consciousness.
The observer. That's right.
It's it's not possible without a consciousness.
Well, the light.
So we're not outside of the experiment. We are not out. The cameras and sensors are a delayed consciousness.
Okay, that's true, but
that's why I said
the results on the computer for 30 years. The results are still in there, like Schrodinger's cat, right?
I agree. I'm fully with you on this, but the observer is still there. The consciousness is still there. It collapsed the waveform, or else it would have made an interferometer pattern.
All right, so here's my thing. When we're talking about consciousness, science has got like nothing, as far as I can tell. So I think we're completely in the realm of philosophy now when we're talking about consciousness.
We don't when it comes to this experiment, or else this experiment is not possible. You're wrong. This experiment proves consciousness. Point blank, period. I don't even think it has anything to do with light. I think light is showing you the obvious. That all matter is a collapse of a waveform by consciousness alone.
Okay, my philosophical answer is going to be, we already knew what light was from the beginning, that there didn't need to be a sun, because when he said let there be light, he was talking about himself. And the light is the Most High. And in a way, science revealed the Most High, in my opinion, right? Because consciousness...
The light, not the sun.
Right, the light.
The daylight. Yes.
No, not the daylight. I'm talking about
light,
the light is the Most High. Is consciousness, is the Most High, is the beginning, Alpha and Omega. That's what I think anyway. So I might be wrong. Like you said, that's definitely a possibility.
No, I agree. It's a possibility. It's not definitive. Because what the fuck do I know? I don't even understand it.
That's where we're supposed to be, right? Maybe you know something I don't know. Like when you're working on a car and you can't quite see that bolt, but you're in a different position, so you got a different point of view. So your perspective was like, "Hey, did you get that bolt right there?" Like, "Oh shit, I didn't even see that. Thanks."
Yeah. But this is you understand where I'm having problems with this. You get it, right?
Yeah, it's not cut and dry. You like things to be cut and dry.
Well, because my whole life I was taught this, right? I was taught where is it? Son of a bitch, now I've lost. I was taught that light was part of the electromagnetic spectrum, right? Correct? I mean,
Yeah, I was told that too. And
everybody was taught that.
yeah, because QE, he's already busted my bubble on this one. But if light's not electric, how does it go from just landing on, a silicon pad with some wires in it to going in into the battery? If light's not electric, then what are solar panels doing?
Or gold. Light can hit gold and it makes electricity.
Right. Well, that's what the wires in the solar panels are like represent. They're not perfect gold, but they're not a superconductor. But they're made of some kind of conductor, right?
Yellow.
Hello.
You smoking the ganja?
I can tell.
What is the question you guys are trying to answer right now? I'm sorry.
What is consciousness, and what does it have to do with light?
The double slit experiment, the quantum eraser experiment.
The delayed choice quantum eraser experiment.
Yeah. How does the observer collapse the waveform or the wave function of light to become a particle?
Is it a red herring to say that the name, quantum, the smallest divisible piece of matter, material?
No, you're right. It is a red herring. Absolutely. It's 100% a red herring because it's not that thing until it's observed. So yes.
It's not the smallest. Anyway, if you say it's a red herring, then I guess my question. In that case, yeah, the information thing is super trippy.
Yeah, I don't see how anybody with an open mind could argue against the information thing. Functional sequence, right? If it's a functional sequence, how does that happen? Like, what did the guy who made the light bulb? He said, "I learned 100 ways not to make a light bulb." Like, does nature find 100 ways not to make a man, or is it a trillion ways not to make a man? Or
I mean, we do have a duck-billed platypus, so maybe.
I think that was the creator's way of going, "Oh, you got a taxonomic classification system? Let's see about that."
Go fuck yourself on your classifications. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make it poisonous. My mother calls me special, to be clear. Fuck off.
I fixed it.
It's still scratchy. My mother calls me special, to be clear. Yeah, it's scratchy and it's not constant. Do you have anything to add here, Justin? Oh, he just left.
I asked Roland about the thing about. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, mine was a stupid joke. Go ahead.
I was quoting a baller. Go ahead.
My mother special, to be clear.
I was going to say, when I did the double slit experiment in college, those two girls were hot.
Good one.
I just hope you were sober enough to know which path you were taking, bro.
You sure?
Oh, there was a knower that night for sure. I promise.
So you were getting to know them in the biblical sense, were you?
Both them girls knew I was there. You know what I mean?
No. Source?
Has anyone joined us that thinks they live on a silly globular object?
JA 711. JA 711, you there?
So, Judas, I've heard some of your spills when you talk to new people. Have you heard what I talk about? I usually talk about specific gravity and science and stuff like that. What do you think about what I say? Because I'm a lot newer than you are on this. I think you're a little more experienced in this server, at least. What do you think I could do to do better?
You always have to meet the person where they are. You can't have a specific spiel unless it's to tell them to go outside and look. Other than that, you have to really just talk to the person. Meet them where they are. Like if they're cheeching on some good mota, just be like, "Hey Elijah, what kind of kush is that?" You know, just meet them where they are.
Have you heard? Well, I'll wait for him to.
You wait for Hank to respond. I don't think he's going to respond.
I was in agreement. I wouldn't know say anything.
Well, have you heard what I've been talking about lately?
I haven't been here in a couple months.
Yeah, basically taking away their whole trying to marry thousands of years to what we can only actually, like, I'm willing to give them 500 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe 600, not 2000, because everything you're arguing for, well, a big bulk of what you're arguing for, which is the cosmos as you know today, was only invented 100 years ago.
Yeah, you can't.
And when it comes
you can't prove
to
any of it.
the whole entire idea of us moving at all, that only came about 500 years ago. With the admittance, 400 years later, that they didn't actually have any justification for why they're telling everybody we're moving around the sun. So the they is actually the Roman Catholic Church, the people who pushed Copernicus to publish his heliocentric model, the thing that
His deathbed
everyone
confession.
believes today.
It was his deathbed confession. It was they printed it on the day of his death, right?
Yeah, and we still use that calendar, right?
You can't publish it until I die, right?
Well, no, because most of it was written by his underling.
I was under the impression that was like, okay, the Catholic Church has got this, but you guys, I'm glad you like it, but I don't want to deal with this shit while I'm still alive. So you can't publish it till I'm dead and gone.
So Copernicus was a coward.
And he didn't want to debate it. So Martin Luther nailed that shit on the door, was like, sup, you know. And Copernicus was like, "Nah, I'm good."
The connection I'm making is the irony. Like they go, why would they lie?
Right.
How could all these people lie? Well, first of all, you already see the influence of the superpowers from 500 years ago still to this day. Um, all we did was carry on the same traditions that they began 500 years ago. We just call it, in the 1600s, we had this great technological advancement, and this is when we really started to put together, like, science as we know it today. All of the stuff that's now in question. And the bottom line is, the irony of it all is the reason that the atheists come in here and ask us, why do we think this place is created? Is because they have a juxtaposition from theists who claim to be upholding the word of God when they were giving this out.
Right. I mean,
Um,
the obvious answer is I can't think of any natural processes that would create a flat Earth. And even then, you're saying created, so there is an impetus, which means consciousness. But
the
I
whole
agree.
moving thing, the fact that the fact that this is the reason that we're arguing to this day. Like everybody who's under the same calendar obviously adopted their influence, which means it's very fucking easy to see.
But I
How
agree
they
with
could,
you. You have to go no further back than 4 to 500 years, even 100 years. You could go back 100 years when it was being taught in school
100
that
years is an
the Earth was
indictment.
flat.
100 years is the indictment of the whole thing, because
Yeah.
everything that was done 100 years ago was predicated off of the assumption that we were moving around the sun in the first place, or moving at all. And the
Yeah,
fact that Edwin Hubble says the assumptions are assumptions. What was it that I posted the other day? Something about the bottom line is the way that they've been looking at cosmology. There's certain things where it's like, oh man, there are other galaxies. How do we explain this? You know? And then he just borrows something from the George Lamont priest guy. And that's when the Lamont Hubble law came into play. But the bottom line is all of these ideas came in 100 years ago. And within that one quote, he's like, no hypothesis can actually disprove the ancient conception that the Earth is stationary in the center. However, this is unwelcome. Like what that's an indictment on the reason that you put the Protestants through hell. Like why you were going against the cosmology and pretty much everyone else who's like, when the fuck did you feel Earth move? What are
No,
you
I
talking
think
about?
I think
What
the
are y'all
true
talking about?
the true admittance here is him saying, therefore, in order to restore homogeneity or homogeny,
Mhm.
and escape the horror of our unique position. The horror of our unique position. What does he mean? What
I'd like to answer
exactly is
that
he
question.
talking about?
Well,
If the
that's
Earth
the
has a
thing.
unique position,
That's why I said. See, that's the thing people probably want to focus on. But the bottom line is, when he says a unique position, he gave an example. So basically, all he's saying with those flowery words is the same thing that the ancients
Peak
thought
position for the Earth
us
or something
being
like that.
still, uh, about us being still and stationary. Like he said in the quote, the ancient conception of a non-moving Earth
Right.
in the
Right.
center. That was the example he gave when he was referencing this unique position. So we know what he meant.
Right. Right. The unique position is it's the whole point of his statement. It's he cannot conceive the horror that awaits him if that is the case.
do you know why?
Because he's
Because he was already, he grew up in the church. He was also, see, here's the thing. I think that they're delusional or delusion, that does unfortunately still mean that they're liars. And we can talk about this. I just had a conversation that I agreed with, but it's like it's all synonymous if you're going by if you're referencing the scripture. But outside anyway, aside from that, it's just that people like Edwin and these people, other people like even Copernicus, who was like, okay, I guess I did this because people were trying to make it's a cool astronomy thing that we do. We like to watch the sky, and you got I'm not even going to give him that much credit since he grew up in the church as well, and some speculate that he is a priest, had to be simply because he was put up for a bishop supposedly. You can't be a bishop unless you're a priest already. So
Right.
I think that's what it was. Anyway, so even him, he's like, I don't want to really. I'm not sure that I want to put this out there. Y'all talking about a calendar and changing the world, and I'm not trying to really put my name on that. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel he was like. And I'll wrap up. So I think that they knew that this was kind of wrong,
I think
because
so.
it
I mean,
just
obviously they thought it was wrong by, admitting that if it's true, it's a horror. It's the worst thing possible that he could imagine. The horror of the unique position.
Especially if you know what side you're on and what side John Calvin and Martin Luther was on. Because in that case, and the history, especially because again, your uncle was a bishop who you moved with, and you've grown up in the church, been paid by the church your whole life. So if all these things are true, then you definitely have knowledge about your history, and you definitely know that there was an issue going on. Being Edwin or being any of these other people, but especially Edwin, when he's like, whoa, if that's true, then that whole Protestant Reformation thing, that was kind of legit, I guess. I can't really side with the people that I've sided with because I love them, because I've grown up with them, because I have this other whole thing, family thing, or whatever.
Yeah,
I'll be super quick. I'll be super concise. Okay, so it was the largest wealth redistribution in the history of the world, but it wasn't from the owners to non-owners. It was from the non-owners to the owners. When they sacked those Roman Catholic churches all over Europe, this is my gold. You guys have been taxing us and making us pay all these tithes, and this is all bullshit. You guys ain't even reading it right. You guys are, deceiving us on purpose. We're stealing all this shit back. But that wasn't the important part. The important part was they stole their sovereignty back. And you can't really steal something that belongs to you, but that's the horror that he was talking about. Because once men start reading the Bible for themselves, and they see that right there in Genesis, right there in the very first part of it, it says that God gave men dominion over the air, the land, the sea, right there. Like that's horror, right? To people who want to gain control of everything.
In Hubble's time, everybody had a Bible.
Yeah, I know, but he didn't want people to believe it.
We're
Right?
talking about the red shift guy. This guy was trying to purport that the whole universe was in constant expansion.
Yeah, he was the one who came up with galaxies, right? So that they can have aliens, right?
Yeah, the whole thing was a lie. If you look at his work, it's a lie. It's a blatant lie. He made it up.
That's what these people do. So
don't even make me get into the background radiation bullshit.
Right. Yeah. Whatever the fuck that is. Static. Yeah. Static proves things. Okay. So the whole thing about, the expansion of the universe, they were trying to consolidate power, trying to consolidate wealth and everything. And then Martin Luther, redistributed all that. because it was Charlemagne that created the Holy Roman Empire. He's the one that conquered Europe, basically. Christianized Europe is a nice way of saying conquered Europe. So now the people are stealing it back. It's like, oh, fuck, we got to do this again, right? And that's what all those subsequent wars were all about, was, people taking their power back. And I think this is what this has to deal with. So it says in the Bible, and I'm going to use synonyms, that the in place of Messiah, also known as the Antichrist, will change the laws in the time. Now, what are the laws? Well, God's law, right? So is legislation God's law? No. So is legal lawful? No. Legal is the opposite of lawful. So there's a scripture that says, you teach man's law as if it were doctrine. Where does man's law come from? Rome, right? And this is what they want. They want that power, right? They want to be in place of God so that everyone's following man's law.
Hang on, I thought man's law was rabbinic. It was from Babylon.
That's part of it too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of it too. I think. Now, I could be wrong, but I think we're just supposed to be following God's law. So if you follow God's law, do no harm, love your fellow man. No injury or loss, no harm, injury, or loss to your fellow man. And everything you do is permissible. It's lawful. As long as you're not hurting nobody. That's what I think. I think that's what we're supposed to be doing. Because if you love your fellow man, you won't steal his car, his wife, his life, right? You'll respect and obey your parents. But every other authority, well, what's the opposite? You question authority. Think for yourself, question authority. And that's what I think the horror is.
Go ahead.
No, it's cool. You go.
No, you go.
All right, I'll go. I think when the Bible was written, I'm not a biblical expert by any means at all, so fair warning. I think that it grants the authority of those who make laws, or they're there on the behalf of God. Like kings, for example.
Well, that's what it says in Romans, but the guy who wrote that was in prison. So under duress, he write whatever he want to write. I don't know if I'm going to take it to heart, because Paul was in prison when he wrote that.
Yeah, I'm just like, that's my understanding of the Bible. Again, I'm not a biblical expert by any means.
Are you also stating render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's?
I'm not familiar with that verse, so I can't on that.
Well, Caesar made the coin, right? He said, whose face is on this coin, right? So it's a maximum of law, right? Any kind of law, even God's law. You control that which you create. So if Caesar created the gold coin and Caesar said, well, you can use my gold coins, but when you do, you're going to pay taxes. Well, that's legitimate God's law. Like that is, it's lawful and legal. It's on both sides of the coin.
I agree, as long as what is it called when you forgive somebody's debt every 7 years? As long as that's
Jubilee?
followed. Yeah, as long as the Jubilee is followed.
Yeah, I agree with that too. So yeah, if you're using dollars, right, and they ask you to pay taxes, well, you're using their dollars. You agreed to use their dollars. If you were, in your own little community and you were trading with like gold and silver, I don't understand why you would have to pay taxes if you had your own gold and silver coins. But if you're playing Monopoly, you play by the rules,
But
right?
I'm not
if they're using Monopoly money.
I'm not sure. I think in some ways that's what he meant, but I think more, meta, more 40,000 foot view of what he meant was the horror of being under God's purview.
Also, Jesus was doing separation of church and state at that point too, I think, because that was a revolutionary idea. Separation of church and state at that time. I mean, it's normal now. We think about it very normal now, but Christ was like separating the church from the state.
Right.
And I think that was completely revolutionary.
At the time, yeah, because they were all not theologies.
Theocracy.
Theocracy, thank you. Even the king was under the church.
Yeah, so I think it was, all about the people taking the power back. I think that's the thing that they're afraid of, because what do they want? Well, the church wants to be the emperor of the world, right?
I don't think that's it. I don't think it's the people taking the power back. I think it's the people finding their special place in the world. That is the horror that he's talking about here. I mean, it's one and the same. I think it's a distinction without a difference, to be honest. Sorry.
I think basically, once you realize who you are, right? I'm not talking about no sovereign citizen bullshit. To me, like, there is no sovereign citizen. That's like a married bachelor. To me, there's one sovereign. It's the Most High God, and we're all equal. And for some reason, there's a group of people, right, the legal society, and they think that, they can get together, right, and they can create laws and make other men follow them. And then I'm reading my Bible going, where the fuck are you getting this idea from? Like, you're not God.
I think Jabba just posted it.
Yeah, that's where the thought comes from, at least. Is that right?
Right. No, I know that's where the idea comes from, but I don't think it's correct. Really quick, J Ace, you dipped out. You were going to get taken to the woodshed. You had a date, and you bounced.
Bad form, old boy.
And then you come in here like 2 hours later. Oh, I thought I was going to get taken to the woodshed. What happened? Why aren't my panties pulled down around my ankles? Bro, you missed your chance.
Yeah, when someone calls you out, you're supposed to man up.
Sack up, Jay.
I get it. You want to live without another day, but Cutie wasn't really going to feed you to his wolf pups.
I don't even know what wolf pup means. Does he actually have wolf pups? Huh?
I don't know if Cutie is the type of person that could have wolf pups, because if you fuck up once, you're going to lose trust. They're not like dogs.
No, they're not like dogs.
But he says that he does, and I'm not going to call him black.
I asked him what percentage. He said it varies based on. What did he say? Kiwi's been gone for over a half an hour.
Maybe he breeds them. Maybe I'm dead fucking wrong. And maybe a percentage, if you got a percentage in the wolf pups, then yeah, you probably can treat them a little more like dogs.
If you have wolf pups, you know what percentage they are, because you're not allowed to have under or over 70 or 60, over 60.
And that's because if you break trust with those suckers, like, they're not going to forgive you. Like, they're a pack animal. Like, if you're the alpha, and then all of a sudden you do something to where they want to overthrow your ass, it's not going to be good for you. Oh shit! Where's my wallet?
Elijah, we kind of stuck you on that whole Hubble thing. I don't think you were finished with what you were trying to say.
No, I mean, based on the knowledge that you guys are given, I'm pretty sure you understand that whenever someone comes in and it's like, why did they lie? Well, that's a very important question. Actually, we usually brush it off with there's a number of reasons, this, that, and the third, and then we say creative. But the truth of the matter is, it's actually it's ironic that atheists come in here, because the Roman Catholic Church swore up and down that they were trying to uphold God's word, and the result is that you've come in here as an atheist. That
Right.
that's the best I can do for them, as far as an ironic twist. Also, while educating them that their whole ideology came from theists only 500 years ago. Um, that's really the only point. I
I
mean,
agree with that.
everything that we've done, as far as what people call physics today, it all came from just the last 300 or so years.
Yeah. But I think the why would they lie question is far more multifaceted than just a simple I don't think it's simple at all. I think it's a very deep question. And the first is
I
control.
think the alien and the
I don't
emperors. I
think
think that's the answer.
I don't think the first is the creator. I think the first is control.
Because if
Yellow
you could,
pen.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
If you create the alien invasion, imagine how quickly everybody would set aside their different cultures, their different beliefs. How if there was holograms in the sky of, lights in the sky and the destruction on the ground was real, and everybody in the world was saying, hey, take off your mask, fight the aliens, and then suddenly out of the deep underground military bases started, crawling all these like locusts. Like, you would think it was an alien invasion. You might be like, black, white, whatever. Let's go kill these bastards.
What were you saying, Yellow Pencil?
Oh, I just unmuted right now. We're talking. Can someone get me up to speed on what we're talking about so I can participate?
No. Yellow Pencil, what do you believe the shape of the earth to be and why?
I don't really know anymore. Like, I couldn't give you a reason for either. Like, if I told you it was round, I really couldn't tell you why, and I couldn't tell you why it's flat. That's kind of why I'm here. I just want to know.
You just want to know what?
What it actually is.
Form an opinion.
I guess
make an assessment. Make an assessment.
Yeah, on my own, what evidence I've seen before me. That's why I'm here, just to see that evidence.
What evidence do you see every day? You look out the window, what do you see?
Out the window, I see my asshole neighbors. But, like, if you mean literally, like...
No, hang on. Go back to that. Why do you think your neighbors are assholes?
Because I have to, like, they just are, man. Like, every time we go out, they just be, like, saying shit to us for no reason.
What? Why?
I don't know. They like, I'm not even trying to, like, make up anything, but, like, they're actually racist. Like, they call me slurs and stuff. Like, they're just not good people. So that's how I formed my opinion on them being assholes.
Why would they say anything except for hello, good day? How are you doing? I don't understand.
If I am black, does that have anything to do with anything?
No, I didn't even think you were black. Because I didn't make an assessment there, bud.
You know what? That's actually a fair point. I kind of jumped to conclusions there.
I'm asking you what history you have with them for them to be like that with you.
I'd say
it
that
may or may not be that I drove through their grass.
I'd say that I think maybe because their parents sort of raised them like that, because we recently moved in and we tried to say hi to them. And
you're new there, and they've been dicks. How close are you? Do you share a yard?
No, across the street.
They're across the street.
Yeah, because I look out the window and I see them fucking bitches.
Your bedroom window, you can see them?
Yeah, because it's at the front of the house, so I could just look out and just see them. And I
want to go back to why they're racist. I think that's what you asked. That's ignorance, right?
No.
You have to be. Go ahead.
Somebody, they could just be doing it because they're trying to get this guy's goat.
Maybe they want to entice or they want to
Antagonize you. Yeah.
Yeah.
They may not be racist. Let's not try to assert motives. I'm looking at like what's immediately in front of us, and what's immediately in front of us was Yellow Pencil, but he's gone.
No, I'm here.
Oh, he's Black Pencil now. Who fucking did that? Who did it?
I guess I'm black.
I guess. I have no idea.
One of y'all mods really did that.
You're not even really black, bro. I mean,
Okay.
aren't you like a shade of brown, and I'm like a shade of pink?
Wait,
That's just kind of like the term
wait.
for it, you know.
How do we even know what color? It doesn't fucking matter, boys. Anyways,
Name me brown pencil to be more accurate. If you want?
Okay. Well, what ethnicity are you?
African American. I don't know where exactly from Africa.
You were born in Africa?
No, I'm African American. So like.
Oh, you're an American, because I'm not an Irish American, right? I've never been to Ireland.
Yeah, you're an Irish American.
Yeah, that's how it works. Like,
to act like you don't have an ethnicity is really
like ethnicity and nationality are two different things.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm an Irish, Scandinavian, Scottish, English, Cherokee,
You
Choctaw
can also
American.
just say you're white.
No, why would he do that?
Well, I'm not white.
I'd rather know. I'd rather know all of his. I mean, if we're gonna go there, right? Don't just say, well, these people are just African and these people are just European. Let's get down to brass tacks. Because I'm gonna treat a French person way differently than I treat a fucking Irish person.
Is that like a racism or?
How could it be racism?
No, it's culture.
I don't know, just like treating different people differently. I'm assuming that's not.
I mean,
what you meant. I'm
before
just curious
the
what you
blonde
meant
hair,
by
blue eyed people were beheaded, right? Because somebody said, "Let them eat cake." They were very similar, right? The French and the Irish, genetically, pretty similar.
Very similar.
Yes, yeah. I mean, all people are.
But after all
similar.
the blue-eyed, blonde hair people got, decapitated because
Killed
somebody
in
said, "Let them eat
France.
cake."
Yeah. Anyways, let's move on. I don't really want to talk about race. This is stupid. I want to talk about your fucking neighbors. I want to talk about your neighbors because that's the important thing. You just moved there.
Yeah.
And apparently you're the wrong color, possibly, or they're just trying to get your goat. Right?
Yeah.
Which one do you think it most likely is?
Considering I've had minimal interaction with them, I'd say that they just don't like my skin color.
Is the town you're in very diverse, or is it more of a monoculture?
It's definitely more monoculture.
Okay, so that's a little understandable. You're an other coming in, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's understandable. For God's sake.
Okay, wait, what?
I said I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's understandable that you're an other. They're othering you.
I just like zoned out for a second. I don't know why, but yeah.
Some people are just particular, man. Like,
yeah, I'm like high as fuck right now. I'm sorry.
No, something that would be like meaningless, mediocre to you is like a huge deal, and they hold a grudge forever. Like you park.
Yeah. It's I guess it's case by case, people by people. Everyone has a different perspective.
Really quick. So you don't know, because you've been here before, what the shape of the earth is, but you want to know.
Yeah, I just want to be in touch with people who believe it, and I also want to see the evidence that they give to support it.
Okay. I can tell you honestly that nothing anybody will show you that's on the internet will mean a fucking bit of difference. Because it all has to do with your own personal experiences.
Isn't it just a fact?
No. No, it's not a fact, because I can't convey a fact in a few quips and quirps and showing you pictures that may or may not be true. You should be questioning everything and going out and checking for yourself.
I guess I'd have to, like, the most surefire way would be to see the planet, but that's not.
Like, no, okay, you agree that if the Earth is a globe, that it's a geometric shape, right?
Yes.
That geometric shape would have a hard hard edges to it that you would be able to perceive, correct?
Why?
I'm talking to him. Hang on a second here, bud.
No, I'd like to hear your story. I don't want to derail, but if you could.
Somebody just said why. I'm asking you. Yellow pencil. Right?
Yeah.
You would be able to perceive it as a hard geometric shape with edges that you could calculate. If it's a shape, you can measure it. You not agree?
Yeah, you can measure shapes. I'm sorry, I heard something else like outside my house. I thought it was like one of you guys.
Get your gun.
My gun?
How close to these people do you live?
It's not those people. I think it's just random people walking down the street.
Oh my god, what do you live in California?
How do you know?
Because that's the only time you can fucking hear people walking down the street is either California or New York.
That's kind of funny that you could guess
He
that.
didn't know. He didn't know until you said it. You confirmed it.
There you
yeah.
go.
I assume he didn't just dox me.
Are you by the beach?
No, I'm actually more rural. That's why it's more monocultural. Because California in general is a little more, diverse.
Yeah, it's super inundated with.
It's like really just boonies in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. So I imagine you're in the valley. So you'll be able to look across the valley from a hill. Just go there. Do you see what I posted there? Under Dewsalt?
Under where? Which channel?
Livestream voice text.
Livestream.
Yeah. Am I saying it wrong? Livestream voice text. It's right above this live stream. It's right above this chat. You see it?
Yeah.
Click on it. You see that GitHub I linked for you?
Alright, hold on. Hold on, I'll be back.
While he's pausing, like, what did you mean by an edge?
What's that?
What did you say exactly? I don't know. Whatever you said when I asked why, if you remember when I said why.
Oh, I said that the globe would be it would have hard geometric edges, right? Like you'd be able to measure it. It's a geometric shape.
Oh, I'm sorry. I fixated on the hard edge part.
Of course you did, because you. What I'm trying to describe is a shape with measurable properties, right? You see where I've linked this, correct? What I've linked here?
GitHub link.
Yep.
I can't see anything unless I click it, though.
Yeah. But you see what I've linked here, right? You see that there's a link here, correct?
Yeah, I see the link. It's just a link, though. I'm nothing against you. I'm not going to click links, though.
You see it says GitHub, right?
I'm still not clicking a link.
Well, screw you then. I'm trying to give you something.
He's saying you can Google it and go to the website. God.
Oh, word.
Jesus Christ.
Big brain on you, huh?
Look at the big brain on... I forget the line. Anyways, yeah. So I want you to go outside. I've already asked you for this. But I want you to go outside and I want you to actually look at your local surrounding. Get to a vantage point where you're above your local obstructions. So get up, above the trees or above the buildings.
Yeah.
And in this, you'll be able to put in your eye height. So usually, or if you use Google Maps, you can estimate your height above the ground if you're using your GPS, and you can get your approximate distance from local landmarks that you can see on a horizon. So look out there, find something you know what it is, and then find it on Google Maps. Find your distance to that, find your distance to your eye height to the ground, and pop those numbers in here. And when I say the horizon, I mean the furthest distance you can see. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I follow you.
So everything we're talking about here is complete bullcrap. It really doesn't matter. What is really important is that you get a primary source, and you're the best instrument for primary source, right? Only you'll be able to gather the evidence you need to convince yourself of what the nature of your reality. Do you not agree?
I don't know.
You think I'll be able to talk you into it?
That you'll be able to talk me into what? Believing what you believe?
Yeah.
Probably not, to be completely honest with you.
I shouldn't be able to talk you into anything. The fact is that everything I say should be met with skepticism, and you should check it out yourself. Everything. Everything anybody says. Trust but verify. Everything. Why would you believe anybody? You can't trust them if you don't know them. And even if you do know them, they can be wrong.
So it's kind of like what my dad told me. Trust everybody, but always count your change. Because even if you do trust them, give them the benefit of the doubt, assume ignorance, they still might have ignorantly made a mistake and miscounted your change.
I watched a YouTube video before. I can't remember what it was. It was something mainstream. Anyway, they were in the desert and they were trying to prove to quote unquote flat earthers the curve. What they were doing is they were at a stationary point. I think it was like Salt Flats or something. It was like one of the flattest places on the earth. And they were like flying in this helicopter, and they take like an observer at one point and an observer in the helicopter, and they would try to prove to the flat earthers that, look, this helicopter, they were on the radio and they're like, we're off the ground 20 feet right now, can you see us? And the other guy's like, no, but they still wouldn't believe that there was a curve to the earth. Like they
Okay.
You know,
Okay. Do you know about how the eye works? The limits of vision?
Yeah, that's what one of them said, and they were like, okay. So then they added a laser to the equation, and then the observer on the helicopter was seeing where the laser was while he was in the air, and then, they still didn't believe. Apparently, the laser curved with water is what they said.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, that's the point. Is
Flat Earther said that?
Yeah, this is me responding to you saying, like, the only way to convince someone of something is for them to observe it. Well, that doesn't mean that what they observe they're going to rationalize rationally. I'm not insulting anyone by any means. I'm just speaking to, like, psychological behavior of just human nature in general. Like, I don't mean it as an insult to anyone by any means. Don't take me out of context.
You don't have to worry about insults, bro.
I do, though. It's a personal thing, like a principle of mine. Like, you can insult me all you want to, but I don't want to insult you.
Same.
I guess a more simplistic answer, I assume B. Carl's is talking to me. There could be a more efficient way of doing some mundane task, and you show it to someone, but they just refuse to see that it's easier. They like their way better, even though it might not be as efficient or it requires more effort or whatever reason it may be. You're not going to show them that there's a better way of doing something unless they're actually open to it mentally. Like, that's the point that I'm making. Like, you can show them that there's a better way, but that doesn't mean that they're going to rationalize that that's better by observing it. That's cute, Multi.
Hello.
I don't want to get in trouble for responding. I'll just type. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry, my headset died there for a second. Do you know what angular resolution is? How the eyeball works?
Oh, I'm sure that you're way better versed in it than I am. I'm familiar with the concept, though.
Okay, so at a distance, you have a vanishing point, right? You have a point of where you can't see past. Your eyesight only goes so far, correct?
Yes, you like
That's-
the refraction process or something, right?
What's that? Kind of. But so your eye sees in an angle of, what is it? 0.42 degrees. So, okay, I'm trying to read chat. 0.202 degrees. Chris, is that correct? I thought it was 0.04. Whatever. Anyways, so your the angular resolution of what you can see from the ground is cut off by that horizon line. So when you're seeing a helicopter raise up off the ground at a certain distance, even if it's on flat land, you're not going to be able to see it because you can't resolve it past your vanishing point. Like what Chris has here. Okay, thank you very much, Chris. So past your vanishing point, you won't be able to resolve that object. You can use better optics, such as a telephoto lens or binoculars or even a telescope, to bring that object into view. So if they were on the ground and that helicopter flew up to the height it flew up to, and they used some other optics besides their eye, they would be able to resolve that helicopter lifting off the ground on the salt flats at that distance.
What about the laser?
The laser, I'm not sure what you mean, because that doesn't make any sense to me. If you can show me what you're talking about, I'll be able to help you out there.
I'd have to go find the video. It was mainstream, like I said. I believe it was the Discovery Channel. It was one of those mainstream conglomerates.
They've done like 3 or 4 of those things on Discovery Channel, and every one of them, I think was that guy who bowed down to China, John Cena. That's right. Was John Cena in it?
No, there wasn't any famous people in this one. It might not even have been the Discovery Channel. But like I was saying, like what you just said about not being able to physically see it with your eyes.
Yeah.
That's what they were saying. So they took it a step further.
They were correct.
They brought out the surveying lasers, the surveying equipment. They made sure that they had a completely flat laser beam.
Yeah.
And they pointed it at the helicopter. One flat earther's in the helicopter, one flat earther is standing by the laser. They're talking to each other on the radio. And you can see that the laser is higher on the helicopter than where it should be if it was completely flat.
Okay, higher on the helicopter. What do you mean?
Okay, so if something's completely flat, right? So like both things are at 1 foot and you have a completely level laser, then it should completely line up at
Did they
1
show
foot.
that it was completely level?
Yeah, it was surveying equipment. They zeroed it out so that they could observe it. Like it achieved nothing. Like no one changed their minds. And I'm not expecting you to change your minds. I'm just Like, if you actually wanted to go do an experiment, how you were telling me to do one, this would be the way for you to do
I
it.
wasn't telling you to do an experiment. I was telling you to make an observation.
Well, okay. Well, if you wanted to observe what they would describe to you as the curve, this would be the optimal way to do it, is with the surveying equipment laser, and make sure that you're completely flat, you know your relative elevations, and your laser should line up correctly. And if you're right, I mean, congratulations, man. You're going to prove a lot of people wrong if you can do this experiment and document it accurately. I'll be right back, though.
You mean observation?
I mean, whatever, semantics. You get the point.
It's not semantics. It needs to be specific. Actually, it is semantics, and it needs to be specific.
Well, I don't care, honestly. Like, if you don't get what my point is, then I'm not going to elaborate.
I'm not trying to be obstinate. I'm trying to be helpful. Don't be a bitch. Where's the FE core experiment? Keep on looking for it, and I'm just fucking beset with all these stupid cucumbers being sliced.
Decimal Z on YouTube. I don't know. I think there's a channel called Decimal Z. That's where I got it. It's probably on BitChute.
Yeah, but it should be here.
I don't know why it's not here. Yeah, someone on that. Get on that. Who's in charge here?
It's me. My mother calls me clear.
Yeah, it should just be like widely available here.
Laser test. There we go. It's less scratchy, Justin. A lot less scratchy. Special, to be clear. There we go. My mother calls me special, to be clear. My mother calls me special, to be clear. Stop being a bitch. Calls me special, to be clear.
I'm sorry, I will not do that ever again. I just wanted to do that for you because you sounded not crackly anymore.
Yeah, that's not crackly. It sounds much better.
It actually sounds like you now.
Do that again, I'll kick you out of here.
I know. Oh, hey, but I can see the biggest smile on your face. That's what I look at. That's what I get at.
Justin, I'm sorry. Where's the FE core laser test? Oh, I found it. Never mind. Found it.
Oh, it's right there. PDF. Yeah, you just posted it. Awesome. Okay. But yeah, I have the Google one if you want it.
Yeah, pop that in there.
Okay, I will pop that in.
Because somebody won't click links.
Ah, there it is. It is the Google Drive link, actually, specifically for it. Google Drive.
Yeah, I'm not clicking it. No offense.
You're not clicking either of those?
That's actually, well, actually, you know what? I'll click it for you. And
the PDF is already here. Yeah. Are you going to get the PDF there, bud?
No, I'm not clicking anything that is posted in the chat.
Well, how are we supposed to get your documentations?
There we go. Okay.
How are we supposed to know exactly where you live so I can come and deliver a fruit basket to your house?
I don't know. You want me to tell you? You could just ask.
Okay, no, I'd rather
there's that one.
Mine it by you clicking links.
You're seriously gonna copy, or you're gonna
use that one? Oh yeah. You can have it any way you want it.
You're determined, man.
You want it? I'm gonna give it to you, right?
Well,
there's that one.
Check this out, dude. I'm in the lobby chat now, so
you
have your phone.
So you just don't care then?
Well, you could just talk to me. I mean, I'm talking.
No, we can't just
So
talk to
these
you.
are
We were
the
trying to explain something.
explanations.
We were trying to explain something to you about the laser. Here's
Just
a
giving you
full
a
experiment.
PDF.
Here's a full experiment done with lasers. You're talking about some abstract thing that you can't quite explain, and you don't know exactly where and when it was. We're giving you a full documentation.
Did you
Here's
personally do this, or is this something that someone else did?
I did something like this, but not exactly like this. But it's something pertaining to the measurements. Yes.
Okay,
Somebody
this is a different
somebody
person.
did something.
Okay, so the person
There's
who
another
actually
one.
did something personally, would you like to share your personal experiment? I'd love to hear it.
So check this one out. This one's actually a picture of him actually doing it out there.
That's all
There you
right. I'd
There you
rather
go.
hear your
That's in the
personal.
PDF. Okay. Oh, this one's just getting in the nitty gritty here. Look at this one. This one's just the nitty gritty. So here we go. Here we go. That's right there, nitty gritty. Okay.
Are you talking to yourself right now?
Oh, and the explanation. No, I'm talking to the live stream, no matter if you care or not.
It
Thanks.
kind of seems like you're monologuing a little bit.
I am monologuing for the people that actually enjoy learning. Here's another one that's very good. All of his experimental devices that he used. His laser is, what was it, $20,000 or something like that?
Yeah, it was more than that, but because he had to put that condenser. Hey, Java. Java. All right. Haven't done this on, but okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I muted myself. I didn't want to talk over people. I apologize. What's up?
Nothing, bud. We're good.
Oh, I thought you said my name.
Say my name, say my name.
Fucking wasting breath on you. Not fucking worth it, bud.
Okay, well, if you don't talk to me, I won't talk to you. That's cool.
Well, how are we, expecting anything when you're not answering anything?
What do you mean I'm not answering anything?
Well, we're giving you everything, but you haven't given us one thing.
You could talk to me instead of like.
How can we talk to you when you're
monologuing and
not giving us anything?
Well, you could just have a conversation, man.
We tried that. And you gave me an experiment or an observation you didn't do, nor could you correctly explain. And I tried to show you something that we have documented of. And you don't want to hear it.
So I didn't correctly explain how to zero out a laser. And if the laser is at an elevation of 1 foot, then it should be at 1 foot wherever the laser's landing. That's not the correct explanation. Like, okay, we're done. Cool. Moving on.
He's going to remain lonely. This. Why am I not an admin yet? Where's Helio to make me an admin? Justin, will you post a PDF of why I'm not an admin yet, please?
Sorry, what was that? I was away from my keyboard.
Oh shit! What'd you give me, Chris? Herpes?
I can laugh like Huey whenever he's gone.
The dating game.
Oh, okay. So what PDF? Sorry.
The PDF to explain why I'm not an admin yet.
Oh shit. Can't find that one.
Why aren't these fucking tags? It should at least be alphabetized.
That's what I've been saying. Like, what is going on with that? Discord. I think it's like whichever one's made first is on first.
It's in
just so dumb.
Consecutive order. It's ignorant. Nope, there's no Cran Muncher nor Numpty tag.
Oh man.
I know, right?
What else would there? Numpty. What was there was a third thing Huey always says. Can't remember.
Pretender clown.
Yeah. Pretender
Fundy
clown.
dipshit.
Yeah.
Pretender clown.
Numpty dipshit is like the next level of Numpty.
No, Fundy dipshit.
Oh, Fundy dipshit. That's maybe I was mishearing it.
He says Numpty dipshit too.
It just rolls off the tongue when he says it, though. It's like.
Mm-hmm. I'll get a recording of that.
Sleepy, why are you a globe skeptic?
I actually don't know. I don't know. I think I asked the question here once. Maybe people misinterpreted it, but I'm like very sold on flat Earth.
Okay, I'm gonna fix that.
All right.
Actually, what is your best flat Earth proof?
My best flat. So the FE core experiment is like already pretty solid for me.
Is that because we just posted it? Why didn't you say
No.
Black Swan like all of the other QE lovers?
I mean, FE core I already knew about for a long time, but yeah, Black Swan.
FE Fighter. There's FE Fighter.
What?
I know, right? FE Fighter down. I'm just scrolling through them all.
So that's your best proof. Why is the FE core experiment your favorite?
I mean, it was so detailed. They cover all the possible bases, like refraction or whatever, like anyone could bring up.
Why was the laser beam above where it should have been?
Because of the haze off the water, like right above the water, there's some like temperature distortion, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you could visibly see the laser beam do a loop-de thing. So
yeah, I think it was like I forgot. It was like a meter, like 3 feet or something above. So they did it like 5 meters above the ground, if I remember, something like that. And there were other experiments that were kind of similar. Like someone went to a lake over somewhere in Utah, and also I think also the salt flats. So yeah, those experiments. And then also just the weather balloon footage, just more fundamental stuff. I mean, it's really hard there's just no way you can reconcile like the globe model with that at all. I mean, it's just plain to see.
I'll keep Globe Skeptic on you because it is a base tag. He's right, but I'll have Flat Earth.
Was that the wrong answer still?
No. I'm saying Globe Skeptic is actually a really cool tag.
But I'm like 100% a Flat Earther. But
right, but you're still a Globe Skeptic, right?
No, I mean it's 0%. Like skeptic means I could still admit it, but there's just no way. Just given what
Okay, I'll give you that. You're already a flat earther.
Yeah.
Let's not argue anymore.
Thanks. I've had many battles with globe shills. So.
You are breaking up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, it sounds like cottage cheese getting poured out of a hose.
It's weird. Okay.
If that cottage cheese was a robot.
Right, robotic cottage cheese. Yep.
Glad you finally join us in voice conversation.
How about now?
Yeah, it's much better now.
Okay. I wasn't listening. I was catching a movie with my lady, so I was focused.
See, who's talking? Is that Gwat?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. How's it going, buddy?
Hi. What's the deal? What are we doing tonight? What's going on?
I don't know. I think I just tuned in. You guys were talking to this Java guy.
Oh, Sleepy Joe. I don't think I've ever heard your voice.
Really? I think we talked like a while ago. I usually don't join the voice. I mean, I sort of.
You know what? I don't usually do this, but I'm going to take your word for that.
Okay. I mean, okay. So yeah, so I joined like let's see, like maybe 2 months ago, and then I sort of was on a hiatus, and I started coming back like the past few weeks. But yeah, mostly I've just been in the chat.
When did you become a flat earther?
I became a flat earther like over a year ago at this point, but I only found this Discord like fairly recently.
Oh. How did you find us?
I found you through you guys have a podcast, which some of you didn't know about. You have an Apple podcast. And I was just listening to debates because I saw sort of a general trend that whenever there's like an actual debate between flat earthers and globers, that the globers just get destroyed. And I heard like a really funny like debate between who was it here? I mean, it was Phil Bell and QE, and it was just like the funniest thing ever. And then I didn't realize that there was like this really big Discord. So I found you guys on YouTube, and I found the Discord link there. Then that's when I joined.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't mean that facetiously as it sounded, but
well, we'll get to that.
Will we?
No, we won't. It's good to have you in here, Joe. I don't remember when we talked. I appreciate all your work so far.
We were holding down the fort in the YouTube chat.
Oh, we sure were, weren't we?
Oh my god.
It's a lot of fun to play with your food before you eat it. Bat it back around, you know?
Those globe shills, like the ones that were just there all the time, those people they're fucking crazy. Like, dude, like I think they're like literally like brainwashed to just like, I don't know if it was maybe like a team like maintaining the same account, but they were just like, it seemed like they were just there 24/7.
Here's the deal. Here's what it is. They're belligerently against admitting they've been duped, and that some of them even get paid to go against the truth.
I was about to say, I think it's more of a monetary thing than it is an ideological.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. They don't care about us as people. Yeah, there's everything but the fact that they want to be right about the shape of the Earth. In my opinion, they don't give a fuck about that.
Which it seems like they just tied their like existential worth to the gold model. Like,
well, that's what they want you to think, and some people do. Don't get me wrong. Some people are really. Listen, you're either in this because you love it, or you're in it for all the other reasons.
Yeah, they were in it for the other reasons.
I'm honestly just a flat earther to make money.
That's okay. See, the thing is, we want to be honest in this what people call the community. But I'm not a communist, so I can't talk like that.
Yeah, what do you guys think the social credit score of everyone here is just for being on this Discord?
On a scale of 1 to 2, 0.
0.
It's quite the spectrum. We're on the spectrum, Joe.
I'm an 8.5.
That wasn't an option.
Negative 33 for me.
Negative 666.
You don't make the rules.
Yes, I do. Who said I don't make the rules? I'll make one right now.
Let's hear it.
I don't know what it is. Yeah,
all right, let us know.
I'll make a rule that Deuce Vault makes all the rules. How about that?
There we go.
Not a bad one. That's great. It's kind of like when the genie tries to wish himself out of the bottle. You can do it.
I was actually going to wish myself out of the bottle. No, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with myself.
It's like, why can't you do it? Oh, I got gold rings on my arms. What the fuck does that mean? Who cares?
You know.
I know. I really don't, though. Okay, so it's still not a globe, and let's chat about that. Anybody, everybody?
It's too late. We're already done.
No,
we finished for tonight. You did. We're actually this is the cleanup crew. We're finished.
Fine,
by the way,
that's fine.
can you fold up the chairs for me?
Yeah, I did it all last week and all last month in your stead. But you know what? Fine, keep doing it. No problem.
Hey, last time I was here, you were not here.
Dude, you didn't bring donuts the last 2 times, and Karen had to get those donuts, and you know that they were all just the same jelly donut.
Karen from
48 of the
Australia?
same
She
jelly.
came back?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love it. What? Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
It's your turn to scrub the toilet. Sorry about that, man.
That's fine. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
Look at Dave pawning off his jobs.
Is it a toilet in Australia or at the North Pole? Or somewhere else?
I mean, which way do you want the water to go down?
Exactly right. I mean, if you're seriously asking, I want the water to go straight down. I don't want it to go left or right, man. Just show me that shit just going down.
Somebody just come in.
Can you dig it?
Oh, you're still awake now. This is UK shift.
Is this UK shift? Where's Crypto?
Oh, he's on a different time. He is.
He sleeps late.
Yeah, hasn't he got a pub or something?
He's always at pub. I don't think he's at pub in the morning though.
It's nice to have so many people in here at this time in the morning.
For this being the UK shift, you're here pretty early.
Yeah, what time is it there?
No, he's been here for like the last 4 hours.
Oh yeah, I fall asleep listening to the stream. I'm here 24/7.
The question was, what time is it where you are, sir?
Like 8 in the morning.
It's 7:46.
Okay, thank you for answering, both of you.
Wait, so you tried to fall asleep to this for 4 hours?
No, he was asleep to this for 4 hours.
Oh, he was okay. He was
minimum. He was asleep to it the whole time, most likely. With Kiwi yelling at everybody, swinging wildly.
Falling asleep to the dulcet tones of QE. That's no better way. The mellifluous tones of utterances of QE.
Say I've missed 7 hours.
You're 7 hours from now. Sorry.
He's not wrong.
Nope, I'm not.
You're 7 hours from reality. And Neverland.
Yep. Narnia is closed.
Narnia is Australia. Great Britain is Neverland.
Do we believe the story that Australia was full of prisoners first?
No. Prisoners don't generally build buildings.
I don't think so. Mm-mm. And they don't automatically have technology.
We got ourselves a mud flutter here, boys.
Mud people.
Mudbloods? Is that what you said?
Okay. I can dig that. No, I think the whole mud flood thing is compelling in a way that makes me not pay attention.
Did you see the latest Ewar Anon vids?
No, I've stopped paying attention to those.
Is there something wrong with those? I mean, he's starting to go off the deep end a little bit, but yeah.
Here's the deal.
What is an Ewar Anon?
There you go. Yeah, if you want to explain it, I can wake both of you up.
Ewar Anon, I mean, I don't know much about him. He just made these videos about the lost history of flat Earth, and he talked a lot about the mud floods, but he keeps sort of changing his story, so it's kind of hard to sort of pinpoint what he's actually saying now. So interesting what Glad is going to say.
Hang on, I got to open up this can of Diet Woke.
Diet.
Absolutely. Oh, is that the sugar-free one? They came out with it.
Yeah, it's the
Wokier one.
new Diet Woke.
I love
Okay,
it.
give me the real stuff.
Diet Woke Clear.
Okay, so my opinion on Ewar, Diet Woke Clear. My opinion on that Ewar stuff is there's too much information for it to not be forced upon us.
Oh,
Remember when that word was foisted? Anyway, go ahead. What was the question? You were going to interrupt me? That sounded bad. Anyway, so deal. It's kind of like Jeranism. He's got almost 155. Fuck out of here. Not pushing truth.
Hey,
something's
Glad,
going on.
Glad, I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
What's going on with your mic, Glad?
Oh,
you keep
hang
on
on.
breaking up.
What's this?
I don't know.
Start all your sentences over again.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to shorten it then. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Here.
Go from it's like Jaren.
Okay, in my opinion, Jaren has almost 150 followers on YouTube. Fucking there's
Still cutting out.
Yeah, it's cutting out.
Too late. He's gone.
He's on
died.
to talk.
They shut him down. He was too red pilled.
It was too much Diet Woke.
KJ booted him.
They like jammed Glad's signal. Like seriously.
They hate me. Am I back?
You there?
Am I back? Is this better?
Are you there?
You're a targeted individual, evidently, Glad. Go ahead.
Okay. Man, so anyway, all I was trying to say is that I think Jeranism is sus because of all of his followers. I don't think he's really spreading truth. I think there's something else going on. Maybe not. Who knows? The same thing to me is going on with Ewar. He's got a fuckload of information, and it seems to be a compilation of the last 6 or 7 years of what we can consider the mainstream conspiracy research community, what they've been looking into. Turns out most of that's Diet Woke garbage, right? Exactly. So anyway, that's my opinion. I don't think. See, Ewar Anand's fine, but it's stuff we should have known 30 fucking years ago, and we should have done something about it until now. Now it's like one of those Ben Affleck movies about corrupt politicians. It's like, really? What the fuck? What are you gonna do about it now? It's a Ben Affleck movie. You're fucked. Sorry, I'm done.
So it's sort of regressive. It's sort of like pulling us back to where we've already been.
Right here. Sorry, my point about Ewar Anand is it's far too on the nose for it to be genuine. That's what I'm saying. It smells. It's sloppily perfect, I guess.
Yeah, I sort of get that. And he's sort of like going all over the place. So he once he sort of pulled people in, then he started just like confusing everything. So now everyone's
you're gonna watch it go a certain way. It's not gonna be like this pure amazing truth anymore. It's not gonna be sucking our dicks anymore. It's gonna be like weird shit. And he's gonna start taking people down rabbit holes and bogs away from what's really true.
I get you. Yeah, I got that.
Is he the same guy who saw the map of the moon, Earth on the moon?
Yes, that guy.
Ewar.
Ewar?
I think Jenny was
I don't know.
saying.
I didn't look into him. I
something
kept
about
smelling
the
fish,
Earth
and I was like, you know what? Fuck this.
I mean, the videos were entertaining, the first 5, but they sort of started to kind of meander like last.
Not only that, there was like a Flat Earth Society or like Disc Flat Earth or some kind of reference that was a straw man that Globers use against us, and it was really quick, and it was put there kind of towards the beginning, and so it just almost gets forgotten about. But it lays a foundation for, if you're really, really paying attention, throwing Flat Earthers kind of under the bus. Also, a lot of the information that the Ewar Anand videos provide have nothing to do with Flat Earth.
True.
So, okay, now I'm done.
I haven't looked at any of Ewar's videos, but
well, don't take my word for it, man. You watch it all anyway, right? But
do you think that a lot of the conspiracy of Flat Earth wouldn't have anything to do with Flat Earth?
Well, yeah, it's technically the conspiracy side of it is the story we're told. Flat Earth is just the reality itself. Technically, the Earth cannot be a conspiracy on its face. Get it? On its face?
Yeah, I get it. And yes, I get it.
Yeah.
Well, the conspiracy is the globe, isn't it? Because they if they lie, then the lie is the conspiracy, not the truth.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, the lie. But and so it's what's sad about it is we're all arguing over a concept. It's fucking ridiculous.
But
That's what's really sad.
it's important to know.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm genuinely asking that question right now. Is it?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of your reality has to be as knowable as you can possibly know.
It should be knowable, yes, but what if it's not? What then?
It is.
Oh, okay. Sound pretty certain.
I am.
Sounds a little religious now.
I don't even know. Well, of course it's going to, because it goes beyond what you know, right?
Well, the religion and supernatural are two different things. At least they should be.
Okay, then you're ascribing something that is supernatural to religion.
Should I not?
Not necessarily. It doesn't matter either way.
Well, that's true. Earth measures flat regardless of religious concepts, yes.
And the supernatural, whether one spiritual bent or another, is still supernatural.
It's only supernatural to us.
Who else is there?
Bears, fish, rocks, I don't know. What the fuck? There's a lot of other...
What do they think?
Who knows? We'll never know that. They don't know what we're thinking.
Yeah,
Fuck, we don't even know what we're thinking.
We write it all down. They can just read it.
Wow. A bear could read it.
No, they can't, because they're
communicate it to him regardless of the language.
What's this thing that like every species is supposed to have its own like mass conscious? I don't know where I heard this
Hold
from.
on, we're slapping each other's faces with our claws. Hang on. Let us finish this. Now, supernatural to me just means something I can't explain with my natural abilities and senses. That's it.
So preternatural.
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess supernatural would be outside of this creation and everything here.
Right.
Or sorry, this
But what we're talking about
we're
is
in.
actually preternatural.
Oh, okay. So I guess my underlying point, because I don't like these discussions about religion and spirituality in regards to Earth measuring flat. Can you agree, please, and if you do agree, that Earth measuring flat and anything regarding a creator or God are mutually exclusive?
No.
Why? You can measure the Earth, but you can't shake God's hand. Do you see what's going on there?
Oh, no, I do. I get it.
Okay.
I see what you're saying. But
but do you have faith in God? And I have to stop there.
I shook his hand yesterday. What are you talking about?
Yeah. See, do you have faith in God? That's personally, man to man. I just want to know that. Do you have faith in Creator God? That that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What's funny is before Flat Earth, I did not. So one.
I don't think that's funny. I think that happens a lot of people, and I don't understand
clearly
why.
Followed the other.
Yeah, correlation is not causation or whatever. But yeah, go ahead. Think that if you like.
Thank God you don't have to understand it for it to be right.
No, there are facts that have nothing to do with belief. That's why we're here.
Glad. What's the opposite of creation?
That's all.
Sorry, what was the question?
What's the opposite of creation?
No clue.
Evolution.
But no. That's a false dichotomy. Just because I don't have an answer doesn't mean your next answer is the one that everyone should accept.
Well, it just randomly came to being.
I don't fucking know, and neither do you. And no one will ever truly know. They can believe all they like. No one will know.
That's not okay. Hang on a second. Now you're saying that anything not known now will never be known. That's not true.
I'm not saying that.
You're saying something is unknowable.
Okay, fine. Let's stick around and see if someone eventually knows it. Otherwise, it's unknowable. You feel me on that?
No.
I know. You don't.
What's the nature of light, Glad?
The nature of life?
Light.
Oh, light. So far as I can tell, it exists for the sake of itself. I don't know. It just, it happens. Can either be created or
How do you-
destroyed, that kind of thing.
How do you explain how light changes depending on whether it's being looked at or not?
I can't explain that.
It's consciousness.
Me neither. But it has to be
Consciousness
something
is,
to do with consciousness, right?
consciousness is collapsing the wave function, turning energy into matter.
What's matter?
Which means you have free will. Otherwise,
I don't
you
know.
would
I don't know
do.
that that's what it means. I know it means something. What it is, I have no idea.
Well, you use your will when you make a decision on whether you're going to do something or not. Like when you decide to scratch your nose when it itches, and when you eat when you're hungry and all that. I mean, you have the will to do that. You could just sit there and starve if you wanted to, but you don't. You get up.
You're talking about will like it's a good thing.
You're talking like about will like it's a bad thing.
I am.
I was going to say,
sure.
I think it's a beautiful thing. If it wasn't for will, we would all be alike, and that would
If
suck.
it wasn't for will, there wouldn't be hedonism and all kinds of other nonsense we don't need to be doing. But yeah, you're right.
Right, but think about how boring.
Be of the
all do
world?
everything
No. Be in the
We
world,
all
not
park
of
in
the
the right
world.
spot. We'd all change our.
Don't all the religious leaders say that? Sorry, I got to interrupt. Don't all the religious people, leaders say be in the world, not of the world?
I don't know. Is that what they say?
Yeah.
That's an exclusively Christian
world
saying.
leaders.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, it figures that sounds like something the Buddha would fucking say. Right
It's an
after smoking mushrooms all
exclusively
day.
Christian saying.
Okay. Great. Still religious as fuck. But, yeah.
Somebody I should know. You mean that fat guy with the earrings?
I guess. Yeah, if he ever existed, yes, the fat guy with the jolly guy that you rub his belly for good luck.
I thought that's where they got Santa Claus idea from, but I don't know.
That's not the
I always
actual.
wondered how come his ears weren't pierced.
I don't know.
That's not the actual Buddha. That's the future Buddha. The fat one.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, please don't
Cool.
start, dude. Please don't start.
No, I'm just. That's all I know.
Thanks for correcting me about it, because I was
I
just
don't know,
kidding
man.
anyway.
So, Glad, how do you think the Earth came to be?
How would I ever know that?
So, what's wrong with believing in a creator?
Nothing's wrong with it. I'm just saying it's unfalsifiable. I'm not going to believe it. Hang on. It's unfalsifiable, so I'm not going to believe it. But if other people want to, and it gets them through the day and helps them sleep at night, well, then I'm all for it.
Okay, that's fair enough, I suppose. You have the free will to choose.
Mm-hmm. So, in that sense, I'll use it. And it is a choice.
Thank
It's all
God for
belief.
that.
It's all belief, right? Even what we think are facts, philosophy. All right, go ahead, Deus.
Well, actually, I think creator is more than belief because we can prove certain things.
Prove to yourself.
I suppose.
You're being a bit of a relativist right now.
What's wrong with that?
It's disgusting.
Okay. You can pigeonhole me and try to label me anything you want based on others' misbehaviors, but I'm genuine here. I'm on the righteous side. You'll see it.
Notice how I was using weasel words by saying a bit.
Certainly weasel. That's okay.
You can't call somebody using weasel words pigeonhole it.
Weasel
You got me there. That's pretty good. That was a good one. Shit.
He might have a point with that one.
Oh, he does. He certainly won. Right there. I'm going to let him have it, too. I'm getting hungry.
Pizza time.
Don't say that. I've had so much pizza today, and I still have some left. You fucker.
Stop
Always a
being fat.
pleasure, Deus. It's always a pleasure to back and forth with you. Do a little volley. I love it.
Yeah, you remind me of this one guy, the Moor. I haven't seen him in a while, nor heard from him. Consummate contrarian.
Yeah.
Not unlike yourself. So
Yeah.
Have you ever spoken with the Moor?
I don't think so. How do you spell it?
TheMore, I think.
That's just the more. One word.
Yeah.
If not, no.
You should talk to him. I think you guys would get along.
Two
Well,
contrarians. How can two
yeah.
contrarians get over?
Contrarian on contrarian action, guys. What do you think? See, my deal is this.
Let's make it happen.
I'm not really trying to be a contrarian. I'm making fun of people who take dumb shit seriously.
What do you consider dumb shit?
Leading your life based on mostly belief. And basing morals and values on something. You don't know where the morals and values came from. You assume it came from somewhere. No idea where it came from.
Hang on. You think that morals and values are dumb shit? Or the belief
No.
in morals and values dumb
Beliefs
shit?
themselves. Morals
All
and values. Huh? Yeah.
All beliefs.
Morals and values exist outside of beliefs. It's a behavior process. It's
and
a
what
way
you're
living
espousing right
beings
now is a belief.
behave. Okay.
So you believe that people who believe things are dumb or living frivolously.
Believe things without evidence. So
what's your
I can
evidence
believe
that they're believing things
that
without
Japan
evidence?
exists, right? I can believe Japan exists, right?
Okay.
Whether or not I've been there is a different story.
Okay. What's your point? Do you think that people who believe moral tenets without anything backing it besides belief are believing incorrectly, such as they've never murdered anybody, but they know it's wrong?
You're taking it to extremes. I'm
No,
not saying that.
No, I'm not, because these are
Murder's pretty
these are
extreme.
people's, you said, beliefs in morals and values, and that is a moral or a value.
The reason I brought those two
wrong.
up, hold on. The reason I brought those two up is because I was saying people think that their morals and values were instilled by a creator. And I'm saying you can't prove that.
Right, but that's not what you said.
Okay, well, I apologize for not being clear. So that's what I meant.
Okay. The earth is flat.
Yes, it sure is.
Can you think of any natural processes that would account for this thing that we live on?
To have it come about, yeah, no, I can't think of any natural, or like if it's supernatural, then I'd like to know what it is to know that it is something that I can call supernatural. What's natural?
Any process that would make this come about would be supernatural.
To us inside of this thing, it would be supernatural to us, but not
right, because it's
perhaps
outside,
to all of reality.
It's outside of this reality, so it would automatically make it
I think it is. I don't know. If it were here, I'd like to have a chat, but I don't know if it's inside here or outside here. I don't know that. Neither do you.
Right. Well, to make a thing, you would have to be outside the thing.
That's a presupposition, man. How do you know how something is made outside of here?
It's actually a supposition.
Okay, yeah, based on your experience here, but it's subjective.
Is it? I think it's demonstrably objective.
Inside of this subjective experience called life on Earth. So it's still just subjective.
Okay. So what do you think? What do you think animates you?
What animates me? I don't know. Some called electricity, but there's other stuff I'm sure going on.
So you think your consciousness is just a?
I'm not going to assume I know where it comes from. That's for sure.
just some electricity going.
And it's not going to be the coolest story I've ever heard in the biggest selling book ever.
Do you think your consciousness is a bunch of electricity bouncing around a bundle of nerves?
Humans would be, yes, humans would say that with our very limited understanding of how things truly work. That's what humans would say they've come up with about the patterns they've noticed. Yeah, with the electrons bouncing and all the shit like that. Mm-hmm. That's as far as we can go. If you want to assign some comic book shit to it, that's fine.
Is that what you think I'm doing?
I don't know. You believe in a creator without evidence.
But I mean, you think this all just came about randomly?
I don't know. I don't know how it came about, and I'm not going to assume.
Okay. I mean, just it just inductively. I mean, it just seems like we create stuff that are far less complicated,
No,
but which would not
we form
arise
things. We don't
randomly.
create a fucking thing. We form shit
We,
out of the shit that's already here.
oh, so what do you mean by create? Like create matter? Like
Yeah, like
yeah,
to
yeah.
come into existence at all in any way, shape, or form. None of us are going to know how that happened to this place where we are now. Never. And you know, I can make that claim. I'll wait.
Sorry, were you asking a question?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm saying, we are. You agree? We are a consciousness, right? Like we're.
That's what we call it.
So you seem to just be pure, like have a purely materialistic view. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Like everything is just chemical reactions.
No, it's something we can't explain. Is my point. I think.
But who's we? Like
humans,
who's
human beings, the sentient, whatever. I mean, I don't think dolphins really can help us much, but who knows?
So you think sentience is itself just like an illusion, or do you think it's like something outside of physical reality?
I have no idea, man, and I'm not about to guess that I know. Right?
But, okay, so do you believe in intuition? So outside of just logic and just observation, do you believe there's some intuitive aspect?
What should be common sense? Yes. What should be common sense? Yes.
But like, let's say
Why do you say wait? Why do you say it should be common sense?
Well,
Intuition.
because common sense is not so common, right? The cliche, that old chestnut.
Okay, so besides the adage, why do you think intuition should be common sense?
It helps with survival. It helps with being able to adapt. It's like an emotional and physical adaptogenic, I think, to be on the right thought process.
So it's an adaptation?
No, it's not an adaptation or evolution. You're not going to do that. That's not what I think.
Okay.
Dude, I'm above all of it. I don't care about evolution. I don't care about religion. I don't care about any of that shit.
You just explained intuition as an adaptation.
No. Intuition helps one adapt to their surroundings. There's no such thing as a body or something. Listen, man, you're not going to get me to say there's evolution. I don't believe in evolution either. I think you're all fucking nuts. Religious people, atheists, evolutionists, everybody. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about, and it's weird to see people try to act like it.
So judging other people makes you somehow fucking better? You dipshit.
What?
You think nobody knows anything, but everybody's acting like they know something, but you're acting like you know that they don't know anything. Shut the fuck up, Glad.
I mean, I don't really know much either. I just go with my intuition, don't I?
Keep your judgments to yourself.
Wow, I didn't expect him to get triggered.
It was bound to happen.
No. If you're going to sit there and say, "Oh, all these people are acting like they don't know," and shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know anything. And why would you judge somebody for trying
I'm actually
to
saying I don't know.
Educated guess.
What? Who cares? Educated guess. You either know or you don't. Why are you trying? Don't try. No.
No, stop trying. Just give up. Lay down.
I didn't
Shut
say
up.
that at all.
Be stupid. Don't do anything.
Nope. I'm saying get out there and figure it out for yourself.
Okay, that really helps. Thanks.
And when you try to with religion, doesn't quite work out.
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't agree, but
okay,
You're making vast, wide swaths of generalities that make no fucking sense, even unto yourself. Just stop.
Okay. I don't want to make you mad.
Nobody knows anything. Then why are you fucking talking? Doesn't make any sense.
You're right. A wise man once said nothing.
Yeah, I'm not taking sides here, but Glad has the right to believe in whatever he wants, So
No shit. What the fuck does that have anything to do with what was said?
So how's everyone doing tonight?
Obviously, we're not all doing good.
So,
Yo, Glad you got those friends.
So the Earth's still flat.
No, Glad's a cool dude, man. I don't care what anyone says.
I think Glad just he likes to challenge people. I mean, I think you don't take it so personally, guys. I think he's just a very forthright, intellectual guy. He just likes to challenge all presuppositions, dogmas.
What makes you think I took it personally? If somebody's going to sit there and say that nobody knows anything, everybody's just stupid and fumbling around being an idiot, and then continue to espouse that they know better, shut the fuck up then. That's not personal. Why are you speaking?
Yeah, I get you. I mean, I think I'm not sure he quite meant it that way. That's what I'm trying to say.
Joe,
But
take people at their word.
I should take people at their word. I think sometimes people say not exactly what they're trying to say. So I don't always take people at their word.
I also think sometimes when people feel like they're being attacked or they're being, or their beliefs are being, shortened or minimalized, then of course that causes a reaction too, and that's a natural thing as well.
Well, I mean, yeah, people.
But,
I'm sorry. Go on.
No, I was done.
The people they sort of identify themselves with their beliefs. I mean, they really in their minds like they identify their self-worth and their very identity just with their beliefs. So then when that belief's attacked, they vicariously feel like they're,
Joe,
actually,
what is a man? What is a person?
I think that explanation was a little bit off, but okay, I hear where you're coming from.
No, what is a person? What how would you identify a person? They're a third of what people think they are. They're a third of what they think they are, and they're a third of what they know they are. And one of those is what they do. One of those is what they believe, and the other is what other people believe. So belief goes into the whole fucking shit and caboodle. What you believe is everything of what you are and what you do. You don't do what you do without believing in it or belief as an impetus. What people believe of you is because of what you've done or what you've said. Core integral part when people say they don't care what other people think is because they have no
They're lying.
They have no pathos. They may not be lying. There are solipsists, there are narcissists, there are people who don't genuinely give a shit what other people think because they don't care who they hurt and they don't care who they pleasure.
Well, I've been in that position too, but I just never thought about blaming it on everybody.
But
I'm an asshole, and I'm an asshole. It's my fault.
My point is what people believe affects you if you're right, if you're rightly thinking. What your parents think, what your children think, what your siblings think, what your community thinks, those things should affect you. You should moderate your behavior based on those things.
Right. And if you don't, then probably you're not a very good person because you don't have you don't answer to anything or anybody. Yeah.
So then belief matters.
I would say
it's not your own belief.
Yeah, in that sense, I agree.
It matters.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying I think I just wouldn't let it bother me because people that don't believe they're.
Why are you worried about what bothers me? Why wouldn't you let things bother you? You're a feeling, breathing human being. Let things bother you.
I do. Trust me.
Get bothered. Get uncomfortable. Because it's a shitty ride if you're not affected by things.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Just I got a little sunburn today. Damn, that's weird. It's been a while.
Objective facts on here to y'all agree.
What'd you say, Dave?
That was an example of a conversation that leads astray, and we try to stick to objectivity on here instead of personal
Yeah.
belief.
Yeah.
All right, it's late for me. Gotta head out, guys. Have a good night.
Good night, Sleepy Joe, and thank you for sticking to your name.
Oh yeah, I have to live up to my name now.
Yeah.
All right, good night.
Looking through the list here, Dave, so I don't see any newbies. Neffy's on Deafin. Have we talked to them?
Who?
But they're on Deaf. Naffy.
Oh no, he's been on Deafin the whole time.
Mm. We got Roger. I bet he thinks he's on a spinning ball, zipping around through nothing.
I know he actually is on a spinning ball. He's got elephantitis of the nuts.
Yeah. He's poor soul.
He literally lives below sea level. That's going to freak you out a little bit.
Yeah, it's coming for you at any
Where are you
time.
going? Where are you going? I'm going back to law school.
All right, guys. I'm
Am I
sorry,
the only one
Chris.
that saw that movie?
No, but I haven't seen it.
You've never seen Johnny Dangerously? Oh, that's.
Yeah. No, I've seen it.
Johnny Dangerously is funny, man.
Bastages.
Right. Yeah. You farging bastages.
Farging ice holes.
Farging ice
holes. Farging arseholes. Yeah, arseholes. Ice holes. That's what he'd say. Ice holes. Farging ice holes. Ice holes. This is Farging War. Farging War. Yeah. See, we thought of it the same time. Fucking crack.
Awesome, Bob.
He must be my age. Fucking us old people. I swear. Run out here, man. Go.
Uh-oh. Are you hearing an echo? That's me.
Yeah, we were hearing an echo for like.
Are you hearing an echo? That's me.
2 minutes.
No, I just heard my own voice for a second. That's all. It's a horrible thing.
Ballers run away about.
Okay. That sounds good.
The dating game.
Wait, is QE here?
Yeah. No, it's not QE.
No, it's not QE.
My mother
like
special.
Caused you what? Special what? Just
Fatty
special.
lives in the valleys, right? You live in the valleys? Wales?
See. I'm not from the valleys.
Valley girl. I'm such a valley boy.
Hey, Justin.
Yes, sir.
Do me a favor and lose that.
I will. I did it just for you.
Lose it
because
now.
you're not around very much, and I just it's for you.
Is what?
But I will. I will delete it. It's on the live stream, but I will delete it.
Oh my gosh! How dare you?
It's on the live stream, so you're telling
Why
me
do I keep getting
you'll
DMs
delete
from
it,
people
but
I
you'll
don't
get
know?
it again.
Don't people
No,
understand that if I don't know you?
It's going to be on the live stream forever. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna get that channel.
I
deleted.
I won't bug you with it. I just wanted to bug you with it now because it's actually crystal clear.
Yeah,
now you're making me want to know what it is. See, now
it's
that's
much
not
better.
fair.
It's Voice Mod Pro. Look that up.
Oh,
It's me
Voice
saying that
Mod Pro.
it's me
taken
saying
me 5 days.
You
to
talked
actually
about that
get it.
yesterday, but you never. But I looked it up and I didn't find it online.
Voice Mod Pro, it's free. But Voice Mod is free, and then Voice Mod Pro is
I found Voice
Voice
Pro, but
Mod.
I know I looked it up and then there wasn't the only thing they had.
Well, then I guess, you need me to send it to you. Then
Maybe send me a link if you don't mind.
Yep, I
That'd
don't
be
mind.
cool. All right, cool. Because I'm interested in it. Because I'd like to be able to do that too once in a while and mess with people. That'd be fun.
It's not
Especially
just
like phone
Discord.
calls. I know.
It's not just Discord. It's
I
for
know.
every other application.
That's what
that
I mean.
that
You can use it. Supposedly, you can use it on your phone, like when you're talking to somebody on the phone.
and on
Do
your
that.
phone. Yes.
Yeah, cool. That's what I went up for.
But
I'll be able to
I'm
call my
using
buddy.
it for clarity of my voice because my mic is a shitty mic.
It's bad.
I have a really good boom mic, but I'm sick of moving it all over the place, and now I have a wireless headset mic. So
yeah, that's what I use.
It's trash.
And I hope I'm in clear to you. I'm not crackling, right?
That's not bad. Every once in a while, I get a little of it, but it ain't bad.
Okay.
Or worse. Like I think it's been cutting out all night. I think it's my signal, me getting a signal or something, Wi-Fi or whatever it is. My cell phone signal sucks because people have been cutting out all eevening, and it's normally not like that. So it's probably
Alberto, you back?
Welcome to Flat Earth. We're welcome. What are we welcome for?
To Alberto. He came back.
Oh. Who's that? I'm kidding. Thank you. Thanks, Justin.
Okay, so yeah. Where are all the ballers?
Who cares? Let him die in a fire.
We have to have someone to talk to. I don't want to talk to myself.
There's like 20 people in here.
Yeah, and how many of those people are actually listening? Paying attention.
7 at least. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. You ever been in a room full of 7 people?
Yeah, actually, I have plenty of times. It's a lot
Where
of
they're
fun.
like talking? I've never been in a room.
Noisy. There's noisy. It's 7 people in a room is noisy. I don't care what they're doing. Even when they're sleeping, they're noisy.
I'm not going in the room. I don't want to be around the room. Fuck the room.
I'll get all quiet at once now.
How come Chris M doesn't talk anymore?
I don't know what's up with that. Who's Chris M anyway? I don't think I ever met him. I've been around for a while. I remember Chris M, but maybe
Chris, he's a mod here.
I know, but that doesn't mean I know him. Never met him yet.
He's been here as long as this Discord's been here.
Cool. I just haven't done yet, I guess. Right, and we're doing it.
He wasn't here as long as the other Discord was here, but he was as long as this Discord has been here.
Right.
2017. Look at him dropping dates like their names.
I met 2017 once.
Yeah.
You guys got me beat.
Chris, talk. For fuck's sake. Just for once. It's been like
Just
2
say
years
for
since I've
fuck's
heard your
sake, and that's
voice.
it.
It's been literally like 2 years.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, Clarice.
Chris, you don't work.
Chris, I am your father.
You're not my father.
Open your mic and tell me, Chris.
This is sad.
Hello.
Hey, there he is.
I switched to my phone. I got to figure out. All right, say something.
Something.
You're the
Somebody.
notorious
Something,
Chris.
somebody, somewhere.
I don't talk much, so I had to change the settings on my phone.
You don't ever talk.
I do.
Here.
Mod meetings, I do. But that's about it.
I haven't even heard you in mod meetings.
Well, because I wait till you leave and then I talk.
The fuck?
He waits till all the assholes are gone and then he talks shit.
Oh man,
I'm sorry.
that's
It's true though.
No, I usually go on only when I'm at work. Because what ends up happening, if I go on at home, it'll be like 6 hours later. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I've been on Discord for fucking 6 hours. And
That's
I don't
true.
have a mic at work on the computer. So I just listen and I love when you're here.
So the best time to give you a hard
You
time
listen.
and mess with you or talk smack about you is when you're at work.
Say that last part again. I wanted to get that in. Chris, I'm
Des,
talking.
I love when Des is around. I just love how you conduct, shit. I hate when QE's on because he fucking just chases everybody away. But
he does.
I mean, he's got more fucking
I'm not the
knowledge
only one.
than I'll ever have.
The dating game.
Yeah, be
I don't know,
careful.
it's
This guy sounds like you.
Yeah. No,
The dating game.
his shit's good for his his platform, but it's here it's just whatever. It is what it is. But,
No, I agree with you completely and wholly. Fuck him.
yeah, I mean, I'm not.
He gets on my nerves sometimes. No, I love him. I
Dude,
don't have anything personally against him, but yeah, he gets on my nerves when it comes
takes
to
over, but yes.
telling everybody to
We
fuck
all
off and everything.
understand.
It's fine. Yep. I mean, you've heard it all before. I won't say it anymore.
I mean, he's smart as fuck, and he knows he's got more knowledge in his fucking pinky than I'll ever have. But that doesn't mean he's fucking talked down to everybody. But that's just everybody has their own fucking ways, so whatever.
Rockefeller's a smart guy too.
He's
I mean,
not
if
that.
everybody was like Crypto or Dez or everybody would fly.
So
Now
who's your favorite then? Who's your favorite?
My favorite, my favorite.
Yeah,
What?
come on, you gotta have a favorite. Your favorite flat earther
Person on this Discord? I don't have any favorites.
Come
It's either
on,
going to be
don't
me
give
or
me
Crypto.
that.
It's either going to be me or
Yeah,
Crypto.
it's got to be somebody
As far
important
as
now.
mods, no. I mean, yeah, Crypto and Elijah and of course Indio and everybody. Everybody's good. I love everybody.
Good answer.
Yeah.
It's a safe answer. It's a good answer.
But I mean, the problem is now we have people trying to be like fucking QE, and
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Everybody's
QE,
trying to be like him. Well, except for me, and I just get in trouble all the time. And I do. Look in there. You'll see my name comes up all the time.
There's no reason to insult people and shit. I mean, we were all there one time. We all fucking believed in the globe.
Well, no, I don't have a problem insulting somebody as long as they deserve it. I mean, if they come after me or if they just start being completely retarded, yeah, I'm going to call them out. But I'm not necessarily going to call them a numpty dumbass and then mute them and then sit there and talk shit for the next 5 minutes.
Right,
No, I'm not
exactly.
gonna do all that. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not saying lay down and let people walk on you. No, but like you said, you have to defend
When
yourself.
I'm on the live stream, I do control myself quite a bit more than I do when I'm
on, whatever. If I'm just in just whatever or my own, I'd say whatever I want. But,
Adam,
I still try to be like, at least I try to be human. I try not to be like a rude ass, but if somebody comes in there and I show them like direct evidence for something and then they sit there and tell me, oh, no, that doesn't mean anything, I'll just call them a dumbass too. I mean, I can't help it. I try, you try to offer them the truth, and they won't
that's
look
all
at
you
it,
can
but
do.
yet they'll still sit there and argue with you. To me, you're just an idiot. I'm sorry. But,
Some people,
that's about as far as I'll let
never
it go.
can. I bet you every flat
Yeah.
earther in here, it didn't take them long to be convinced, because some people are wired to be open, and some people aren't.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't get triggered or frustrated. You just have to move on to the next one. It is what it is.
And it's easy to, but yeah, you're right. If you want to stay sane, you gotta be able to let that shit go. But I realize that it's not easy to do, especially when like when you're like I'm the kind of person where I didn't get along really well. I didn't fit in really well my whole life until I grew up. Like until I was old enough to have my own stuff and all that, and then people looked up to me. Of course, but when I was a teenager in my early 20s, nobody respected me. Everybody thought I was just some dumb kid, And so I stood apart, and of course everything got on my nerves, and I thought everything was wrong, and I thought I was always telling teachers they were stupid and that they were just brainwashing us, and I got in trouble for that shit all the time. And then when I grew up and I realized I was right, it was like, what? You're kidding me? I thought I was just being a rebellious asshole. It turns out I was fucking right the whole time, and I kind of like, wow, like that's something I didn't expect, right? Like I was always like, I kept telling myself, like, these teachers are just fucking dicks. Like, why do they act like that? Like, why do they tell me they don't want me to fight with anybody? And they tell me not to pick a fight with somebody or to fight back if they pick on me. But then as soon as they pick on me and I tell them about it, instead of fighting and beating them up for it, then the motherfucker wants to tell me that I'm lying to him or he doesn't want to listen to my story. It's like, fuck you guys, man. It would just, fucking politics is bullshit. It always has been and it always will be. And I don't believe shit when nobody tells me. And I only believe about half what I see. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. I'm sorry, but it's hard to trust anybody when damn near everybody will screw you over. Even your own parents will do it, Hopefully not, but like I know a lot of friends that literally basically don't speak to their parents just because of their lack of care or how do I say it? Compulsion to like care about their own kids or whatever. Sad. It's real sad.
So what you're saying is you should have beat up the teacher.
Nah, that wouldn't have done any good. But what I actually should have done is I should have went and took like self-defense so that I would have some more confidence because I didn't have my dad wasn't around. It was just my mom and my aunt Brenda and my grandmother that was raising me. So of course I got raised with a lot of empathy and a little feminine, right? And I didn't like to fight and I didn't think it was necessary. I never understood it. It's like, why is it that I can stay home all day long and never ever get in a fight or never have anybody pick on me or call me stupid? But the minute I go to school, that's all everybody cares about is what color shoes you wore and whether or not you're wearing Nikes or whatever the hell. They're just so dumb. I hated it. Fucking hated school. But luckily I was smart, so I managed to survive school. Otherwise I'd probably still be in school. But I got up to my senior year in high school and I just said, fuck it. I was done. Never went after that. That was it. It was over. I had had my fill with all the bullshit and the politics, and I knew that if I went to college, it was probably going to be, if not worse, just as bad. So I was like, nah, I'm good. And I guess I could say there are times where I wish I would have gotten a career, but at the same time, I don't think I would have learned all the things or be who I am if I hadn't gone through the things that I went through. So as much as I'd like to say that, I'd like to change it and for it to be different, I don't know. I think maybe it's those things that made me who I am. It makes me able to be empathetic and understanding towards people, and not just rude and mean. And, I try not to hold a grudge. I get mad, but it usually don't last long. Not like anybody cares, but,
I think there's plenty of people who care.
But you know what I mean, like personal. You don't know me very well, so I don't expect you to care a lot. But you know what I mean. Like,
Care enough
I
to
think
listen.
there you go. That works. Sometimes that's all it takes, bro. Sometimes I mean that's the respect right there, right? Just to have have an open mind and an open ear and be willing to hear someone that's having a hard time or whatever. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a good thing. It's definitely a good trait, but it's not enough. Just kidding.
It's never
I don't
enough.
know.
It'll never
No,
be
it's
enough.
probably nothing. Probably not. But you can't help me. You can't give me. You can't hate me for trying, though, right?
Yes, I can. You can't tell me what to do.
What, for trying to be a good person? Damn it.
Yeah.
What if I don't want to be nice?
Hey,
I find that
sometimes
luckily life is so different and indifferent that there's always that time just when you think that you've never just when you think that you can say that I'll never do something, it seems to like come across or come along and you'll end up doing it.
where you
You know
have
what I'm
to.
talking about? Or you're forced to. Yeah, it's like I never thought I was going to have another kid after the first one, and then I remarried and my wife wanted a kid of her own, and of course I gave her what she wanted. But there's times where I regret, having my daughter, not because I, don't want to be around her. Don't get me wrong, I love my daughter to death. But there's times where I wish things were easier and I didn't have to take care of things and deal with things that, you know what I mean. It would be easier. But of course, I would never trade my kid for to get away from that burden. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know that's true. You know what I mean? Like I've thought about it. So it's funny, like when I hear people saying that, that they're not willing to give that of themselves for a child, it bothers me. I take it personally. It's a painful thought to think that people are so selfish that they would give up the opportunity to have a kid and to see what that's like and to learn what it's like to be a parent, because I don't think you really understand what being human is until you had a kid of your own and you had to love something and take care of it and care for it. And sometimes it's the only thing that makes you care.
Generally, and I don't mean this always, but a person without a kid has a bit of a narcissistic tendency.
Sometimes I don't know. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe a little bit narcissist. But I don't know if it's necessarily like unheard of for them to actually have feelings or caring. But yeah, usually you're right. Usually, and usually single kids of with a single child in the family. Like I was an only child, so I got spoiled quite a bit, and I'm sure that didn't help me, especially when I was already not getting along with kids.
Without rearing a child, it's hard to know what really makes people tick until you see it from the outside, until you see the rearing of that child happen, until you
I don't think
experience
you
what
really
it takes
know.
to
I didn't
take
really
care of
learn
another
about who I
person.
was until I raised a kid. And I think it's the second one that's really getting me now, because now I'm older and I'm weaker in ways and I'm stronger in others. Like I'm stronger willed, but yet I'm weaker when it comes to like wanting to spank my kid. I don't want to have to spank her. I didn't have to spank the first one that many times, so I thought, well, hell, this one should be the same, right? Nope, it's different. Completely different. Every kid you have, doesn't matter how many you have, they're all going to be different. It's just the way it is. It's crazy because, you want them to not be like you. You want them to avoid the horrible things that you went through. And at some point in your life, you realize, if you're successful at that, you realize that you sheltered them, and that sometimes they end up going through harder troubles because you didn't make them and didn't let them fail. You know what I mean?
I think the
Harder
best
when you
thing
get
you
older.
can do is pick out the aspects of you like and try to see that in them and cultivate it.
That's a good way of putting it.
Rather than trying to make them not like you, or not be like you, or not go through the hard things you've gone through. Because like,
yeah, it obviously hasn't been working. So I'll agree with you on that one.
It's never.
Well,
going to
you know
work.
how kids are. You tell them, "I don't want you doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be hanging around with that person or this or whatever the case is."
Right.
And they're like, "Well, you just don't understand. I can take care of myself." And I'm like, "No, you can't." Like you just think you do.
Like
You don't even know how to walk across this crosswalk properly without me having to yell at you.
None of that works without the where, what, why, and how.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They want to know. And you know what I tell her every time? I always tell her why. And I go into great detail. And then she goes, "I'm tired of lectures." And she plugs her ears. Like, oh, really? Okay, well, fine.
The ones
then
that
it's
don't, the ones that always want to know, are the one, the ones that don't want to know. It seems like you're always telling them, and the ones that do want to know, it seems like you never think of it. It's weird that way. But I don't know. I seem to think that the more trouble I've gotten into, when it all came down to it, I turned out better, or at least I feel like it made me a better person, in ways, even though it might be a hassle, like me being giving and helping people has gotten me in a lot of trouble because I help people and then they take advantage of me and then my wife gets mad and then I almost get kicked out of the house. But, like it is what it is, right? And she told me when she married me, she says, I asked her, I said, well, what's the thing you like most about me? And she says, well, there's two things that I love the most about you. And she says, one's that you make me laugh even when I don't want to. And the other thing is that you're very helpful and giving, and you'll help somebody that's in need, even if it hurts you. And I said, yeah, I know that's a bad habit I have. And she goes, no, it's not a bad habit. But then again, whenever it gets us in trouble, or when I go too far with it, then she always comes back and says, well, that was different. I'm like, no, it's not. You're either going to be giving and you're going to help people no matter what, or you're not. Like you can't.
Well, you have to draw a strong line. Just like with kids, you have to have a line that says you don't go past this line, and
Right. Yeah.
nothing will change
Exactly.
it.
You don't bring the
But
homeless people home with you. Yeah, exactly.
but
you
you
take them
can't
the food.
you
Yeah,
can't
exactly.
you can't let the weak destroy the strong. You can't let somebody whom has bad intentions and you have good intentions take advantage of those good intentions and then ruin you or who you are
That I
by
don't. Yeah,
turning,
that I don't. But I
because
do
then
like.
you're letting bad people win. That's not good.
Well, I don't know. I think everybody has their own way of finding their right way. They will or they won't. Just hopefully they don't hurt me or my family in the process. That's the only time I'm going to have a problem with it. But if somebody just happens to be a horrible person, I'll just stay away from them. Hopefully, I don't need to destroy the person as long as they're not harming me any. Kind of like, if I know somebody in the neighborhood does drugs or something, I don't have a problem with that. But if I catch him selling drugs to his friends next to my house, I'm going to have a problem. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. I just have a weird way. I guess I'm old fashioned in a way. And in others, I don't. There's a lot of things that people do all the time, like loud music and all that. They parties, they set off fireworks and stuff. I don't have a problem with that. Even though I don't agree with it, I don't have a problem with that. And I don't have a problem with people driving too fast through here or any of that, or parking next to my house if they're just, using their phone or whatever. But what I do have a problem with is people selling drugs or getting services from prostitutes next to my house. That bothers me quite a bit. And I have thrown things at people's cars and I have attacked people before because they did that. But those people don't come around anymore. They learned their lesson the first time.
Oh my
And
God.
a lot of people tell me,
That's a
man, you're
lot.
stupid, man. You're crazy, man. You're crazy, man. I'm like, screw you, man. I'm not afraid of nobody. I don't fucking care.
Sell yourself further down the block then, Ricky.
Say that again.
Sell yourself further down the block if you don't want to people
I know, right?
buying prostitutes outside your house.
Well, no, there's this one Mexican guy that used to pull up next to my house every week, and he had a hooker in the car, and he's getting himself you know what I mean? And like, I have a daughter, and she plays in the backyard, you know what I mean? And she looks over the fence all the time and talks to people and stuff. And like, this was like right before it got dark, and he's sitting out there and just going to town with her. And I'm like, I look over the fence, and I'm like, bro, really? And then he just basically looks away like he doesn't care. So and then I spotlighted his ass with this, I got this big ass spotlight, and I hit him with the spotlight, and I said, I think it's time for you to move down the street, bro. I say, it's kind of disrespectful when, you could see that I'm bothered by you doing this here. I've already yelled at you one before, and you're still parking over here, bro. Can you give me a break, man? And like, so then, once I shined the flashlight at him and the whole neighborhood could see him, then he got busy and he dumped her off, left her on the side of the road, and then drove away. It was kind of funny. It's like, wow. Another time I was, me and my buddy, we walk every day, right? We go walk. There's the trails all around through my town, right? So we walk down these trails, and one night we go walking down the trail. We hear some woman crying for help, right? We hear she's like, "Help me, help me!" And she's yelling like, "Get off me, you son of a bitch!" And she's cussing, and it sounded like she was being attacked or something, right? I couldn't tell because I couldn't see where she was, but I kept hearing her screaming and shit, right? And I'm freaking out. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? And my buddy's like, well, don't go down there. I'm like, fuck that, dude. If somebody's getting hurt, I'm gonna go down there and fucking see what's going on. He's all, man, it's probably nothing, bro. Like, just let it go. And I'm like, no, fuck that, bro. So I called the cops, right? And I'm like, dude, there's some woman down here down here on the trail. Like, she's screaming out, like, help me. And she's screaming out, get off me and shit. And I don't know. It sounds like she might be getting raped or something. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know what else to do except they're like, okay. So they show up, they go down in there, and all of a sudden they all come out and they're laughing and they're giggling. And I'm like, what's so funny? And they're like, oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. You guys can go. It's not important. I'm like, well, no, it's important. I heard what I heard, bro. Some woman was down there fucking screaming for her life. Like, I know I heard that. And he's like, no, you didn't. You heard a fucking hooker screaming to get off her John or something. And I'm like, you're fucking kidding me. And they were all laughing about it like it was some. And I'm like, so you're not going to arrest her? You're just going to let them keep going at it, huh? And they all got in the car and left. I was like, okay. Obviously, I don't know anything about the law. But okay. I'm like, there you go. Very interesting. Yeah, the world's a very, very interesting place. Full of fucked up people that are really, really, really dumb. Most of them are, anyway. And the ones that are smart usually have too big of an ego and aren't worth the shit. You know what I mean? Like, and then there's the few, there's the few that actually stand out. And I don't know, I don't know if I'm necessarily that person, but I feel like maybe I am close to that or something, or maybe maybe my talents just never seemed worth a shit until I found this, you know what I mean? I've known the earth was flat since I was 8, which is 40 years ago, but I never knew there was evidence for it. And so I spent my life denying it and not sharing that with anybody and feeling like, that I couldn't share that or I couldn't be honest about what I really thought was the truth. And it bothered me my whole life. And then so recently when I found out there was evidence and all these people were talking about it and all these people getting together, I was like, shit, I got to be part of that. That's why I came in here. But in a way, I kind of feel like I'm a bigger dupe. I was duped even worse because I knew all along, but yet I just kind of like went along with it because I didn't want to hear it. My parents found out that someone told me that the earth was flat and they were all pissed off about it. And I wasn't allowed to play with that kid anymore. I wasn't allowed to go to his house because my dad and my stepmom thought that was an evil thing to do. I had never understood that either, but now I understand it completely. Now I'm still trying to convince my dad and my stepmom to see the truth, and they don't want to hear it. And then when I finally get evidence enough to show them the truth, then they don't want to look at it. And my stepmom, I think she finally did look at it. I think my dad did too, but I don't think they'll ever admit it because I think that once they realized I was right, of course, there's always been this thing between me and my father where anytime I'm right, he don't like to admit it, especially like if I make a big stink about something and be like, no, I'm serious. That's not right. Like I'm not going to go along with that. I'm not going to listen to you. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care if you're my father. I'm not going to do that, and he would get mad at me or whatever. It turned out I would be right. But of course, like I said, some people just aren't willing to accept. It's not really about telling someone they're right, but it bothers me like when you try to warn somebody about something that you can tell their character, they have a defect in their character, and you say, like, I know how you are, bro. Like, maybe you shouldn't go over there and do that or whatever. And I try to help people, and they always say, oh, man, you don't know what you're talking about, man. You're just some stupid ass old man, Like, all right, well, have fun, I'll talk to you later. And then they come back the next day telling me about how they got in trouble or got arrested or, it's like, okay, sorry, man. My buddy thinks I'm jinxed. Every time I try to give him advice, he'll tell me, don't say it, don't say it. Just don't say it. He goes, every time you say it, it happens. I'm not letting that happen anymore. I'm like, well, it's not my fault, man. I just see things. Is anybody else hear that ringing? It changes as you go through the day. Sometimes it's high pitch, sometimes it's low pitch, sometimes it squeals, sometimes it whines, sometimes it like makes you go deaf, almost like you can't hear at all. Anybody else have that effect? Of course not.
Tinnitus, you mean? Tinnitus? Ringing
Yeah,
in your ear.
well, I'm not
Yeah.
so convinced that that's what it is, but yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever that is. I'm not sure it is what they say, but yeah, I get that.
I've heard it my whole life, and I never had blood pressure problems or anything like that. And every once in a while, I will get like stand up too quick now that I'm older, and I'll get that weird ringing, but it's a different kind of ringing that I'm talking about. So I don't necessarily agree that it's tinnitus, but I mean it's a ringing, it's a noise. It sounds like it sounds like a beeping to me. It doesn't sound like a ring. It sounds like a like a like a high pitched squeal or
It's
like
a
a frequency
frequency.
generator, really high.
How about you
Every once in a
imitate what it
while,
sounds like?
I could, but I'd have to get out my frequency generator and play like
No, do with
10,000,
your voice.
whatever. I just did it's like a really high squeak sound. Weird.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you turn the TV on, you hear your capacitors charging up. Kind of like that sound. Or like a computer, when you turn a computer on, it makes that really high pitched sound.
Yeah, stuff on standby sounds like it. Like TV sometimes have that frequency noise.
But I hear it all the time.
That's pretty good, actually.
Actually, right now, the reason why I'm talking about it is because of the really, really high pitch one. It's driving me nuts. I think it's the fan that's above my head. The bearing's going out already.
You sure it's not your wife?
Usually something like that. No, my wife's
It's a
asleep.
high pitched shrill sound.
Following
No.
his runway about.
Okay. No, it wasn't that. Sorry.
Well, tough shit.
What happened?
Everyone's got ringing in their ears now. time is it there, Rookie?
What do you mean there? Oh, you mean in California? It is 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, almost 1 o'clock. Just a few seconds, it will click over to 1.
So I'm 8 hours in front.
It's my fucking bedtime. It really. Normally, I go to bed at 10 o'clock. So this is for me to stay up this late is like not normal. But well, actually, that's not true. I used to stay up all night all the time, but I stopped doing it recently because of my age and because my wife got mad at me all the time. So, but tonight I'm staying up. All the weird people leave already. Did you notice earlier when QE came in and they were talking and they were looking for somebody to talk to, remember? And then we were warning them, telling them that don't talk to so and so because we and then they remember when they yelled at the person and said, "Why don't you mind your own business and let us decide when we're tired of them?" And we're like, "Okay." And then 10 minutes later they were like, "Shut up, you stupid ass." I love it when that happens. It was so hilarious, bro. They didn't even last 10 minutes and they were telling the guy to shut up. I was like, see, you didn't listen. And I know this particular person, man, he probably creamed in his drawers when he heard him say that too. He was like, "Oh, they're gonna listen to me. They're gonna talk to me." I love it. So today, there was a guy on earlier. I don't remember what his name is now, but I got it down. But anyway, so this guy is on here, and I swear he sounds just like the guy that was in here yesterday afternoon that I got in trouble about because I went off on somebody, defended the guy, and then I found out he was using voiceover. Oh, it pissed me off. So then he comes back in today under another name, right? And I'm like, really? Like, dude, really? And so I was like, so as soon as I noticed the voice, I sent him a message, right, a DM, and I'm like, I know who you are. I'm like, what are you doing? I go, don't you ever get tired of coming in here and getting kicked out? And then he starts to talk. It was almost like as if I'm wrong, right? He just changes the subject. And I'm like, yeah. So then like the last paragraph, he says something about, well, you know me or something like that. And I go, do I? I was like, man, you just screwed it up, man. You almost had me convinced. Dumbass. You know, I'm growing a little tired of being the only one that ever talks around here.
Yeah, it's kind of lonely.
Not for me.
But it's okay.
It was a joke. I'm just teasing. Every once in a while it works and I get someone to start talking about it, you know. Other times I have to read some boring book or something. That usually works.
Well, it's my bedtime. I'm going to bed. I will see you guys.
All right. Good night, Justin. Mañana. I feel like getting in trouble. I better get out of here then.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level, so whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara on the lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line, but it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flat and stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this, and yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
in a world where in 2021 people still think the most effective way to understand something is to randomly bombard someone with questions prior to investigation or any logical deduction whatsoever. Welcome to Clown World. So I'm going to answer basic flat earth questions. There's someone in my comments spamming me with the questions. I don't have time to go back and forth and answer every Flat Earth 101 day one question all day on Facebook when you could easily research this stuff if you actually wanted to know the truth. It's actually pretty frustrating. But anyway, so the first question that this person is asking is, so are all the other planets flat? It's not even logical that it could be flat. The only thing that's illogical is to say that the Earth is a spinning cartoon ball in a vacuum where water bends for the first time in the history of mankind, adhering to the outside of a sphere as it spins and revolves around the sun that shoots through space 500,000 miles per hour, while the galaxy shoots 1.3 million miles per hour, and every single star for all recorded history resets over top of the Earth. Is the Earth, well, what about the other planets, right? That's the question. Well, are the other planets flat? I actually answered the question, but that's why I'm pretty, I don't know, aggravated, because you asked the question again, right? So I need you to listen. No one thinks that all the other planets are flat, okay? For one, there isn't other planets. When you say other planet, you are presupposing the Earth is in fact a planet, which is the very thing we are discussing, right? That's the question. Is the Earth a spherical planet? That's called a begging the question fallacy. Just reasserting that something's true isn't real. You'll be alright as I take away your little globe Earth religion that you were told about when you were 5 and you were given cartoons. This doesn't faze me at all. I'm literally not even fazed by it. So anyway, the word planet, instead of typing listen, okay? The word planet, the etymology for planet, listen. The etymology for planet is wanderer, okay? It's a wandering star. We document them all the time. I document them all the time. You can zoom in on them. They're pulsating orbs of light. They're not static, meaning still. You cannot in any way prove they're solid, terra firma, or spherical, because you see the same thing every single day for all recorded history, a pulsating orb of light. Now, even if there were spheres in the sky, which there's literally no evidence for that. There's literally none that exists in the history of mankind. If they were spheres in the sky, that still wouldn't make the Earth a ball. That's like walking up to someone's house and saying, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling. That means that the floor is a light bulb. That's like walking in a bar, walking up to a pool table, grabbing a pool ball and saying, look, the pool ball is a sphere. That means the pool table is also a sphere, okay? The Earth is provably not curving, which means it's flat. They said it's a certain size, right? So the radius value is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, right? Listen, please. They said that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That means you have to see the curvature of the Earth at no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, it has to curve at a certain rate. You can Google it yourself. Earth curve calculator. This is not flat earthers math. This is the globe Earth's models math, okay? Google it. Earth curve calculator. I showed you a picture. We have mountains seen from 255 miles away. Listen. 255 miles away, and according to the globe Earth math, the top of the mountain in the back should have been blocked by 1 mile of Earth curvature. An entire mile of Earth curvature should have been blocking the top of the mountain, yet you could see the top of the mountain with the entire mile of Earth curvature missing. You can see the shoreline leading up to the mountain range. It's literally impossible. We have falsified the radius. It does not curve at the rate they said it did objectively. This is why it is censored by the government. This is why you ask questions like, oh, are we a disk in another solar system planet with other spherical planets? Because there's something called the Flat Earth Society, where everything they say is wrong and stupid and not one flat earther thinks any of it. It's called misinformation. So they admitted in Congress they censor flat earth, yet they prop up Flat Earth Society, which is not really flat earth. It's all misinformation. That should automatically raise a red flag if you're honest. What's on the other side? What's the other side? The deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. No one can dig deeper than that, conveniently enough. It's very similar to the distance of the deepest location in the ocean, called the Mariana Trench. No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. It's called the borehole in Russia. Now, whenever the globe Earth had predictions based on the supposed layers of this globe Earth, they were proven inaccurate the entire way down the entire 8 miles. They couldn't even get the top 8 miles correct with predictions, much less could they ever adequately predict
4,000 miles to a core that doesn't exist, that they still can't explain how it somehow creates a magnetic field because of the Curry point, and it's literally impossible according to Stanford and Harvard and Yale and Princeton. They literally can't explain the magnetic field in 2021 on a globe Earth. Now, would you fall off the edge? These are like elementary first grade questions, and I'm being honest with you, right? You need to listen. You have been engineered to treat us as if we're stupid. But you should be honest. You know nothing about the conversation. You haven't diligently researched it. You've never measured it. You've never made a long-distance observation, and you know nothing about it. So when you ask these stupid questions like, can you fall off the flat Earth? That is called a straw man fallacy, right? Because no one thinks that. So can you fall off the edge of a lake? Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Of course not. There's a shoreline, right? You can't fall off the edge of a pond. There's a shoreline. The water's contained. There's something called this. You need to just listen, though, right? Because this is so much information that you're going to have to learn for you to even get close to understanding the conversation. Stop trying to pretend you're going to make flat earthers look dumb, because you look dumb when you do that. You ask questions like, so what is up with the other planets? If you knew what flat earth really said, you know that that's a very dumb question. If you say stuff like, can you fall off the edge? You would know that's a very dumb question. There's something called the 60th south latitude, effectively a circle around you. It was signed in the Antarctic Treaty that it is illegal for you to privately and freely explore past this region. China, Russia, the United States have all signed it. It's the longest lasting peace treaty in modern history, okay? So all these geopolitical adversaries and enemies have all signed a treaty that says it's illegal for you to go explore past that area. So we cannot make claims what's past there because you can't go there to verify it. It's literally impossible and illegal, okay? The one thing that would prove the Earth's a ball is, for one, measuring the curvature of the Earth. Never been done. In fact, the opposite's been done. Every measurement of the Earth ever assumes a flat Earth, and we have measurements way too far to be on a globe Earth, including lasers that were shot without getting hit by the curvature. You need to listen. If you can come up with a question you think that I can't answer, that doesn't make the Earth a ball. We falsified the globe Earth. It is not curving at a rate consistent with the radius value of 3,959 miles. This is why we are heavily censored, and I've been censored on every major platform, and even PayPal and Venmo, because they forcibly censored the real flat Earth by telling you the lies. So you should listen very carefully. We know that the Earth is the bottom of everything, okay? The basement, effectively, in layman terms. It's geocentric. That means the center of everything. It's stationary, of course, meaning not moving. It's a geocentric stationary plane. We have mountains, we have valleys, but it's a topographical plane. The sky resets like a perfect clock over top of us for all recorded history. It all goes around Polaris, the North Pole star, directly over the center of the surface of the Earth, which is the North Pole, and it resets perfectly for all recorded history for thousands of years, doing the exact same thing. Literally impossible on a ball Earth spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space. This is why they said that the lights are actually thousands of light years away. Not because they went and measured something thousands of light years away, because they mathematically had to construct something consistent with the model, and it necessitated they be that far away because the stars don't change like they would have to if you had all these different vectors going on. It's called parallax, okay? So you need to understand the true origins of this religion, and it is a religion, it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men with no empirical evidence. The Big Bang Theory was literally proposed by a Catholic priest, a Jesuit priest, proposed the Big Bang Theory. First time, the perfect shape's a sphere, a metaphysical, ontological premise, philosophical. The perfect shape's a sphere, so the Earth must therefore, by deduction, be a sphere. Let's try to figure out a way to mathematically prove that it could be a sphere. That's literally where it started. It's literally a religion. We were all shown cartoons of it, and they told you there's no more land on the Earth, and there's nothing significant about you. You're on a tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing, right? And the truth is that they have put us in a little circle, like a playpen, and they said, you're not allowed to go outside of there, you stupid little peasants. And there are people that are the peasants running around attacking the other people, trying to wake them up and free them. It's insanity. You should research it. So 1945, we brought Nazis over here in Operation Paperclip, okay? One of the Nazis we brought over here was Werner van Braun, because the W is like a V, it's German, right? Okay, Werner van Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime. He was brought over here to help us get to the moon via space exploration, right? The Space Exploration Department he was put in charge of in 1945, Operation Paperclip. It was called this because they put paper clips on certain people's files so they would know who to grab and pull over here out of the Nazi regime. Operation Paperclip, 1945. In 1946, the government started something called Operation High Jump. This is where they went and explored the Antarctic region with Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military. They went and explored the Antarctic region. He came back on nationally televised interview in 1954 and said, "It is astonishing to me that there is land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored with tons of resources." He then died in 1957. in perfect shape, heart complication. 3 years later, he died in 1957. In 1958, NASA was founded, which means to deceive in Hebrew and has a snake tongue going through it. In 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which said that it was illegal to privately explore that region that they had just explored in Operation High Jump. In 1961, JFK then came out and told the world America's going to be the first country to land on the moon. In 1962, they then started to shoot high-altitude missiles in something called Operation Fishbowl, which was part of a bigger operation called Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So literally meaning Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. The U.S. military shot high-altitude missiles up trying to penetrate the firmament and container. There's hundreds of documents explaining that there's a firmament and that there is, in fact, approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament that was proven accurate. There are U.S. military documents that have been declassified, but it wasn't on CNN or TikTok, so you've never heard of it. That is how they've effectively brainwashed the public with cartoons since they were 5. So then they shot these up in 62, 1 year after JFK said we were going to go to the moon. Then JFK got assassinated. Then, in 1968, a movie came out called Space Odyssey about a moon landing, and it was the most famous movie at the time. It won Film of the Year. The year before we went, one of the astronauts that was supposed to be in the crew that went said, "We will never go to the moon. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. We can't even communicate in the same building with one another. It's impossible we go to the moon by 1969. He then went and hung a lemon on the module that was supposed to go. Right after this guy mysteriously exploded and died in a routine checking of wires on NASA's facilities. Then in 69, we miraculously were able to go after not being able to go to low Earth orbit in 1968. And then they called the president from a landline 238,000 miles away with no delay. Yet they say we cannot go back to this day over 50 years later because they quote-unquote destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, quote-unquote, from Don Pettit, world-renowned astronaut. This is where they supposedly took a real picture of the Earth from space and the Apollo missions when they supposedly went back and forth like 6 times with no problem, but now they still can't do it 50 years later because we can't replicate the technology from the 60s. In 72, we supposedly took a picture of the Earth in these Apollo missions, and that is the only supposed real picture of the Earth from space ever. They didn't go there. So very simply, a summary for you, okay? They brought Nazis over here who were typically famous for brainwashing people with propaganda. They said, hey, we're not going to hang you for your war crimes. We're going to revere you as scientific geniuses. We need you to help us with this propaganda effort. We're going to lie to the U.S. public and tell them that we beat the Soviet Union going to the moon. Then they went to explore the Antarctic region. They discovered that the Antarctic region had something there and what it was. They then came back and said, it's illegal for you to go there. And that treaty still stands intact where it's illegal for you to privately go explore it. They then said, don't worry though, we explore the Earth for you. You're not allowed to explore, but we explored it for you. Here's your little playpen. You stay in your circle, you little slaves. Look at space. Here's NASA. We're going to go to the moon. Something that you could never stand on, never land on, isn't terra firma or solid or spherical. Okay, so there you go. Are there any maps of the flat Earth? Literally every single map that exists in the history of all mankind is a flat Earth. The U.S. military still uses flat Earth maps for navigation and everything else in the world. There's no such thing as a globe Earth map. It's disproportionate. In fact, every single map is flat intrinsically. So the way that they navigate is based on Polaris and the movement of the stars in the sky, which they've done this for thousands of years, which continue to reset in perfectly recorded concentric circles every single year, right? Every map that exists is a flat Earth map. That's the only way you can navigate. Hundreds of declassified documents from the U.S. military saying the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is flat, that they use flat Earth assumptions for everything that they do, including engineering planes, operating military planes and aircraft, shooting missiles, long-distance ballistics. They always assume a flat, non-rotating surface. Okay, so I get it. It is a lot to take in, but I'm just letting you know you gotta look into this before you think it's crazy. I've been looking into it for 5 years. We have an observation where we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and we look out and zoom in, and the horizon's over 10 miles away. Based on the globe Earth math, geometry, right? If you're 1 foot off this sphere with a radius of 3959, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. So if you're 1 foot off the Earth, you have to see the curvature at 1.2 miles. Yet 1 foot off the Earth, we saw the horizon over 10 miles away. That would require the radius to be 264,000 miles. They claimed it's under 4,000. We falsified the radius. It's not as simple as saying, well, maybe it's just a little bigger. They got it wrong. If the radius is wrong, the entire model's wrong. Day and night cycle uses this number. Gravity supposedly uses this number. Planet orbit trajectories use this number. You can never go to space without this number. You need something called the radius of orbit, requiring the radius of the Earth. Every single story they told you about going to space is fake bank intrinsically upon the falsification of the radius. The entire model has been falsified. This is why it's forcibly censored. That's why they will never debate this on national television. Just shut down the stupid flat earther and let an astrophysicist debate them. They'll never do it. Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubé. It was set up on Joe Rogan's podcast, the #1 podcast in the world for over a decade. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson had to back out. Then they showed you some supposed curvature from Felix Baumgartner at 128,000 feet when he supposedly jumped out and saw the curvature of the Earth. We then sent high-altitude footage, our balloons up, getting footage of the horizon at 120,000 feet, and it was completely flat up there, showing objectively they misled and lied to the entire world with a GoPro who actually sponsored it with Red Bull, saying that this was the curvature of the Earth that you could see from the edge of space, not even close to where they claim space is, which is the Kármán line at 62 miles. And then, of course, that's the international one, and they say the U.S. acknowledges that 50 miles. Right? So when we sent it up and found out that it was flat, they then had to come out with damage control and use Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, a lot of people think that they saw the curvature of the Earth in the Felix Baumgartner jump. That's not true. You would never see the curvature from that height. You'd be 2 millimeters off this beach ball, and up there that stuff would be freaking flat. So why'd they show the whole world a curve that wasn't actually there until we went and tested it? Why did they tell you that when boats disappear, they're going over the curvature of the Earth, when you can actually go out, see the boat disappear, bring a camera out, zoom in, and you'll actually see it once again? Did I zoom in through the Earth X-ray vision with my P900? No. The boat appears to go away or disappear due to a limit of perspective. You have an angular resolution limit to your eyes. We also have something called the atmosphere, and you can't see infinitely through an atmosphere. Eventually you reach a vanishing point called a horizon, which is where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's horizontal, which is why it's called horizon, because it's horizontal. And this place constantly fluctuates and comes back and forth based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, how clear it is, and how high off the surface of the Earth you are. It's not a real physical place that curves and blocks your view. It's an optical apparent location that constantly moves. So all observations of the history of mankind have showed a flat, non-rotating surface. The Earth is a geocentric stationary plane, a topographical plane with different elevation differences within it. And that is what all evidence shows you. It's the only way it could even exist. You also can't have the gas pressure that you're breathing sitting next to a vacuum. It's literally impossible. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy will increase, pressure will fill the available space. Heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. Systems seek spontaneous equilibrium. Second law of thermodynamics. This is a natural law, not a theory that you can change or debate. It's not something that someone came up with. It's something that happens always in nature. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that always happens. This is called a second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, right? So if you had pressure sitting next to a vacuum, it would instantaneously seek equilibrium filling the vacuum. If you have a soda and you open it, it goes psh, instantaneously equalizing to the lower pressure around it. That's the second law of thermodynamics. You could not have gas pressure of oxygen that you're breathing or any of the gases sitting next to a vacuum. It would instantaneously fill the vacuum. You've been trained to say this word over and over and over. Gravity, 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 gravity. Well, gravity is not actually real. It's a concept. It's a theory that has no evidence. So whenever I drop something, it falls down because it's more dense than the air. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up because it's less dense than the surrounding air. It's lighter than the surrounding air, not because it's gravity proof. Helium balloons do not go up because they're gravity proof. They go up because they're less dense. It's called relative density, right? If you wanted to get real specific, everything's intrinsically electrostatic, but that's not necessary. There is no scientific evidence for gravity. There is no experiment that's isolated gravity, and it's known for a fact in highest levels of academia that this does not exist. There is no isolation or scientific experiment validating gravity. That's why it's called the theory of relativity, where they say that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Two concepts. Can you bend freedom and love? Of course not. You can't attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions. This is called a reification fallacy. Doesn't matter. The only evidence ever to even be claimed that the Earth is in fact a ball with gravity is gravity has to exist because the Earth's a ball. Literally, that is the only evidence. If we assume the Earth is a ball, then gravity has to exist because it has to exist for the Earth to possibly be a sphere. It has to pull us down in all directions, omnidirectional, all directions. We have to be pulled down. So gravity has to exist. Yeah, we don't have any evidence for it. We can't prove it. We can't accurately define it. And when we apply it to the sky, it's off by 95% in 2021. They're off by 95%. It's called dark matter and dark energy. They still cannot explain the supposed model, not even mathematically. We have falsified it. The flat Earth can't explain magnetism. It can't explain the cyclical nature of the sky. It can't explain everything else that we see. The globe Earth cannot. Okay, so all scientific empirical evidence shows you this, and we have tested it. We proved that they lied. With cartoons, they lied to you. The same exact schooling system that told you Christopher Columbus discovered the United States when people were already here. The same exact system that lied to you about the Vietnam War and said that they attacked us and they attacked themselves and said that, in fact, they declassified, they had to do that to justify war, but they lied to the American public saying Vietnam attacked us in Gulf of Tonkin. Same ones that lied about 9/11. You shouldn't blindly believe the system. You should go look into it for yourself, and you will find out that most of the people that are lying, it's actually not intentionally. They believe the lie as well, and they propagate it forward. And there's something called compartmentalization, where people are trying to explain something that doesn't exist. So you ask questions like, why would they lie? They get $60 million a day from NASA. They're hiding more land and resources. They told you you're an insignificant speck of dust in the ever-expanding universe where everything came from nothing. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish eventually, that then turned into fish with feet, that turned into rodents, that turned into apes, that turned into humans, and there's nothing important about you. Random chaotic happenstance that you even exist over the course of billions of years of everything exploding from nothing. You get perfectly coalesced into spheres where happen to be you can somehow live here. So don't worry. Well, the truth is the Earth is stationary and the center of everything, geocentric, and the sky moves in perfect circles over top of us around the center of the sky, right over the center of the Earth. And that means the Earth had to be created. It had to be placed there. So they're hiding the creator. There's 3 reasons. Also, you can't trust any of your senses. You think you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, but you don't feel it. You think the Earth is curving, but you see it flat. You think that the sun is sitting still in the sky, but you see it move. You think the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but you see it as the same size as the moon. And so you can no longer trust your senses. You do not think that you can adequately tell the difference between truth and fiction. You must turn to authority to get all of your answers that you cannot understand. So they have brainwashed you into a slave state where you always turn to the authority to know what truth is, because you have been told that you cannot figure it out on your own. This is how you have good brainwashing capability of a state. So there's 4 very rudimentary reasons they would lie. Why wouldn't they lie? Knowledge is power. If you're the only one with the knowledge, it's much more powerful. When does the government not lie? Okay, so there are your answers. They're hiding land and resources and money and brainwashing you, and they put you in a little circle and told you can't leave there while they go hang outside of it. Okay, so there's plenty of reasons why they would lie. It doesn't really matter why they lied. The motivation of lying is independent of the fact that they did lie. Okay, and falsification is independent of replacement. We falsified the globe Earth. We don't have to replace every fairy tale they said before it's still real. If you tell me Santa's real, and then I see mommy and daddy bring presents in the house, I don't have to go come up with a new fictitious character from the North Pole or Santa's still real. We falsified your claim that Santa's real. That's all there is to it. Falsification is independent of replacement. So there you go. There are the basics. You can't fall off. You can't fall off of a lake. There's a shore. Antarctica is known to have the highest elevation in the entire world. It is an ice ring effectively around the water. Captain Cook tried to circumnavigate the Earth, and he went for 68,000 miles, and all he saw was an ice shelf the entire time. You're not allowed to go independently verify this, though, so the water is contained, which is convenient because fluid statics is also a natural law. Water finds its level. Water at rest is always level, period. Okay, so water conforms to its container and finds its level. Well, conveniently, it's contained on this flat Earth, and it's level. Of course it is. So how is 70% of a ball level? It's impossible. It defies fluid statics, the second law of thermodynamics. There's no empirical evidence for it, and we see way too far. We see mountains from hundreds of miles away. We see the skyline of Chicago 60 miles over Lake Michigan should have been completely obstructed. We have mountains we can see from 273 miles away. We have mountains we can see from 103 miles away. We have nothing but evidence that falsifies the globe Earth. So if the surface of the Earth is flat all over it, what is it? Do I believe in aliens? Well, for one, what is the etymology of alien or extraterrestrial? Extra land, extra terrain. So if there are other lands that they have hidden where someone lives, technically they would be alien or extraterrestrial. We would be in the inner space. They drew a circle around us, and there would be the outer space. There is no alien coming from outer space where it's a vacuum that couldn't exist, that they're thousands of light years away, and some intergalactic civilization with different races coming to get you from outer space vacuum boogeymen. None of that's real. I don't make claims about whether aliens are real or not. I know they'll probably lie to you about it, and the same guy, Werner von Braun, that was the Nazi brought over here to lie to us about going to the moon, told his secretary that they would fake an alien invasion and also fake things about asteroids. I don't really know. You can look into Project Bluebeam, but it doesn't matter. And by the way, Werner von Braun also put Psalms 19:1 on his tombstone, which says that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator. The firmament comes from the Hebrew word rakia, strong as bronze. It was stretched out over top of us to protect us, and we were like grasshopper inhabitants within the tent he stretched over top of us, and it's strong as bronze, like beaten out with bronze, rakia. So why did the guy supposedly took us to space put on his tombstone that you can't go to space because there's a firmament there? Well, he let the truth out on his deathbed. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and in the science fiction book that the Nazi wrote in the 50s, the main character's title is Elon, and Elon supposedly takes us to Mars. I guess that the prophet of the Nazi was really good at predicting what would happen, right? He wasn't just good at mass murdering millions of people. He was also a prophet that knew that Elon would take us to Mars in 2021 and talk about how he's going to do it. So the world's a stage. Jules Verne wrote a science fiction novel in the late 1800s predicting the moon landing and where the rocket would shoot from, what state, what direction, how it would slingshot around it, and everything else. They take science fiction books and they tell the public that it's true while they know the truth. Powerful people are lying to you, okay? So do not fall for whatever they tell you. You need to look into things for yourself. Don't blindly believe anyone. Go research it for yourself. Go test it for yourself. And if you do this, you will find out that the earth is provably flat. I would have to sit down here and talk for another 3 hours to tell you every flat earth proof. There's something called specular reflections. You cannot have perfect reflections on a surface if it's not flat. It cannot be concave or convex at all. Specular reflections debunk the globe earth. We have local reflections from the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. This is impossible in the globe earth model. The sun has to be so far away we have parallel rays, right? So it's impossible. This debunks the globe earth. We have crepuscular rays, which are divergent rays that converge onto the sun, showing the sun's a local light source. Impossible on a globe earth. They say it's actually parallel. It just looks like that. We see that the sun and the moon are the same size. They say that the sun's actually 400 times bigger than the moon, just coincidentally, exactly 400 times further away also, so that it looks like they're the same size, so we can have total eclipses. Or maybe they're just the same size, bro, and the scriptures are true, and it says that there's a lesser light that rules the night and a greater light that rules the day. Okay, that's all there is to it. We see the same moon for all recorded history, while people claim it's a sphere that spins, but if it spun 1/4 a mile per hour, slower or faster, we'd see the other side of it, so it just perfectly sits there for thousands of years. That's a cool story, bro. None of this has any evidence. It's all fairy tales. What we know for a fact is that water always finds its level. To have pressure, you must have a container, which means the way that you're breathing is the gas pressure on the earth is contained, and we see way too far. The earth's a topographical plane. It isn't curving. This is just the way that it is. You can't go deeper than 7.8 miles. You can't go past the 60th south latitude. We need to wake up and then tell them that we demand to know the truth and to be able to freely traverse the earth. That is the next step. Now to try to attack the people that actually researched it, are bold enough to not care that other people get triggered and try to call you dumb or try to attack you because they were told that it's dumb. The people that are strong enough and intelligent enough to actually understand it, research it, test it, and then go speak about it are the people that are fighting for you, whether you understand that or not. And we're used to taking the bullets, but you should maybe jump on the side of that people actually doing what's best for humanity as opposed to trying to attack them. So there you go. It's all a lie. Georgia Guidestones prove it. Yeah, exactly. The Georgia Guidestones wouldn't work unless the Earth was a geocentric stationary plane Earth, right? Because it uses a compass, a clock, and a calendar. It shows Polaris day after day after day for all recorded history that it's been there, and it will always work, showing you where north is, because it doesn't change. For all recorded history, Polaris is in north. That's how you know where north is, so it would be a compass, right? It also shows you where the winter solstice and the summer solstice is. It shows you the time of the year. It's a calendar, because the Earth doesn't move and the sun does the same thing. That has the same cycle. There's a cycle over top of us like a clock that resets every year. This cost almost $1 million to build it, and it would be a complete waste of money if the Earth was a spinning ball. Okay, so that's just the way that it is. And they tell you what they want to do on there, and I think everyone should just wake up, maybe everyone should just wake up and stop getting triggered that we didn't go to the moon in 1969. Stop being surprised or acting surprised the government lied to you. Stop being surprised and acting like China and Russia lying is a big shock to you. The U.S. government has lied about everything. So what you should do is accept truth for what it is, right? It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is not my problem. That is, you just need to look into the evidence and be honest. We see way too far. We falsify the curvature of the Earth. There you go. I mean, I don't know what other basic questions I might have missed, but you should be able to figure them out. You'll ask stuff like, oh, you shouldn't look past the curvature. If the Earth's a ball, it has to curve. If you were intellectually honest about this, you wouldn't get past that. You're like, wait, that's the most efficient way to test if the Earth is in fact a ball with this radius. Geometry, measurements of shapes, sphere, certain size, dimensions, 3,159 radius. You would test that and see if it's curving at that rate, because it has to curve. If a woman's pregnant and she moves her hand across her stomach and then it comes down to the bottom, can she still see her hand? No, because the curve of her stomach physically obstructs her hand. That is what the Earth has to do if it's a ball. This is where the answer lies. Is it really what they said it is? You can go measure the surface of the Earth, and it is objectively, provably not what they said it is. So if your response to that is to not answer it or figure out how it could work or figure out what's going on or go test and see if that claim is true or see exactly if these observations really do exist, if your response is, oh, well, how do eclipses work? What about magnetic fields? What about, if you start asking every random question you can think of, you're being intellectually dishonest. You're diverting away, and you can't handle what the truth is. Right? So if you think you can ask a gotcha question that some flat earther might not answer, that doesn't change the fact we falsified the radius. Okay? We don't know all the answers. The globe Earth knows none of the answers, right? People will say, what about eclipses? Eclipses debunk the globe Earth, and they still use the Chaldeans from Babylonian time, 2500 BC, a geocentric stationary plane Earth civilization. They knew the Earth was flat and stationary and the center of everything, and they used something called the stereocycle from the Chaldeans from 2500 BC to this day at NASA to be able to predict the eclipses. They cannot use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses at all. There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And it's where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, according to the globe Earth model, the reason you have a lunar eclipse is because the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon, and that's what actually physically obstructs the sunlight, causing the shadow, thus a lunar eclipse. Yet in the Selenian eclipse, a lunar eclipse, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, above the Earth, a geometric impossibility on the globe Earth. And guess what year they said that they discovered this and recorded it for the first time? 1666. It's not a coincidence they told you that the first time they recorded the eclipse that debunked the model is 1666, 666, right? The same year that gravity was discovered by Isaac Newton, supposedly, in 1666, with a number of 6.67, right? Where we have north and south Arctic circles at 66.6 degrees, while the circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600, 6 times 6 times 600, while we're on a 66.6 degree tilt with a curvature rate of 0.666 feet per mile squared, shooting around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Okay, so it's a lie, it's a Luciferian lie, and if you're actually at the highest level of the occulted people that try to control the world and lie to all of us, you have to know these things, or you're not allowed there, okay? So that is why they lied. It's simple. If you wanted to control and brainwash an entire group of people on the earth, what better way than to start by lying to them about the nature of the very place that they live? If you want to brainwash them on the earth, why not lie to them about the earth? Why not tell them there's no more land, it's a finite little sphere, and you have to stay here? Because there's more land and you get to control it. Why would they not lie? Knowledge is power. It's much more powerful if you're the only one with it. So there are the basics for you. You should research it, right? Fly Man's watching, his panties are in a bunch. Dude is a gamer. Alright, I love you guys. I'm going to catch up with you guys later. Battery's about to die. I wanted to answer the basic questions. There you go. I can't go back and forth in comments. And if you watch this video, you'll understand why I can't go back and forth in comments all day. I have hundreds of people that are doing that and sending me messages. So, look at our content. Go find us and listen and learn and study and research. A lot of people on my Facebook will be helpful to you, but for everyone, drop the arrogance, okay? Drop the arrogance. When I first heard about Flat Earth, I thought it was dumb also. Then I humbled myself and researched to try to prove the Earth was a globe and found out it is far from dumb. And if you're still on that wavelength, even though waves aren't things and don't have links, right? It's just a transverse movement in a medium that has to be there, the antecedent to any type of propagation. But anyway, I digress, right? If you're not even on that wavelength of understanding that it isn't a dumb conversation, you're nowhere close to the truth. You're nowhere close to the truth. So just humble yourself, be honest, seek the truth diligently, and then you will be good to go, right? And people will be more than happy to help you answer your questions. They want you to come over here and know the truth. That's our whole thing. We want everyone to wake up and realize we've been lied to so we can get our power back. But just be respectful. Don't expect to be able to just hurl insults and attack people and that people are just going to love you and be real nice and just keep letting you do it. Because the irony is that, you're projecting your own intellectual insecurity. I go around the United States offering $100 cash to anyone in these major cities that can answer 3 basic questions about the globe Earth correctly, the basic questions about it, and no one ever wins the money. So be honest. You know nothing about it. It's okay. All the flat earthers know everything about it, right? So you should be real here. Just look into it. There's your little beginner's crash course. I love you guys. I'm going to go chill with another flat earther in a little bit, grab something to eat. I may do a computer stream later tonight. My phone's about to die. Peace out. Much love. MasqueradeTour.com, $ what's it gets a cash at, what's it protonmail.com, PayPal if you want to support the tour. I know I speak fast. I'm sorry. It's just like what I do. So I love you guys. Seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So strong people don't care what weak people think. Intelligent people don't care what dumb people think. Informed people don't care what ignorant people think. Stand tall and seek and speak the truth regardless of ostracism or any type of attack or pressure from society. It doesn't matter, right? The weak always do that. So just stand tall for the truth. And actually, whenever they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did it to all the prophets before you. Peace out.
Delano on the beat, tomato wait. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. With scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. With scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. I'ma tell y'all motherfuckers that the earth is flat. It ain't no motherfucking ball. How the fuck you believe that? NASA let some bitches, they ain't go to the moon. Near the grass and you a bitch just like Winnie the Pooh. Bill not a science guy, bitch, fuck you too. The earth flatter than the water at the top of a pool. The earth stationary, bitch, that mean it don't move. In the flat earth wins, the globalists lose. NASA in the Hebrew means liar and deceiver. I'm trying to tell the truth to you brainwashed people. Do you feel like you're moving? Do you see a fucking curve? But when you touch fire, don't that shit burn? Cause you feel it. Are you globalists some bitches? We just telling you the truth. Flat earthers, we the realest. And we get laughed at cause we ain't stupid like you niggas. The government pimps and y'all suck they penis. The sun not at 3 million miles away. Get the fuck out of here. I see that bitch every day. It's inside the fucking firmament, the way it's in the Bible. You hate me, I don't give a fuck, you my rival. Rainbows prove it's a dome, bitch. Sundogs prove it's a dome, bitch. The sun and the moon in the dome, bitch. In this water, a butterfucking dome, bitch. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks.
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive, programming our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me?
What the aliens,
Stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory. Funny thing, force and love.
truth seekers. Welcome to another edition of Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet and around the world via satellite radio on the Liberty Radio Network and on over 140 radio stations in the U.S. We have a great guest coming on today. It's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. We've been talking about so many things lately, spiritual stuff. We've also been talking about economics. We've been talking about love, all kinds of stuff. We've been getting into all sorts of different areas. And one area we really haven't gotten into lately are conspiracy theories. And there's a lot to talk about that. And we actually, it's going to be an incredibly interesting episode. Let's just put it that way. We have who I consider to be the world's leading person trying to bring forth this theory on the flat Earth theory. And now, don't turn off your computer yet. Don't just laugh and go, these guys are crazy. Give us a minute or two here to talk about what we're talking about, because I've looked into this and it has some very valid points. And I'm not saying I believe in it at all, because I just found out about it about a month or two ago. But when you hear some of these points, you're going to go, whoa, this is very interesting. And so we're going to get into all of that. He's coming in from Bangkok in Thailand, in my old neighborhood where I used to live in that area. He's been there for about 10 years. His name is Eric Dubé. He's written numerous books, including The Flat Earth Conspiracy, The Atlantic Conspiracy, Spiritual Science, and Asbestos Head. He's very prolific. He's also very well spoken and very well written, which I found very interesting. He doesn't really come off as one of these wild, crazy sort of people at all when he's talking about these wild, crazy ideas. To some people, he comes off very professional, and you're going to see that. So stick around and at least see what he has to say, because I think you're going to find it very interesting, as I did. So let's get right into it, Eric. I got to ask you first thing. We got to check your credentials, make sure you're a good person, at least morally sound and person. How did you become an anarchist?
There you go. Yeah, just trying to find what is the viable system of government. What is the only morally viable system of government? As you start ticking down the list, it's like a process of elimination, and you find yourself an anarchist or a voluntarist, because it really is the only moral option. If you hold morality above dogma of any other sort, then you're going to come to the point where you realize that all the other forms of government, they include taxation, coercion, a monopoly of force, violence. And the word government itself just means govern, to control, like mental, the mind. So it's like mind control. And in reality, it doesn't even exist. It's an idea. There is no such thing as government. There's just people who believe in this idea of government and then use this fallacious power they've given themselves over everyone else. And everyone believes it. And so that's how we're kind of corralled by this belief system called government that doesn't even exist in the first place. So I'm into things that exist, and so that's why I'm into anarchy.
Yeah, government is conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I really want to just jump right into this because I found it fascinating. Let me give you a little bit of the background about what happened here. So many people know that I've been researching many things over the years, not as heavily as you. I haven't written any books on or anything, but I've been just looking into a lot of things. And I think the first one that just blew my mind was 9/11. And how anyone can look at what happened there and think that what the government said happened is true is just goes to show the amount of mind control they have over people, because it's just physically impossible what they said happened. I'd like to see someone try to knock down 3 skyscrapers with 2 planes at free fall speeds in a laboratory experiment. Just build a model. Show me how that works. And then you go on and on. So 9/11, I'm 100%. There's not even a whisker of doubt that what the government said about it is not the truth. Once you see the evidence, you can't just think anything else unless you're completely brainwashed or totally deluded. And so I started looking into other things. I was like, well, if 9/11 wasn't what they said it was, what else isn't? And it's pretty much everything else. So I started looking into everything, and it's like every single thing was fake or some sort of a hoax or some sort of a setup. Even the Vietnam War, the Gulf of Tonkin, that's one's public, but no one talks about it, where the U.S. Army or Navy sank their own ship just to get into the Vietnam War, and that's actually been put out by them, and no one really notices. No one seems to care. As George Carlin said, they're all fairly not connected, so not paying attention. I guess the next one that really started to blow my mind was the moon landing. I'm not 100% sure it was fake, so I want to just be honest here. Like with 9/11, I will stand by it 100%. 100%, I have no doubt in my mind that that was not what they said it was. Moon landing, I'm about 98% now. I've been going up 1% per year for the last couple of years, the more I look into it. And so then I had a person send me some stuff on the flat Earth theory. And I was like probably what the people watching right now are doing, going like, oh, come on. Like, they can't, like, that's too crazy. I know this other stuff sounded crazy at the time, but that's too crazy. The place where we live has been a total lie. So I ignored him, actually. And this is sort of like a friend. I didn't ignore him, but I just said, yeah, I watched a bit. I don't know. That's too much. But he kept sending it. And then I started noticing all over the internet people talking more and more about it. So I'd watch another video or read another thing and look at this evidence. And finally, after a certain period of time, I was like, is there something to this? Because what's going on here? And then I came across you, and that's where this all started with me and you, is that I saw what you were doing. I watched a couple of your videos, your interviews, and you were the most well-spoken on it and the most rational. You've written a whole book on it, and you've got so much evidence on it. So I was like, well, and I found out you were an anarchist. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. He's actually a morally sound and a peaceful person, which is very rare. And that's a markup in my book any day. So maybe I should talk to this guy and see what's going on. So that's where we're at. I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want on this, and I know you're going to probably be giving us some images and stuff as you talk, if you'd like. I'd first just like to preface before you talk here that Aristotle said that it's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it, and that's all I'm saying here. I'm not saying that I have accepted the flat Earth theory. I'm just saying I'm entertaining it. I've seen they've got a lot of good information on why this could be true. And so I'm just going to let you go with that. So Eric, take the floor a little bit here and tell us, if you want, tell us a little bit about maybe how you found out about this theory or got into this theory, and then give us your best shot at explaining to someone who's never heard this before why this theory has potential or could be true.
Sure. When they first started explaining it to me in school, I do distinctly remember raising my hand and not understanding how the spinning ball Earth would keep people and the oceans from falling off the bottom, right? And they tried to explain gravity and, okay, I'm shaking my head and writing down the answers. And, over time you see the NASA images and you just go along to get along. But it was always a nagging doubt in my mind, so I brought that into my 20s when I got into conspiracies with 9/11 as well. That was the first kind of breakthrough, unplugging me from the Matrix, kind of into the whole conspiracy scene in the first place. So I definitely learned how to suspend judgment while you look at evidence like you were talking about, and you got to do that for this flat Earth thing, because you think you've got so much evidence and proof and that the Earth is a spinning ball. You've seen it from NASA, you've heard some proofs that your teachers have given you, you've seen the globe on the desk for years, but in fact the horizon, for instance, is always completely flat. And you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not. For instance, amateur balloons have been sent up past 20 miles, amateur rockets as well, and the horizon rises all the way up with the camera up to 20 miles up, and it's flat all the way around. Now, in NASA images, they claim to be hundreds and hundreds of miles up, and then you start to see curvature. But if you notice, these images are often clearly CGI, computer graphic images, sometimes not so clearly. Sometimes the earlier ones were actually done through a round window, So they've used many different tricks throughout the years, but NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball. No matter how big a ball is, as you rise up, you would have to look down to be able to see the horizon. The horizon would not rise up with you. That's a characteristic of an extended flat plane. And it's, when you're in an airplane, you can see out both windows and you can see the horizon at eye level at 35,000 feet and higher, out both windows. But think about it. If you're on a ball, over a ball, no matter how big that ball is, you shouldn't be able to see the horizon out your plane window. Now, some people think that they see the curvature of the ball out their plane window, but in fact they're just seeing the curvature of the glass because the windows are all slightly curved to fit with the fuselage. And when you look at the horizon through a window like that, it does give a slight effect. And GoPros and traditional cameras, wide-angle fisheye lenses, they also give this kind of effect. So a lot of footage you'll see of the horizon, it'll warp, and sometimes it'll be convex, sometimes it'll be concave, but as the camera stops moving and stops tilting, it will always pan out to completely flat and on level with the camera. Again, this is just impossible on a ball. It doesn't matter how big the ball is. The ball could be 10 times larger. They tell us it's 25,000 miles in circumference. Even if it was 25 million miles in circumference, if you're above it, you're above it. You would have to look down to the horizon. But you just never will on the Earth, the actual Earth. So the horizon proof is one obvious one, a go-to. Another one is just the natural physics of water. It's the natural physics of water to find and remain at level. If water is dammed up and then released, it will flow out in all directions until it becomes level again. But on a spinning ball Earth, we would have to have oceans that were hundreds of miles of curved water. And this is impossible. I mean, they can't show you any example of this happening, but they claim this is what's happening on the Earth. And then they claim that there's a force called gravity that holds these oceans in just so, you know, that it's strong enough to hold the oceans in, but weak enough to allow, you know, bugs to take off and smoke to rise out a chimney. So the magical force of gravity, which was created by knighted Freemason Sir Isaac Newton, is basically their go-to answer that explains away anything they have a problem with. Gravity is what they say caused the Big Bang somehow. Gravity is what formed the planets and the sun. Gravity is what causes the planets to orbit around the sun and moons to orbit around planets. Gravity is what causes the water to stick to the planets. Gravity is what causes the tides from the moon. You know, you name it, gravity does it, as far as they're concerned. But in the flat Earth model, gravity is just density or buoyancy. In other words, an object in a medium, depending on their relative densities, will float or sink based on the friction between the two. So whether it's a gas, liquid, or solid, heavy, dense things sink and light things float. There really is an up and down in nature. They try to tell us that everything's a ball, and so up and down is an illusion. People in Australia are hanging upside down, and they don't know it. So that's another philosophical impossibility they kind of get us to believe by thinking that gravity sucks everything into the center of the ball and holds us under the ball. Meanwhile, gravity causes planets to orbit around us. So like I said, when they want to, gravity causes some things to stick to and become central, and sometimes it causes them to orbit things. Sometimes it causes big bangs, apparently. Yeah, gravity's a big catch-all term for whatever they want it to be.
Am I right on that I heard that gravity really has never been proven? Like, what did they say gravity is? Like, do they even have like some sort of model, or is it just a word?
Yeah, they've got plenty of calculations, and you know, you can look at Wikipedia, and they've got pages of complex mathematics that I have no idea what it means, and supposedly it all has to do with gravity. But again, in actuality, everything can be explained through density and buoyancy without assuming that there's this magical pulling force that pulls things towards the center. They call it a mutual attraction of masses, and that a mass, by virtue of its mass alone, causes this force called gravity, which causes other smaller masses to orbit or stick to those larger masses. But they can't actually show you any example in nature where this happens. They can't show you some object that's so massive, why can't they create some CERN, massive thing that's so massive and dense enough that they could at least cause a dust bunny to gravitize around it? They can't create any sort of experiment to prove that this gravity exists, but yet it's their catch-all explanation for everything that they can't explain. So really the science that people think is so solid that we've been believing with gravity and astronomy and the whole Big Bang cosmology with billions of planets and stars and suns and all this is all science fiction. What's actually going on is we're on a flat plane. I don't know how far the flat plane goes. That's still a mystery. But the sun, moon, stars, all the celestial bodies rotate around us. And this has been proven, too. Since the 1800s, they've done experiments. You can look up Airy's failure is one. George Airy put water in a telescope to slow down the starlight coming in, and comparing it with control telescopes, you're able to see whether it's the starlight that's moving over us relative to a stationary Earth, or is it the moving Earth rotating under a relatively stationary star. And this and many other experiments by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, and some others in that time proved that the celestial objects in the sky are all revolving around us, and we are completely still. Those conclusive findings, however, were philosophically debunked by Einstein and his relativity theory, where he banished the absolute ether to absolute relativity and said that you can't determine what is the most central thing in the solar system, and even what is moving around what, essentially, because everything is moving and everything is relative to everything else, and we don't know where the center or the edge of the universe is. So this like absolute relativity is what I call it. It's a paradox, but through this philosophical paradox of absolute relativity, they banished these conclusive experiments that prove that the Earth is stationary and everything's revolving around us. Since then, we've had planes that can prove even further that the Earth is stationary, helicopters as well. You'd think if the Earth was revolving under us, you could just hover up in a helicopter and the Earth would revolve underneath, and then you could land when your destination got to you. But of course, they tell us that the magic of gravity holds the atmosphere to the spinning ball too, and so, relatively speaking, you're moving with the ball. Okay. But they've done experiments with projectile cannons as well as planes taking off in all cardinal directions. And if the Earth was spinning 1,000 miles per hour eastward, as they say, and the average commercial airliner goes about 500 miles per hour, your eastward destinations should come up behind you long before you ever reach them. That's just a fact of this. But it's not the case that going in any direction changes the resistance or speed of a airplane. So, and you can imagine how difficult it would be to try to land on a runway that was going at 1,000 miles per hour. Pilots land at all 360 degrees. If the Earth was actually spinning tilted 23 degrees on its axis like that, the only way it would be able to come in on the runway would have to be on very specific angles, otherwise it would be totally off. But again, they just tell you the magic of gravity and the Velcro of the atmosphere somehow makes it so that that's all negligible. Another thing they say is negligible is that, if the Earth was a ball and you're flying over it, you'd have to descend gradually to stay at the same altitude. But it's not the case. Whenever pilots are flying, they go up to their desired altitude, they level off, and their artificial horizon remains level, and they just keep on going until they're ready at their destination, ready to come down. at 500 miles per hour, they would actually have to descend approximately a half a mile every minute just to stay at the same altitude. And this just doesn't happen. If the Earth was a ball and they didn't descend, after a half hour you'd be out into outer space just from going straight, right? I can go on. Like I said,
Yeah.
I've written a book about it. Maybe what I should ask you instead, which is more fun, is why do you think you're on a spinning ball, Jeff?
Well, I don't. I'm glad you asked me a question on that because I have a lot of thoughts on that. I was just thinking as you were writing or talking. Sorry, I was writing, trying to take some notes. What I've found in my life is that, okay, I'm going to give you an example. I started off more the economics side of things when I started to wake up. So my first introduction to, hey, maybe we don't need government, maybe government is evil, was after the tech bubble burst in 2000, and there would seem to be no explanation for it. So I started looking into how the money system worked, and the very first book I read was The Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, whoa, this is not what you're told. And then I just kept looking into it, and the further I looked into it in Austrian economics and stuff, and, back then, especially, I was like, hey, I've got to learn this economics because, I have to understand how this system works. I'm quite involved in the financial monetary systems, investing, things like that. If I don't understand economics, that's crazy. And I looked at, what they teach you in school, and it's all these formulas and craziness and Keynesian sort of craziness. We add up all these numbers and then that tells you what the economy will do. It's like, okay, so I was like, well, I'm not smart enough for that kind of stuff. But then I found the Austrian School of Economics and they're like, no, you just look at everything from first principles. You just say, this is the way it is, and you go from there. You don't need all these formulas and stuff. And so what I've discovered over time is that in the economics profession, there's a ton of garbage they just teach you in school, and it actually makes it look really confusing. And like you have to be like this super genius in math to even think about becoming a really serious economist. But what I found out is most of that stuff, or quite a bit at least, is totally just BS. It has nothing to do with anything. It's useless at the very best. And so when you ask me, why do I believe that I am on a spinning ball or whatever, what came to mind is that, a few years ago, I looked into it's called the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the electric universe theory. We'll put a link to that video down below. And the same thing with astronomy. I was like, oh, I don't know. They've got all these computer models, and I'm not very good at math. That's my thing. And I was like, how could I ever even understand any of this stuff? And then I watched the Thunderbolt of the Gods, the Electric Universe theory, and it just made sense. They just asked questions like, why does a comet have a trail of stuff coming off of it, ice or whatever it is, if it's, they've got all these things. And I was like, that makes total sense. If you watch the Thunderbolt from the Gods, you'll understand what I'm saying. And so basically I've come to the conclusion that I just have to use my own brain and my own senses and my own ability to perceive information and go from there. I can't listen to these professors and PhDs because I think they're mostly just spinning garbage. And so that's why I'm so open to what you're talking about, because you're right. I don't feel like I'm on a spinning ball. I might be. I don't know. This is a very new idea, by the way, started by the Masons, 500 years ago or whatever. And before that, it was fairly understood you were on the flat Earth. Then something happened. Some people took over and started killing you if you said you weren't. And then so yeah, it is definitely all the perceptions that I have go with your theory, and that's why I'm attracted to it. Maybe it's that physical law of attraction or whatever, I'm open to these ideas. I'm listening to you and writing notes as you speak because it makes so much sense.
Right on. So, thinking about it, back to your education, do you remember any proofs that you were taught as to why you're on a spinning ball? Why is the Earth a ball? Or things you've seen on television, perhaps?
Well, I just didn't go to school much. I think that's why I am able to think fairly freely and not just listen to dogma and not just accept and repeat what I'm told. But no, I think it's mostly just growing up in a situation where, like you said, you got that globe on the desk. You listen to the news or anything, and they talk about NASA did this in outer space, and here's the photos of the Earth, which now that I look at them, they all look fake. But so yeah, I think you're just sort of ensconced in this sort of environment where these things are just never brought up, and so you just assume it must be the case.
Yeah, you got it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, the people that are the most indoctrinated are the professors and the people who've looked into this so much. They've just been buying what is being told to them by authority, and so they're arguing from authority, and you can see it in the comment sections of everything I make. The argument is always from authority. When you argue from evidence, experience, and experiments, you're going to come to a flat, motionless Earth every single time.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a million comments down below. And, I have this one, there's a few people every now and then that say this. They say, you're hurting the liberty movement by talking about things like this, because a lot of people think this is crazy, including myself, they say. And, it's usually some little loser. And I've had this happen even just in the last few weeks. Just some loser who's never done anything. And he's like watching you because, he's never done anything. So he's got to watch everything you're doing. And they'll say, you can't talk about this stuff because you're hurting the liberty movement. It's like, fuck off. You're not doing anything for the liberty movement. I'm working like morning to night on it. I've probably brought in more people than most people into the liberty movement in the last few years. So yeah, go, take a walk, a bunch of losers. So we'll see that down in the comments down below. But let's talk to the people that are really into science, or as I'm starting to call it, scientism, after I got that word from Mark Passio. There's going to be a lot of people who are really into the science. And hey, don't get me wrong, I think it's possible that the science stuff is right. I don't know. I have to see with my own eyes more to see it. But they're going to say stuff like, what about when they, there's all these scientific sort of reasons why, that this can't be right. Maybe you can talk about a few of those sort of things that you can debunk a little bit from the flat Earth theory, how some of these, what the people are going to say about how science proves this is wrong. Like, for example, some experiments or something like that. I'm sure you know more about it than me.
Sure. Yeah, this is what I was trying to get out of you in the first place. So, so for instance, people will usually come at you with, well, what about circumnavigation? That's one you learn in school. We can circumnavigate the globe, so it must be a globe. You can go all the way around it. So if the Earth was flat, you couldn't go around a flat Earth. But the flat Earth model, what we're looking at here is, imagine a disk with Antarctica being an ice ring all around it, and the oceans being held in, and the North Pole at the middle. So with this model, circumnavigation just means east to west, like a compass point, set it in the middle. You can trace a circle. And Magellan's journey, for instance, basically was that, with a few inlets and outlets along the way. All he did was go around from east to west the flat Earth. This doesn't prove that you're on a globe or a flat Earth either way. It can go either way. So basically, the circumnavigation proof is not a proof at all. It could happen regardless of whether the Earth was flat or a ball. Another scientific proof that they'll come at you with is that ships, as they're disappearing on the horizon, as they get further and further away, the bottom, the hull, will start to disappear before the masthead. And so what's happening is it's slowly going over the curvature of the Earth. It's going over the ball. And this is, Aristotle used this. This has been a proof of the ball Earth for a long time. The ball Earth has been theorized back as far as Pythagoras 2,500 years ago, but it didn't really pick up steam until 500 years ago. But so anyway, yeah, this one is one they use a lot. But in actuality, if you use binoculars, a zoom camera, a telescope, after the ship has completely disappeared over the horizon, you can bring it completely back into view, proving that it hasn't descended over a wall of convex water, but in fact it's just gone beyond your perspective. The horizon line is not the curvature of the ball Earth as you're told. the horizon line is the vanishing line of perspective from your point of view. And that's why as you raise altitude or on a clearer day or with a zoom camera, you're able to see further and further along the horizon. It's not a fixed point as it would be on a ball, as they tell you. So again, this is another supposed scientific proof of the ball Earth, but when you do experiments yourself with a telescope, you can see that that's bunk, and in fact, you've proven the opposite.
And just, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be devil's advocating, watching this. So I'll do it for them because I've asked these questions as well. So my question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance, regardless of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And the lowest layer of the atmosphere is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance. And the reason people think this, again, is they think that when they point their telescopes up, that they're seeing starlight from trillions and trillions of miles away, because that's what they've been told by NASA. Now, in fact, you can measure with sextants and plane trigonometry how far away the sun, moon, and stars are, and they figure to be only a few thousand miles off the surface of the Earth. But they tell you that they're like the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years away. Their science fiction term they created to make it sound more plausible. And the reason they give these ridiculously long distances to the stars is because they have to for it to fit their model. Because day after day, year after year, the fixed stars stay fixed in their constellations as they revolve over and around us. But what they say is that the Earth is spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and the sun is spinning around the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is spinning around the known universe. And so you've got spinning upon spinning, and it's faster and faster, all these multiple spins happening. But if this is the case, you'd see movement in the stars. So the only way they can claim that you don't see movement is to use this ridiculously huge mathematics to make the math fit. So if you say the closest star is 25 trillion miles away, then you can still say that, oh, there's no parallax change between the fixed stars every year because they're just so far away. But no, you can't see that far through even the best telescope. And by the way, the Hubble telescope doesn't exist, and all the images supposedly coming from the Hubble telescope are wonderful CGI Photoshop. Look again.
Yeah, I was just looking that up yesterday. So, I'm just like looking at, okay, let's go look at what the Hubble telescope things are. I've never looked at them. I don't care that much. I'm busy doing my own thing. So I said, well, what's this Hubble taking anyway? So I went and looked at the images, and these images are, wow, these are amazing. Like, how are they getting such amazing images? Like, why don't they turn it back around on the Earth and get some really amazing images of the Earth? Like, they don't really have any images of the ball Earth that's ever been taken, right? Like, that was my question. And I actually had another one, too, was about Antarctica. This is a really interesting one, in my opinion, and I want to hear your answer. It appears like no one has ever crossed Antarctica from one side of the Earth to the other side of the Earth, even in a plane, which seems insane to me. And maybe you know of some evidence that they have, but I don't know of any. Or at least someone's claiming that they have. And so I was sort of chatting with a friend the other day, because I've been so interested in this. I've been looking it up. I said, well, if, we really just need to get a plane and fly it over Antarctica, like just to see what's going on. And my friend who doesn't know anything about your theories or anything, he said, oh, no, it's just way too cold. And I'm like, well, they fly over the North Pole pretty much all the time. And he said, no, it's just way too cold. It's too big, too, down there. And I said, well, in the 1960s, they had the technology to fly to the moon, which is way colder and way hotter, play some golf, drive around in a golf cart, and come back. Why can't we ever get a plane to fly over Antarctica? So I'll let you respond to that one.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what they say. They say that it's too cold, and that's why there aren't these flights. But there's flights from Australia to South America, for instance, that if the Antarctica is a little ice continent underneath the ball, as they tell us, then you should take the most direct flight. But they don't take the most direct flight in all these cases. They go around, the long way around, and the excuse they give is that it's too cold. And like you said, well, that doesn't make any sense because it's way colder and hotter out there on the moon and on the way to the moon that they supposedly went. So why is Antarctica giving them such a problem? And
they haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean yet. The more you think about it, it's like a lot of things don't make any sense. It's like, well, if they can do this, why can't they do that? And if they can do that so easily, why can't they just fly over the Antarctica? And then, of course, as you know, and you mentioned Antarctica is pretty much a no man's zone. It's a militarized zone. If you try to get in there, you'll probably be turned back. So they don't want you to know what's there, from what I can tell.
That's right, yeah. People like Jarl Anderhoy have been turned away when you try to just go there on your own without one of their pre-approved tour groups. They will turn you away at gunpoint, fine you, and put you in jail. They don't take kindly to that at all. And yeah, they don't want you to expose the hoax. There's a UN treaty that's been going on since the 50s there, so they don't let anyone in there other than their pre-approved guided tours that they take people to the fake South Pole. They've got a ceremonial South Pole there at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, and they take people there. It's a little barbershop red and white pole, and there's a ball earth on top of it. And they take photos there and tell people that they're at the South Pole. And it's interesting, though, you can hear on a BBC clip them talking about how, well, it's not actually the South Pole. The real South Pole is somewhere, several meters away. And so they tell us that this spinning ball Earth model is that the magnetism of the ball Earth happens from the molten metal core in the middle of the ball, and it causes the geomagnetic poles to constantly shift. So the north and south poles are constantly moving. So this is their perfect excuse that they can give for when people go to the South Pole and break out a compass and see that north isn't in every direction as they go around the pole. They can just say, oh, well, the pole's constantly moving, so there's no way that you can find it. And in the North Pole documentaries, they never break out a compass there either, nor do they give any star readings to prove that they actually are at the North Pole. So I'm quite skeptical of all the footage I've seen claiming to be at the North Pole or the South Pole. Whether they're actually there. They just show a Garmin, which is GPS, Global Positioning System, which is created by the U.S. military. And I'm not trusting the U.S. military just to show me 90 degrees north latitude on a Garmin, and I believe that they're where they say they are. So yeah, I have some serious questions about why people can't go to the North Pole or to Antarctica and independently explore it. Pilots are also not allowed to go over there independently. They have some polar routes, they're called, but they don't go directly over the North Pole, and nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around. You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Yeah, you'd think we'd have the technology for that, to just fly a plane from South America to, I guess, what's on the other side in their theory, Africa or something. I think we should push for this. Let's do like a crowdfund or something to try to do the first manned aircraft flight over Antarctica. We probably need about at least I don't know what we'd need because if your theory is right, they probably won't be coming back because they'd get so far that they wouldn't have any gas to get back. And I don't know what's out there, but probably not anywhere good to land.
Right.
And who knows, but or they get shot down. That's probably the other thing, especially as it got public. So If you're a really rich guy out there, if you're a billionaire and you want to do something super cool for humanity, and you're willing to die, try to fly over Antarctica and see what happens, and try to get us that information back somehow in real time using some sort of radio frequencies or something, so that we know what you see before you die, as you either get shot down or something else happens probably. Or if you get to the other side, great, then this theory's wrong and that's it. But this is what we have to do is question these things and look at real evidence. And like you pointed out, after everything I've seen, I don't listen to anything the government says. I don't believe anything the government says, and that's where I start. So you said, oh, the government says here's your Garmin with your GPS. It's like, well, who made up GPS? Oh, the U.S. military. Okay, I don't believe it. I believe those numbers are there, and I believe they actually work on where we live to get from place to place. But as far as it being a whole theory that makes sense, and I'm just going to take it from them, no.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to see some experiments done like that. If people could get a drone or a plane, either the North Pole or Antarctica, or take ships out there and try to walk it out. Somebody could fund Matt Boyland. He was trying to get an expedition to go from any entry point in Antarctica in a straight line and see whether he comes out the other side or what happens. What else could people do? I'm up for anything. I would love to see people who are, once you figure out this is definitely what's going on. As far as I'm concerned, we don't actually need to do this to figure out the Earth is not spinning and not a ball. That's been decided. But as far as what's beyond the Antarctic ice, that I don't know. Whether there's an edge, a barrier, a dome, or an infinite plane, and it just goes on forever. Who knows?
Yeah, we should point out that it is kind of dangerous to talk about these things. There was David Cameron, the prime sinister or the prime murderer of the UK, was at the One World Government headquarters, the UN, which actually uses the flat Earth as a flag. That's very interesting. And he said that the non-violent extremism is just as dangerous as terrorism and must be eradicated using all means at the government's disposal. He references 9/11 and 7/7 truthers as examples of the type of extremism that must be dealt in a similar fashion to ISIS. And of course, the U.S. government started, and the CIA is ISIS. So, but no, this is quite serious. What he's saying is that they should kill us if we question what they're saying. And so, for people out there, if you're wondering why you don't hear a lot of these other theories, or especially this theory, it's probably because people are too scared to say it. Like, if we're gone in the next few months and I die of a heart attack or something, and Eric, whatever, some strange car crashes unexpectedly, pretty much you can assume that we probably got taken out. But what we got to do is spread this information. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not 100% on the flat Earth. I'm going to need to see more evidence, but I think the evidence is incredibly compelling to the point where I will continue to look into it for sure. I think it is a point, though, as well, that David Cameron said that us people who are questioning what they're saying essentially is what he's saying, and actually rationally looking at the evidence. He's saying that we're as dangerous to them as terrorism. And that's actually right, because if enough people wake up and look at all the evidence and listen to their own senses and what they're seeing, and not to some professor on TV who's got all these charts and numbers that you don't understand and probably no one understands, and if anyone understands it, they probably don't even get that how it relates to anything. They're just like math freaks or something. This actually is dangerous to the government, and he's right. And so they're going to try to shut it down any way they can. So we have to just get this information out there. I'm not saying, again, that I'm a flat earther yet. Man, the more you look into it, I'm going to have to see some real solid evidence that I can see with my own eyes to prove one way or another at this point, I think.
Yeah, man. The second president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, Charles K. Johnson, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth materials, books, correspondence, his whole library, and he swore till his dying day that it was a NASA agent that did it, who also tried to kill him on more than one occasion. So there's definitely that aspect to it. They also have controlled opposition set up to defer people away from the legitimate flat Earth. So, for instance, the International Flat Earth Research Society I just mentioned was started in 1957, and in 1970 they started out the Flat Earth Society, of Canada, and then they took off the word Canada right away. And this one was a satirical society set up to control the opposition, to make it look ridiculous. And they did a wonderful job. Their president, Leo Ferrari, would go on television interviews claiming to be a flat earther, but then doing ridiculous things like taking on a big rock and saying, I was just at the edge of the earth and I almost fell off. I lost all my shipmates, but I held on to this rock and I saved me. And so I just brought this here from the edge of the flat earth to show you. And he'd say things like this. And nowadays, the Flat Earth Society promotes false flat Earth arguments, such as the flat Earth disk constantly rising to account for gravity. They say instead of the force of gravity pulling us down, the flat Earth disk constantly rises up. And they claim that this is what flat Earthers believe. But as I said earlier, we don't take gravity as being real in the first place. We just take experience and experiments, the zetetic method as it's called, just common sense. You don't need to, Occam's razor, you don't need to make unnecessary assumptions and call something gravity when it's completely explained with the already existing laws of density and buoyancy. So that's characteristic of their pseudoscience that's nowadays taught as science. And when somebody presents you with ideas of a flat Earth or a geocentric system, that's thought of as ancient pseudoscience that our ignorant ancestors believed, when in fact the experiments, experience, evidence, common sense is actually on that side. And we've been fed a bill of lies, pseudoscience, for so long that we believe it to be science.
Yeah, they always try to flip everything like to be the opposite of what it really is. And when I say they, I don't know exactly totally everything about all this stuff, but it appears to be Freemasonry seems to be a big one involved in what they call the occult, hiding the knowledge. Occult just means hidden. And for whatever reason, over the last few hundred years, it looks like they have just decided they don't want people to know what life is. They want to totally try to confuse them in every single way, including the money system. If you're in the U.S. and you pull out a $1 bill, just look at the back of the $1 bill. That's the Masonry symbol, the all-seeing eye pyramid. So you have an occult symbol in your pocket. So this is not crazy theories. This is what's going on. I've heard that what they're trying to do is trying to get humanity away from God, whatever God is, spirit, gods, from themselves, from understanding truth, from being human, basically. And I don't know why they're doing that, and I don't know if it's satanic, or I don't know if they're just screwed up psychopaths. I don't know, and maybe you do know. And if you feel you have some evidence on that, let me know. But isn't that right that it's basically been sort of from Freemasonry, they've been trying to hide this knowledge for a long time, and if it is true, do you know why they're trying to do it?
Yeah, like you said on the dollar bill, the mono eye. That's the one eye of Freemasonry, of the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. So money is definitely part of the scheme. As you mentioned, the UN. Their symbol, their logo, their flag is a flat earth. And it's divided like a target, like a bullseye. It's divided into 33 sections. And, there's 33 degrees of Freemasonry. The first 3 degrees are called the blue degrees. The flag also happens to be blue. So, you've got that encoded there. And then the people who originally brought us the spinning ball Earth from all the way back to Pythagoras and Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Kepler, these people are all Freemasons as well. I showed in my Freemasons Exposed book, there's pictures, paintings of them doing Freemasonic hand signs, standing with Freemasonic objects and everything. And of course, nowadays, the NASA astronauts are unabashed Masons. You can just look online and find that literally every astronaut that claims to have walked on the moon, and every astronaut that even claims to have been in Earth orbit, is a Mason, or their father was a Mason, and it's openly admitted. So this deception has been orchestrated by and acted out by these actor-nauts, or astronauts, depending on how you look at it. They're Freemasons, on the mathematical, astronomical side, as well as the exploratory astronaut side, the whole thing. Even the Hollywood side, Hollywood is run by Freemasonry as well. So the special effects, everything they're using, right from their gravity, think of the G in the compass and the square, another possible meaning for that G. You've got God, geometry, gnosis, and perhaps gravity, their biggest deception. And you can see even Masons today, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan, they're always given their little Masonic hand signs and whatnot. So it's definitely part of the big boys club that's given us every other deception, and it's worth looking into based on that alone. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to find that, like you were saying, the reason they've done this is to position themselves as the authority. Once they tell you that because of their special telescopes and their special rockets and all these technologies that they have that you don't, that are able to see out into the cosmos and determine all of these things, that they are the authority, and so you have to go to them, you have to watch their documentaries, you have to go to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you got to prostrate yourself at his feet and ask, "Oh, mighty NDT, tell me please, what is the universe like?" And you give up your own common sense and your own experience to him, and he tells you that you're on a spinning ball, and he tells you all the, he weaves quite a nice story, and he does a lot of nice little NLP stuff. I don't know how he does it. Well, you got the Mason hand signs going, you got the little NLP, you got the flat earthers over here, and the ball earthers over here, So they've got all their little magician tricks that they're using, from CGI to zero-G planes to underwater pools, to make you think that they're floating in outer space. But in reality, what goes up must come down. There is no point where you can just go up in a rocket and suddenly pop out into the nothingness of infinite space, they call it, which is a paradox if I've ever heard one. How can there be a vacuum in infinite space when it's adjacent to an atmosphere and not separated in any way? You can't have a vacuum. And how does gravity pull you back to the Earth but then get less and less to the point that you float? How does that happen? And they say that the atmosphere is spinning because the gravity is sticking it to it. So if you figure that, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but then as you go up higher and higher, the atmosphere must be spinning even faster because it's further away from the point of the center of rotation. So as you're going up in your rocket, you're going through layer after layer of constantly faster and faster spinning atmosphere hitting your rocket until finally you pop out into non-spinning vacuum of infinite space, says NASA. Interesting that we all buy this and just accept this, even though it's physically and philosophically impossible. We just watch a little CGI image and a little camera trickery. You splice a rocket launch together with something else, and then you think that they're in outer space. But again, if you use your eyes and you watch those rockets, you'll see that they don't go straight up. Every single rocket forms a parabolic curve, just like every amateur rocket, just like any projectile that you would send up. It couldn't just go straight up and keep on going until you go into outer space. It comes right back down. So, but what does NASA tell you when you ask them the question, well, why is there a parabola formed by all of your rockets? Well, that's because it's going to spin around the ball Earth before it reaches escape velocity, and then it will go out into outer space from there. Right. I've seen a documentary full of nothing but NASA rocket launch failures, and if you just watch that, I don't think you'll be able to believe that they've put a man on the moon or even put a rocket out as far into outer space as these supposed ISS images are coming from. It's absolutely ridiculous. The technology we have is nothing like the science fiction that we've been shown.
Yeah, it's amazing. So much deception. I was talking, we could talk forever about this. I don't want to keep you too long. And if people really like this, we can have Eric back on another time to do it and maybe answer your questions or whatever. And if you don't like it, then that's the last time he's on because I need ratings. So, I'm just joking. So I was chatting with a friend who again was because he's a very science guy, which is fine, whatever, whatever. And he said, we started talking about the space station. And I said, why do they even have the space station? Why don't they just put it on the moon? And he was like, well, no, they want to have it there because they want to study orbits or whatever. And I said, okay. And I said, well, why don't they just put one on the moon? It was so easy like 45 years ago just to fly up, drive around a go-kart, play golf, take some really awesome, amazing pictures and then just, hop into like this little tinfoil thing and then float in outer space and then come back and then it was really easy back then. I don't know what's changed since then, but why don't they put like something on the moon, like, because now I'm hearing they're starting to talk about Mars, and they're like, we want to do put humans on Mars and start a colony. It's like, why don't you do it on the moon? It's so much closer, according to what you guys say. It's like, and it'd be so much easier. And if it's so easy to get to the moon, the guys on the space station should, just every weekend go to the moon. Why not? They're already out there. It's just like, bloop, hop in that little tinfoil thing and just, land down, no problem, go, drive around a bit, have some fun, then come back. It'd be like a nice little weekend getaway, because the hard part's really, according to them, getting outside of the atmosphere, right? So once they're out there, just take off to the moon for the weekend, but they never do. No one's ever going there. I don't know why. It's strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, why haven't they been back there in 45 years? And if you look at the moon on a clear night during a waxing or waning cycle, you can see through it. Especially if you look during the afternoon, you'll notice that the supposed craters on the moon, you can see the blue sky right through those craters. Just look up, type in moon afternoon or something in Google and take a look. Or when you can see the moon sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, when it's still, the sky is still blue, the sun's still out a little bit, but you still got the moon there, you'll notice that what is called craters is clearly not craters. And the supposed solid globe-shaped moon that they've presented us with cannot be the case, because you're seeing right through it. And even astronomers from the Royal Astronomical Association from hundreds of years ago have have written periodically having seen stars and planets through the moon. So like the popular Islamic flag and the symbol you see on mosques, for instance, with a crescent moon and a star occulting it, that actually happens. You can see that happen. So the moon, it appears, is its own unique light. It's semi-transparent and self-luminescent, whereas they tell us it's a spherical terra firma body that reflects sunlight. But you can prove that this is not the case, and that the sun and the moon are actually the same size as they appear. That's another thing. We were talking about things that you can see with your eyes, but then are told to be different by so-called science. They tell us the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon. And from our faulty parallax perspective, we just see them appearing as exactly the same size. But no, one's really big and really far away. But if you're just using your own eyes, you would see that they are the same size. And the horizon is flat, and the Earth isn't moving, and everything in the heavens does revolve around us. Like you said, why haven't they been to the moon? Because you can't go to the moon. The moon is just a light. It's not a spherical, terra firma, Earth-like body that you can land masons on.
Yeah, we should keep this a little shorter, because I think if anyone's watched this far, they already know most of this stuff. And if they haven't watched this far, then they've already given up because they're like, oh, these guys are crazy, so there's no point even talking any further. So, but there's probably some people who are like, whoa, and watching and watching and watching. So why don't you let us know where people can get more information on this sort of stuff? That's one thing I noticed. It seems to be all over the place. Maybe you, since you've already written what I consider the only book I know of that looks like it makes a lot of sense, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, maybe you can sort of figure out a way that people can, or maybe you already have it, some sort of place where people can put evidence that proves flat earth theory that can be all collected, actual evidence using video cameras and showing, whatever. It obviously could be fake, but some sort of repository for this information that you can build off. But anyway, let people know where they should go if they want more information on the flat earth and about your books and everything else.
Yeah, I actually just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society that I was talking about earlier that ended after he died and his materials were all burnt down. So I started it up again as a forum, and I've put on all the materials that I have on there, and everybody on there is collecting their own experiments and evidence as well. So I definitely recommend going over there if you're interested in learning more about the flat Earth. It's ifers.boards.net, which is ifers.boards.net. My website is atlanteanconspiracy.com. I have a flat Earth section on there. You can see a bunch of research I've compiled there. And my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, you can get from the website as well. I have a documentary called The Flat Earth Conspiracy you can see on YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, Eric Dubé, and actually I have a lot of documentaries on the Flat Earth and other related subjects. That's a good place to go if you're wanting to look into some more of this information. Check out Eric Dubé, ERICDUBAY, on YouTube.
That's great. And I have to say, after talking to you in person, I'm even getting closer to pretty much being a flat Earth person. I think I'm going to hold that still because I haven't done enough research on my own to be totally comfortable. But just the way you are and the way you talk and how you're on the same wavelength as me on 9/11 and all these things says to me that either we're both crazy, which a lot of people are going to say, or I should listen to you because you're on the similar track to me, so you can bring me a lot more information which I can decipher and figure out for my own self, make my own decision on what I think is correct. But fascinating stuff. I'm really glad to have had you on. I think we're probably going to end up having you on again if you're open to it because, already we're up to an hour here, and we want to make this quite a good video as well, so we're going to put in some graphics and stuff. So this could be quite a bit of work for a lot of people involved here to kind of show you what Eric's talking about. So let's keep this one to about an hour now. And like I said, if you like this, if you're interested, you want more, please comment anywhere you see this on Facebook or on YouTube and just say, yeah, I want to hear more about this. And if not, no big deal. It was just information. We're just trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And there's a lot more unreal out there than we appear to know. So we're just digging into all that kind of stuff, and now we're the terrorists. So welcome to 1984. And so, if you like this information, share, like, subscribe to this channel. Download this. This may get taken off YouTube, and that should be a sort of a little bit of hint. YouTube owned by Google, I believe, with the slogan, "Don't be evil." I think it's should be don't expose evil is really what it is. And so, yeah, like, download this, put it on something that can't be destroyed by an electromagnetic pulse, which they could totally do at any time. All this kind of stuff. They want to hang on to their control of this reality grid. And the more that we can just get information out there, the better. So please like, subscribe, share, and download this video and keep it and re-upload it. I don't care. Re-upload it anywhere on any video channel because they will probably be starting to ban a lot of these pretty soon if people start talking about it. And so that's it for Anarchast, your home for anarchy on the internet. Peace, love, and anarchy.
Yo, I smoked pot once and it made me loaded, and I smoked pot twice and it gave me COVID, and I hotboxed the house and my brain reloaded. Yo, shot goes out to plain decoded. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids all across the land. This is the thought today. Stephen Colbert, Hawking Band. Me and Stephen, believe me, we got this man. I've never seen Shiver, and he's not gonna stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment in space-time that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to introduce a special guest we have here this evening. Joining us tonight, playing on the straw flute and the grand piano. Please stand up and put your hands together if they still work. Without further ado, for flat today, Stephen and the Kermit Hawking Band. It's light and let it go free, and I can't be quiet. You already know me, but to survive hate, I gotta be low key. Still let it shine. Just keep the low beats on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a bar with no drinks. We do an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. Saturday saints walking barefoot while you stay masking your face till eventually all your masks breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes, the astronauts make you couldn't stomach the fact that NASA's fake. Critics say my rap sucks like the vacuum of space. Adjacent to Amy's gas, pressure debates. And if the jab was medicine, you was pressure to take. The these scabs are shedding wherever they lay, like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. These mass talks get so exasperated, follow me around Target, asking, hey, did I want to put a mask on, cause that's what they did. So if all your friends got vaccinated, like 100%, yeah, I'd gladly take it. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, handsome maybe, you loving the piss, that today becomes somehow decaffeinated. Club the astronauts, having the spaceship ready to drink by tomorrow. How amazing! By now I'm wowing the crowd and the ladies all get aroused. When I talk about space, pennies falling on the ground when I'm on a debate, till eventually they want to slap me in the face. Liberation warp speed, I don't need any brakes. Until the wheels fall off, I don't feel any shakes. This airplane spray is peeling the paint. Everything you were taught not's real is fake. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation. Let's hear it again for Flatty Day Saint. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. Big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time they get paid to be. If you need medicine just to live, then you're living on the medicine they love to give. Your freedom is something that they love to strip. Try breathing through a mask when it's 110 degrees outside. Is a shoveling shit? Well, that's astronauts. A smuggling kids. No wonder why Greg says I'm a son of a bitch, cause I never forget about these events. If you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. Get hungry enough and you'll be jumping ship. Justify it by saying, no, it's just a chip. Only thing I don't trust is the government. Doctor's office is ground zero for a kid. No wonder why Craig says I'm a piece of shit, cause I never forget to speak at these events. And if you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. I get awfully nauseous when I'm near a syringe. I'm a Baraka, and I'm nearly unhinged. These buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, can I have another round of applause for the Flatty Stephen COVID Hawking Man? Everybody, please stand. Everybody except Stephen. He may stay seated. I hope that doesn't get deleted. Play this song or repeat it. Yo, Steve Grant, let's do that. Diet Woke too. I'm the man for the job, homie. I'm the man, homie. Flatty Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. This has been the Flatty Day Saints show. Yes, it has.
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten double think?
And they spin faster and faster and faster and faster, and they spin faster and faster, and they spin faster and faster. It's kind of amazing that any person can keep their balance when they do that.
Some flat earthers will also define science in such a way to include only experimental science, not observational sciences like astronomy, marine biology, or paleontology. I want you to notice something about the form of these arguments. You'll see that they generally say something like this.
A sea and an ocean, right? Everywhere you go, we see and observe flat level water. If 70% of the surface of the earth is flat, it cannot be a ball, right?
Flat earthers mean the surfaces of oceans follow a perfectly straight line. That's just the common sense idea of flat and level. We mean flat as in flat means smoothly curving around the globe. We're using a slightly different definition. But that's because a curved surface can look perfectly flat. So, do you think a tiny ant standing on the hour hand of a clock would notice it moving? But that's because we're using a slightly different definition, or you have the science wrong. Another kind of argument is to say something like, all oceans are flat, or water always seeks its level. I like to use this analogy. Flat earthers are correct, but remember, we humans cannot sense speed. Finally, what about air pressure? Again, flat earthers are correct about pressure requiring a container, but only on small scales. Next, flat earthers say we don't feel rotation, and they are correct. But that's because globers are saying that we're using a slightly different definition. Flat as in flat earthers are correct. You can verify this by measuring pressure gradients. Globers are saying that a container is not the necessary antecedent for pressure. But that's because on large scales, anyway, but I'll start with just these three are even less of a factor. Remember, we're talking about very slight differences here. If light bends over a curve even just 0.001 degrees per mile, in the black swan argument, flat earthers are saying that since light doesn't bend enough, it's impossible on a globe. But if light bends even just that 0.01 degrees per mile, that would explain the picture. And anyway, it seems to me that flat earthers would need light to be bending to explain sunsets over the ocean. Furthermore, the Earth is rotating so slowly, at a rate of 0.000666 RPM. Do you think a tiny ant can only feel acceleration and rotation? And the other rotations around the sun and furthermore, around the galactic core at twice the rate compared to the daily rotation of the Earth. The weight of the tiny ant causes atmospheric pressure with no container required. You can verify this by measuring pressure gradients. I like to use this analogy. How do you make tiny ants into grape juice? Well, you have to squeeze them. You put the tiny ants into a container and squeeze. So you may think that a container is necessary for making tiny ant juice. That's usually true. But there is another way. You could make a big pile of tiny ants on the ground, and as the pile grows bigger and bigger, eventually it will weigh so much that the tiny ants on the bottom will be squeezed, and you'll get tiny ant juice without using a grape juice container. It's somewhat similar with atmosphere. The weight of the air causes higher pressure at the bottom. Gas does not expand in all directions exactly equally. There's a slight bias in the downward direction due to the weight of the tiny ant, and that's enough to create atmospheric pressure without a container. Calling atmospheric pressure a violation of the second law of tiny ant dynamics is just a misunderstanding of that law. If the Earth really were a globe, this is what should happen, and it doesn't. So most of their evidence is negative evidence. Here are a couple of examples about how water should flow on the globe, or how day and night should work, or how clouds should work in the atmosphere. The scientific response is generally, no, that's not what should happen. You're either misunderstanding tiny ant. It turns out that both sides agree with those statements, but mean different things by them because they have different definitions of the word flat and the word level. Globers say that the word flat and level technically means something more nuanced. like following gravitationally equipotential lines, which curve slightly, so a flat ocean or a level plane actually curves slightly with the shape of the Earth. In other words, when we say flat, we don't mean that it follows a perfectly straight line. We're using a slightly different definition. On small scales, you don't really need to distinguish between the definitions. It only makes a difference when you're talking about large objects, maybe bigger than a couple hundred meters. So when a flat earther says, how can the Earth be a globe if 70% of the Earth is water and water is flat? I would say, I agree, it can't, using your definition of flat being a perfectly straight line. But that's not what we're saying when we say the globe is 70% flat water. We mean flat as in flat means smoothly curving around the globe. Now, you can't prove things with definitions like this one way or the other, but it's helpful to be clear about what definition you're using when you're using words like flat or level. Another word flat earthers sometimes use differently is the word believe. If you ask them, do you believe the Earth is flat? Many of them will say, no, I don't believe, I know.
We don't need to believe things. This is not a religion. As soon as you say belief, that is an immediate connotation to religion. There is no belief here. Gravity does not exist. Period.
There's a bigger cult called scientism. They say scientists believe, because you might as well be saying the pastor believes or the Pope believes. And then you must believe, because belief is usually tied to a religion or some kind of cult-like dogmatic thinking.
As if the word believe implies some kind of misplaced faith in something with no evidence. That can happen. However, most philosophers would say that if you know something, you also believe it. To believe something just means that you think it's true. So I find their use of that word just bizarre. Bizarre.
That's all, folks.
I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon. On 7-7 drills were underway. At each of the locations, the bombs went off that day. A man called Peter Power announced with some dismay. On 7-7 drills were underway. I feel a sense of positivity, a different way to view reality. The truth is that it starts with you and me. And we can make it happen if we come together. On 9/11 drills were underway that mirrored what unfolded in the skies that very day. They blamed it on Bin Laden, who was nearly in his grave. On 9/11 drills were underway. The time has come for us to make a choice. It started with a solitary voice, but now it's a cacophony of noise, and growing by the day, because it's now or never. I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon.
when I was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food. I mean, I don't get no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. I see you over there staring at me like Karen B. Why don't you come on over here before I get up and flat smack you? The very first time I saw you was snowing, standing in line to get tested for COVID. Before you know it, Jackie May started to grow on me. Ever expanding, yo, the more she would blow on me. Gave her HIV and she gave her COVID to me. Took away my breath, now I won't even breathe. Swear I'll never ever look at another girl again, unless the girl happens to be a girlfriend. Caught in the whirlwind of cartoon violence, like my boy Soul 7, yo, I'm hard to silence. But her scarlet eyelids melt my heart away. Now it's hard to say how long we've been together. When's our anniversary? Yo, I don't know, whenever. She happens to be clever and start reminding me. Put my blinders on or she'll be blinding me. All the times that we crazy ass fights, I beat Flat Nasty's ass. Yeah, you may be right. I get no respect, and all the ladies be like, they call me Flat E, mother loving Dangerfield. You can track me, but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby, I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stained the steel. I'm losing my mind like an acidator. Ask James from modern day, I'm a masturbator, and I'm a crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris, and I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole on the Baby Truth show with a Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole? I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassed. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. Have you heard the way he raps? Yeah, it's strange for real. Pittsburgh stole my mind to use my brain for steel. Call it Coriolis going down the drain for real. All the pain I feel inside of my noggin, Lithuanian baby, and it made me froggy. They say I'm crazy as piss. The astronauts drink, I'm attacking my shrink wrapped in foil psychology. Jackie May never knows she owes me an apology. I pour my soul into this song, baby, it's all of me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. This ain't no Halo, I don't play no games for real. I hope none of our blood done stained the steel. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. Really, really real. It's really, really for real. Super real. I'm out. Super duper real. I'm out. Don't forget to ride. Have a safe flight.
I tell you, Johnny, I told you, it's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs, I'll tell you that.
Yo, this song is for all the flat earthers out there that got a loved one that no matter how hard you try to show them the truth, they just want to keep butting heads with you. Let me bridge the gap. They call me Flat Today Saints when I'm out flat smacking, but my girlfriend, she just calls me Flat Nasty. Been doing this for the last 3 or is it 4, maybe even 5 years, don't remember anymore. November I was born on the 333 day of the year, I guess that makes me a double down target for the Illuminati. DAs telling judges that Drew is naughty. Who am I, see? To tell you the opposite, been repping this flat earth and no one is stopping it. So until the day they lay me down in my coffin, it's cartoon ball, horizon means horizontal. It's another top notch flat earth rapper. I'm just scratching the surface of this working ladder.
Globe earth rappers are superfluous chatter.
Like COVID is when it's smurfing the cattle. Every line I write are words from a battle. You don't wanna battle me, even on Halloween. Drinking gallons of gasoline, cleaned in Valvoline. Getting crazy, it's amazing when I'm blazing the Cali green. Getting chill bumps when you listen to me.
hair raising, I'm so brazen the way that I sing. I'm reminiscing on a lot of things that I'm missing. Seems like all my friends got that Moderna incision. You can miss me with all that bullshit that you're sipping, like COVID-19 coffee that astronauts pissing. Every time you see a shooting star in your wishing, it's just another fallen angel, but you wouldn't listen. You can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. My mind is free, but my body's in hell. In the back of a cop car, headed for jail. All I got are the thoughts in my medicine well. I'm ready for El Chupacabra, spaghetti in jail. Yo, the food is caca. All I got are meatballs in my palabra. This time is nada gonna do me. I'ma do this time I gotta do, then I'ma go free. Now I'ma go speak to them lonely convicts. Let them know Earth is flat and the globe is nonsense. Unfold your conscience, hear the powerful truth. If I'm wrong, show me right here and now the proof. What was bound was loose, like the sound of hoops, like 1,000 troops chanting Babylonian wizard, doing jujitsu, dismantling all of them. Parables, paralyzed, parasitic disguise. Getting that jab just to fly the friendly skies, terrorizing these variables, the pleasure is mine. Like a stitch in the fabric used for measuring time. Just another brick in the wall we never could climb, and we never could find our way back home. If outer space was real and there isn't a dome. Freemasonic astronauts sipping the chrome, getting a phone. Nathan told me to create a YouTube channel. This is Flatter-day Saints. I give you a flat salute and a flatter-day thanks for putting me up on modern day debate. Went in with a full clip and shot up the place. When I talk about space, I'm being sarcastic. Invisible viruses, they keep trying to mask it. It's getting harder to laugh at. Smarter every day. Turn on the gas and become martyr-day saints. Can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. You can't have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. Use your own reasoning. I don't even need to give you any reason that it's fake. Hush, little Helios, don't you cry just because Stephen Hawking lied. He was in a wheelchair, so do you really care? Do you really care that he died? And if that line ain't straight and sea level is curved, I'ma go the Moderna way. I'ma get that vaccination with no hesitation. Let's all get the J&J. Feisty, I know I told you I'd never leave you, but guess what? Daddy's back and you ain't going nowhere. This song's for Pinky, Dozer, and Whiny too. I love you, little dogs. Peace.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
Conspiracy theorists claim that events like terror attacks and school shootings didn't happen, that the crime scenes are fake, and all those people you see crying on television are crisis actors.
If you could influence kids with the lyrics you spit, would you lead them all astray or just steer them adrift? Wear a mask everywhere, you appear to be sick. Living in fear, 6 feet says, here's you'll get. If you like what you hear, screen mirror the shit. This is the new 9/11 of Here I'm a Biff. There's no such thing as a terrorist. The real terrorists are the American military. Harry Potter, where you been? This is the Truman Jim Carrey show that you win. A whole slew of proof from the Hoover Dam break-in. Road crews digging tunnels that you can't explain. Faster than a speeding locomotive and a train. Watch out for words like inclusive and sustain. Ability is killing me, you don't comprehend. Straight out of Compton, yo, I'm off the hinges. Intended this shit's not meant for me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're the indentured sevens of this century. Can I get a witness to witness these nitwits getting into wits? It's business, jeez. Every time he takes a shit, hiccups and sneezes. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show you such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. My rap's like the second law of thermodynamics, further advancing to murder tactics. I smoke herb till it's gone, then I'm burning the ashes. You voted for Bernie? Haha, you conservative bastards. I'm observing these act as affirmative action. I deserve nothing but a few words in the caption. I'm the referee, coach, and the verbal captain. Even my girl knows, yo, my whole world is rapping. Take away from me that, and my world collapses. Like a NASA fan finding out his world is flat. And like the first, second tower, and the third collapse. And birds and catfish on my bed, about to burst this mattress. Thirst with anticipation like ejaculation. Exposing master plans of these master masons. Another flat today, saints from around the way. You ain't nothing but a hound dog on Groundhog Day. More often than not, yo, I'm off the chain. Getting off on the thoughts that cause a lot to pain. Start seeing through all these artificial strains. It's hard to fake what's been made already plain. Yo, there's no such thing as a terrorist. They only show such things just to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. Yo, I hit my photo with notes and rhymes I spit. So if you wish at this time to resign or quit, I'm going with you every time. You know what time it is. Overdosing on the hoaxes and psyopsis. Blinded by the light shining from your diamonds, kid. I've been waiting all my life for a time like this. Holy moly, what a roller coaster life I live. No motion sickness in the ocean, yo, I dive right in. Motion picture industry likes to slice your skin. Hocus pocus, focusing on the life they spend. I can't believe you still believe in these staged events. But if it don't make dollars, then it don't make sense. And if it don't make Donalds, then it don't make pence. Get it? Donald Trump, Mike Pence. There's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, that where you live is not pear-shaped, but you swear it is. You think it's pear-shaped, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. When they show you such things, it's to scare your kids. Just know one thing, where you live is not pear-shaped, but you know it is pear-shaped. You swear it is, but there's no such thing as a terrorist. Terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. There's no such thing as a terrorist. But you swear there is no such thing as a terrorist. But there's not. Nope, sorry. To burst your bubble. I'm out.
Oh, Allison's death was a fake. It was a hoax. This guy's a crisis actor. I was stunned. It pisses me off.
Who's this?
Drew's this.
Jason, what curve?
Level means curve.
Curve means level?
Right? That's what I've been saying since day one. Actually, since day 33, I've been saying that. because the devil, he's clever with words. He's clever with words. But level, it never means curve. It never means curve. Girl, your gluteus maximus, I cannot trust. The shit can't be adjusted.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Jason.
Jason. I've been waiting for a Jason like you to come adjacent to my life. Oh, oh.
Yeah, you alright, guys?
How you doing, Jason?
Yeah, I'm alright, thanks. I don't really come in here very often anymore, but I just thought you lot were all on there, so I thought I'd come and say hello. What's happening in the flat earth world then?
You know, just trying to flatten the curb. Eight inches per mile at a time. You know what I mean?
Bringing it to the next level.
Right? The next level. Speak of the devil.
I know NASA's really kind of nothing to do with the flatness of it all, but I saw some excellent old footage yesterday of NASA. Some of that footage is ridiculous, man.
Right?
It's like, you know, like when I first saw it when I was a kid, I fell for it. Then when I realised it was all fake, I kind of looked at it and thought, man, that's fake. And then when you go back and take a closer look, you just think, how the fucking hell did we fall for that? Especially
Right.
the high def pictures they released of the LEM, you know, for the moon landings. That is just fucking ridiculous, man. Completely.
Yeah, what, like when they're inside the NASA like control room and they're pushing actual buttons and you see like numbers rolling and it's all analog.
That is how they did it, though. Apparently, wasn't it? You know, like the computers weren't even in the space vessel, really, were they? Or the alleged space vessel. They were.
Yeah.
They were on the ground, weren't they? Doing the math for the basically math you could have done with a fucking slide rule, really, but just faster. You know.
It only had 33 seconds of latency. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I could tell you something now, right? Which at the time, if I was around, I probably wouldn't have realised because I wouldn't have been an expert in these matters. But I was told that after 9/11, if you just spoke to anybody who knew about demolition, you know, an expert wise, they'd have told you that that was a controlled explosion, blah, 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 because of these reasons, right? I was also told by somebody else that at the time of the moon landings, if you just spoke to any battery technician at the time, if there was such a thing, right? They'd have told you no way. There was no way they took the power with them to beam fucking live television signals all the way back through 250,000 miles of space to Earth.
I know, dude.
Do you know what I mean?
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Just impossible, right? Right from the word go, regardless of anything else that we discuss, they just couldn't have taken the fucking power cells they needed. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Dude, you know it's funny that you mentioned the 9/11 thing because my uncle is actually one of the head what do you call it? Like he does like the drafting and like the makeup of buildings, and he's the head of the architect department at UC Berkeley, right? And so I talked to him after, you know, a couple of years after 9/11, and I was like, what's your opinion on this? Because you know how to make blueprints of buildings, you understand how they work. And I don't know if it was cog dis or he's just not allowed to talk about it, but he was just like, no, like he was trying to explain to me how it's feasible because of what the NCIS report said. So I don't know if he was just lying to me, but he's not. I don't know. I've always thought of him as just a quiet person. He doesn't have many friends, just my aunt. He's always with her. But he looked at me dead in the eyes and he told me that's like he really legit believed the NCIS. So unless he was just straight lying to me because he had to, or because it's cog dis, I don't know.
For you, man. But you might not
Yeah.
like the answer, right? Answer that question
Yeah.
in a heartbeat, right? And it's simply this. The World Trade Center, right? One of them was hollow. Didn't have any floors in it. Right?
Yeah.
And that might sound extreme to you, but it was hollow for all intensive purposes. And I bet you're going to think, yeah, it's the other one, but it weren't. It was the one with the restaurant in it, right?
Uh-huh.
It was a really well devised. It did have a few flaws, but you got to remember the size of the World Trade Center, man. The other one did have flaws in it, apparently, properly. But there are photos showing the other one with no flaws in it. It had special elevators that just took you to that top section, right?
Yeah.
What they were actually doing there is just anybody's guess. I've heard people say.
Right.
I've heard people
Yeah.
say it's a electroconductive ether generator. To take energy from the ether. Because as you know, you need to, if you're going to extract ether energy, you need to build these buildings high, which it
Yeah.
was, which would explain why it was hollow, because it was basically two electrodes, like, the ground and
Yeah.
collecting one, you know. I'm not saying I believe this, by the way, I'm just like kind of saying it. But I do think that it was hollow, though, because I spoke to somebody years ago who told me that it didn't have all the flaws in it, and that it was way before I discovered flat Earth as well. And he said to me, I'll never forget what he said, because he said when you go onto the top bit where there's a dance floor up there as well, apparently. And he said when you go onto the dance floor bit, he said it's spongy, like not spongy, sorry, like it kind of goes up and down. Like he said, it's quite a weird feeling. So
Weird.
I can only tell you what I was told.
Did you hear about how the I think it was floor 96 and 97 or something like that, that it had been just like how the Pentagon, the part that the quote unquote plane hit, was being renovated, right? For they were renovating the place. Well, the same with those 2 or 3 floors on one of the trade towers, and what they were doing is they had let this colony of artists, and they were like called bohemians or whatever. These artists who did like performing arts and paintings and stuff, they let them live there rent free and have their, not live, but they let them have their art studio on both of these floors for like 2 years prior to the 9/11 thing. And they used to make weird art exhibits. Like there's even pictures showing them where they used to like make certain windows of these floors light up and one stay dark so it could spell out words. And I guess the week before it happened, they had spelled out at night "park here" on the upper floors. And then one of the people who was the artist decided on September 10th to spend the night there, and she had never done that before, supposedly. Well, and allegedly she died there. But one of the last art exhibit she did was a little bronze statue of a little like soldier boy dressed in like soldier uniform with about 7 or 8 old airplanes crashing into his body.
Flat guy, listen, I like your breadth of knowledge. Good. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about as well, man. It's like all of this, man. If you want my honest opinion, it's all fucking psyop. It's all cover up, right?
Yeah.
Because like the whole thing, you can't take any of the network footage, for example, to use as anything, because it's fucking network footage, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
I don't have to spell it out to you, do I?
Yeah. No.
So, and you're left with very little else to deal with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And in regard to like 9/11, man, they went to town on the confusion overboard there, man. I don't think you're ever going to get to the bottom of what really happened there. But if you want to think about it logically, right? These students who you're going on about, for a start, I heard they were Israelis or something. It might have been. I can't quite remember if that was a fact, but it could have been something like that. They made a point of saying they were Israelis and all this. And let's face it, we all know who blew up those buildings, so we're not kind of, we're not arguing about that, are we?
Yeah, no.
Jeez, something in my throat there. But as for the whole how they did it, what they did. It's quite simple what they did, right? They rigged the building with explosives and blew it up right in front of everybody's eyes. And then the media went to town on it. You know, they wagged the dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you seen Wag the Dog, by the way?
Yeah.
All right, man. Anybody who's into conspiracy needs to fucking watch Wag the Dog, because I only came across that film recently. And
Yeah.
I couldn't get my hat on how blatant it is and how easily they just pull strings that just come out to us as like the news, and then people start believing it. Bizarre.
Yeah, no. It's crazy. And then they coin terms, key terms like fake news. And so, you know what I mean? They coin terms like that to prepare you. So when you hear about it, you'll just be like, oh, that's crazy. And you'll just brush it off.
Yeah, man. You gotta. It's not just the art of reading between the lines. It's the art of just seeing what's right in front of your fucking face, man, and just acknowledging
I
it.
know.
The thing where Trump kind of tried to, and I don't talk politics really. This isn't a politics talk. It's more just something Trump did, right? Trump, like, he kind of tried to take credit for that fake news, didn't
he? Yeah.
The whole kind of, you know, it was like he was the man who discovered there was fake news, and it's like, for fuck's sake, man, fucking do one. You are fake news, walking around here talking about fake news like you just, you know. It's like I could swear more. I know I'm on live stream, so I won't.
Yeah, everybody says like that Trump and the Republicans are like against the, you know what, and you know, I think they're both, you know, hands from the same body, obviously, but like he's the one that signed Operation Warp Speed.
There's absolutely no point arguing or talking about any of this bullshit when it comes down to these political nonsense, because it just doesn't exist. At the end of the day, the people who are in charge are still in charge, and they've been in charge for a very, very long time, and nothing will change, right? Because they've got it under wraps. They've got it under wraps so well that they understand the human psyche to a level that even us humans don't understand it.
Yeah, for sure they do.
Because, you know, I'm pretty certain nowadays they're not fucking human. You know?
Oh yeah, I don't think they are.
But I'm not really into the God Squad way of looking at it, as I call it, as in the demons. I'm more into the fact that they could be these cone heads. Do you know about the cone heads?
Are you talking about the people that wear pyramids on their head, like Aleister Crowley?
Well, they kind of may or may not have been cone heads. I think that might be connected with it, though. Yeah, but these cone heads, right? They're an offshoot of because we're homos.
Are you talking about like the Nephilim?
Well, no, not in the giant sense. No.
Okay.
Right. Us humans, we're Homo sapiens, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we're Homo erectus. He said erectus. Yeah, we're Homo erectus, right?
Yeah.
And then there's another lot called the Homo cubensis, right? Which when you look at these skulls of these fucking things, right? They're human looking, but they're bigger skulls. They've got like cone heads, right? And they've tried to kind of off-play this on Discovery Channel and all this nonsense with these people who do head binding at birth, where they bind the baby, right? It's not that.
Yeah.
That's disfiguration of a human. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this whole different fucking species called Homo cubensis. You can look it up, man. Honestly, right?
How do you say it again? I'm gonna write this down. What's it? Say it again. Homo what?
Cubensis. I think it's CUBINIS. You'll find it. Just put that in. You'll find it.
Okay.
Right. They've got a thing called the sagittal suture, which on humans, when you're born, your skull is in 4 plates, and it squashes allowing you to get born, right? And then when you're born, it kind of comes apart, and as you grow into adulthood, as you grow older, these 4 plates, they graft together, but they leave a scar, right? It's like an X shape that goes from the front to the back and from the left and the right. It's on all humans, right? We've all got it. If you look at the skulls of these Cubensis people, they've only got like a surgical suture that goes from left to right, like from one ear to the other. So their skull structure is totally different. It only broke into two parts since they were being born, right? Now, when you go on from this, you can really go into La La Land if you want to, right? About what these people are, these Cubensis, these coneheads. Now, I will say this, right? I did have some pictures that I was showing people, but right at the minute, I'm just coming down off an abscess in my mouth, right, that you would not believe, right? Yesterday, I thought my head was going to fall off. So I'm not, it's been that bad, I can't actually see that well. So I'm going to not show you any pictures, right? But I can just explain it quickly. You know Matt Groening, who's Mr. Simpsons?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and you know what he's fond of putting into his stuff, yeah? Because obviously...
I don't know. You're talking about he's non-hetero?
No, he's a 33-degree Mason, and he puts in there all the...
You're okay, yeah. You're talking about the messages that like predicting the future, yeah.
Yeah, well, not just predicting the future, but some other quite weird stuff as well. Who's the biggest conehead of them all? It's fucking Homer Simpson.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's right there in front of your head, mate. They are the masters, I reckon. The coneheads are running the show. That's what I think might be going on. And where they're doing it from, it's like there are large tracts of land, like on what we call the Earth, that are just fucking non-accessible to us. Like anything, anything could be going on. You know what I mean?
For sure.
We really don't know.
Yeah, I think if most people knew, they'd be too petrified to even leave their house.
I think that's the name of the game with these guys, man.
You know what I mean?
They want people like that,
I think they need us to build their infrastructure for them, though.
It's only a small proportion of us, and there is a lot of us. Can you just excuse me a minute? I need to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Flat Nasty, are you okay? Are you okay, Flat Nasty?
Fatty, are you okay? No, I'm far from okay, bro. I'm KO'd, homie.
No way. What happened?
No, I'm just joking. I just usually repeat, like whenever people say stuff to me, what I do is I say it in reverse. That's just a habit of mine. So I'm a KO, not okay, but I'm just a kook. Yeah. Dude, I've been putting so many different, like, when I look at like a newspaper article or even reading a book, right, and I'm trying to read something, it's frustrating sometimes because the letters will start, like, they start rearranging themselves in like an alphanumerical order, and so it's like so hard for me to be able to read something just at face value. I'm always looking like, so I start rearranging the letters to get their alphanumeric value and their value in gematria, and it's frustrating sometimes because sometimes things aren't that way,
Yeah.
But I'll even be looking at like the ingredients on a cereal box and be like decoding it and stuff. And my lady's like, "Dude, you need to relax with all that stuff."
Pretty evil.
Yeah, I found some trippy stuff though, bro. Some really, especially about that Roman coin that says EID, and then there's a space and it says MAR for the Ides of March, because the Ides of March is March 15th, right? And so the Aries symbol, which is the ram, starts on March 21st, or the eve of the 22nd, which is the 21st. The 322 skull and bones, right? So if you reverse the writing on that Roman coin, it says ram die. Ides of March backwards is ram die, like the Aries dying. And so it's exactly 1 week from March 15th, which is the Ides of March, to March 22nd, 322, which is a skull and bones. But 322 has been around way longer than the skull and bones. And if you write out 322 in Roman numerals, it looks like a freaking skull and bones. Dude, I'm not even kidding you. Write out 322 in Roman numerals. You're going to trip out. Also, the 322 is the C and the V in our English alphabet. C is 3 and V is 22. What's that? That's the most famous symbol. They even have it on the White House. It's the dome in the pyramid. Dome in the pyramid. That's the 322. So I think that this is just my opinion. I think the Ides of March is the last week of the year, and then the New Year starts where the actual zodiac calendar starts, which is Aries, because the zodiac calendar starts at Aries. You know what I mean?
Flat down.
Yo.
Sorry to. I'm not digressing from what you're saying there, mate. I'm still thinking about what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
I'm a bit
But
like.
back to that, Jason. I'm sorry. You went to the toilet, and I.
You're right, man. I was just going to post. I struggle to keep up with the way my mind is too fast sometimes. I was going to show you a couple of photos when we were talking, like just talk about bullshit NASA photos. Check these out. I found these on. I don't know I can't remember where I found these, but they were under the art section, which kind of makes them, dubious to say the least, doesn't it? Oh no, it won't let me. Am I not allowed to post pictures in the live stream anymore?
Really?
Doesn't look like it.
Well, you can post it. You could post it to my message board on my personal message board, and I could post it.
Yeah, it takes a little while before you realise what you're looking at there. It's so bullshit, man. It's crazy.
Okay. Here, let me post it.
Oh, you got the wanker roll, Jace. I want that.
I invented that roll.
Did you?
Yeah.
I think every Brit's gonna have the wanker roll.
Yeah, and I am a wanker. The problem with me is that I kind of just say it as it is, and it gets me into loads of trouble normally. You lot seem like you lot seem all right. But if anybody's talking ass, like, I just got to say it, and it gets me in loads of trouble all the time.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
I have got a lot of lunar rover was my specialty. I've got a load of lunar rover pictures. If anybody ever wants to look at them,
I just posted it right now. The picture you sent me.
Yeah. But look at the little windows with the astronauts in it.
Yeah.
It's so bullshit, man. It's like
if you look at it, it looks like a smiley face skeleton, like a skull that's a smiley face.
Just not.
Or like almost like a Darth Vader. You know what I mean?
It's black, kind of.
It's that evil empire, standard black and white uniform colour. Stormtrooper white, they call it. It's Stormtrooper.
Yeah.
White.
Have you seen How to Train Your Dragon? How to Train Your Dragon. It's like a kid's.
No, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Because that black kind of face, kind of weird shape.
Yeah. Yeah.
That looks like the dragon. I think he's called Toothless or something like that.
Dude, see the that square that's directly below the windows that they're looking out of? How it's like a Darth Vader shaped square? Doesn't that look like a dog's snout?
Yeah, that's the bit I'm on about. That looks like this toothless dragon. Hang on, let me find a picture.
Yeah. Dude, they're so evil. All the names of their rockets and all their things are like Dragon, Falcon, just like horrible names, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right, mate. There was some weird sun going down activity here a couple of weeks back. Didn't look right to me. Here's a photo of that if you're interested. Oh no, I can't post them all. So there's no point. I was going to try and show you a few photos I took, but
bro, when they had the SpaceX launch in 2018, it was about 40 miles from where I live in Santa Barbara. It was at the Vandenberg Air Force Base, and I saw that thing in the sky. And it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in the sky. It looked like they were trying to break through the firmament, dude. So strange.
I'm pretty convinced these things are fairly thick-skinned aluminium dirigibles, basically.
Yeah.
It's just a light showing it that they're throwing up there, really. But
yeah,
I have seen this footage of what looks like these like it's hitting something. I admit, yeah.
So, do you know? Have you like read the book of Enoch and how it talks about like the how it talks about the clock in the sky, and it talks about where the winds come from and everything like that, and how the moon has I think it's, what is it, like 12 different phases, and it has a different name for every phase, and it comes out of a portal in the firmament for each phase, and also the winds come out of different portals in the firmament. Do you remember reading it?
No, I haven't read, and I'm not that well versed on biblical stuff, to be honest, mate. But
yeah,
that whole thing about I mean, what you just described there is the zodiac, really, isn't it? And that's mentioned in many old texts. Talk about
well, they
that.
took everything from the zodiac out of the Bible. They wanted to separate. That's why, like, nowadays Christians think the zodiac's like satanic, and people that are into the zodiac are like, we don't want to listen to these fake Christians. They've got these two groups of people completely at odds with each other. When really both of their beliefs and what they're into, if they just really understood, would know that they're intrinsic with each other. They're synonymous with each other. One can't really work or operate without the other.
This is exactly the type of thing that gets me in trouble. What I'm about to say now, right? Listen, the flat Earth is for everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just for God-fearing Christians, and it's not just for atheists, right? I was an atheist before I discovered the flat Earth, right? And I was fucking 46 years of age when I discovered that, fuck, man, atheism and the Big Bang is just such a stupid thing. What the fuck have I been thinking all this time, right? But I've heard it said many times, and I have to disagree with it. But people say, if you're a flat earther, you can't be an atheist. And I think you can. Personally, I'm not, right? But I'm going to quickly stick up for the atheists who are flat earthers, because there are a few of them, and I know they are, because I've spoke to them, and I think the whole thing...
Can you repeat that real quick?
Said I know atheist flat earthers.
Oh yeah, I've spoken to some too.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people push this. You can't be an atheist and flat earther attitude, but you can, right? Because personally, I'm no longer an atheist. I was one. Right? I'm still working through the process of figuring what's going on. But some people are happy with their atheism, right? But if you can understand the concept of, because I still don't know if I'm a full-on dome believer, really, because the most simplest explanation for me seems to be that it's an infinite plane that has always existed and always will exist, regardless of if we're here or not, and it just is. There it is. It's just the infinite plane for what it is. And inside of that, we can construct anything we want, really, us humans. We can construct domes, physical domes, metaphysical domes. We can construct gods in our minds that, allow us to lead our lives in a more fulfilled way that we think, There's plenty of room for everything under this big fucking flat sky that we can see, for want of a better word. Do you know what I mean?
I think people that are atheists though are atheists up to the point where somebody runs up and puts a gun to your head, and then at that point where somebody's facing death, I think any person will pray to God.
Well, see, the thing is, these are extreme experiences if they are real, and if you're talking hypothetical, then I'd like to think. I don't know how old you are, Flatter, but you seem like quite a switched on guy, but I'm 51, right? And I know full well nowadays that I ain't going out on my knees, and I wouldn't say anything if somebody's got a gun to my head that opposes the way that I think about the world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to pray to a God that I don't think exists in the last moment to my life because that would be a bit silly because you don't actually think they exist. Personally,
Yeah, that's true.
Personally, like I do think there's a creator, but I think God's a human creation. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
And I also think that God has been created by the enemy of us lot, and we're all kind of fooled by it. And I know that's not a very popular opinion on here, but I'm just being honest and saying it as I see it. After years of being on this server, you know,
Yeah.
I've been on here for a while. Like, I don't come on very often, but you know, I've seen a lot of people come and go, and you know,
Yeah.
I've made some brilliant friends on here as well. And I'll tell you something, like, you know, I was a full-on atheist when I came here. And then, like, and obviously pretty rapidly, I realised that that wasn't the fucking case, you know.
Yeah.
I take it you're a Christian, mate, yeah?
I don't consider myself a Christian. I think actually, from when I hear the word Christian, I find it derogatory and insulting. Like, if somebody I loved died by getting shot, I wouldn't call them a bullet sin. Or if somebody got hung, I wouldn't call them a hung sin or a rope sin. You know what I mean? So I don't like that term Christian. Like, that's you're basically saying like how he died on the cross. No, so like I consider myself just a born again flat earther. And I'm not a religious person whatsoever. I take the Bible literally, but I'm not like the type of Christians that you're thinking of. I don't consider myself a Christian in any way, shape, or form. I consider myself just a born again flat earther.
Like your style, Woody. That's good.
Yeah.
You know God rocking?
Do I what?
You know God rocking?
Oh yeah. We were talking the other day about crystals for a long time. He's really smart.
Good man. God Rocking is. Yeah, me and him spend a lot of time talking.
Yeah, dude, he was he was talking about some trippy stuff with crystals, bro. And it was like everything he said though, like when people talk, what I do is I feel the vibration in their voice and I let it resonate inside me to see if it rings as true or not. You know, and so like what he was saying was ringing as true personal experience. Just because it's not true to everybody, it's true to him and it really truly happened to him. The truth could be real, the truth for some people, and it may not be the truth for other people because it doesn't work because they don't have faith in it working. Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the last thing we said, remember? But
The what?
I remember I said to you, like, my brain thinks a bit slower. I'm still thinking about what we were talking about just a moment ago. And you asked for an answer to the question you just said then, right? You know, I just said to you that I changed my mind a lot when I came on here and I spoke to certain people, and I was an atheist, man, you know. And Godrocky is one of the people who's actually had the time to spend with me and talk to me and make me understand certain things. Like, you know, I can't big him up enough for that. I really can't. The thing he says about the and then back to what you were saying about the rocks. What you say about the rocks is that is quite something. That is, you know.
Yeah. Bro, I've been working with crystals for years. Even before I became a flat earther, I'd go and spend thousands of dollars at these gem and crystal shows at the fairgrounds so I can get crystals at a bulk rate price. Because I was building chembusters with I was making orgonite and building with 1-inch copper pipes, terminated crystals. And I was making chembusters, so when they sprayed, it broke up the chemtrails.
Slow it down a bit. Fuck me. Sorry, swearing on live stream. But you were building orgone accumulators.
Yeah. Before I was a flat earther.
Fucking, that is impressive, mate.
What I would seek and research this stuff for hours every day, and it's such obscure sources that I'd find this information from, you know.
Guys,
you know, it's really, but I trust those sources more than like any like main sources that are easy to find aren't necessarily trustworthy.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I read Wilhelm Reich back in the day, man, a long while ago.
They demonized that dude. They demonized him. How old am I? 40. I'm 43.
You sounded younger, dude. So.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so you're not that much younger. Yeah,
Sorry?
I read Wilhelm Reich back in the day,
Yeah.
and the whole thing about that was because when I read it at the time, I was into UFOs and things like that, and you know, Wilhelm Reich kind of saying he was shooting down UFOs, wasn't he, at one point?
Yeah, they may have just said that stuff about him. Like how, you know, the whole thing about Tesla and Edison. Well, if you rearrange the letters in their name, it comes down to sun. Basically, it's like they're sunset worshiper. Everybody's like, oh, they're all sun worshipers. No, they're sunset worshipers. They're worshiping the setting of the sun. And so if you spell Tesla backwards, it's all set. And if you rearrange the letters in Edison, it's die sun.
Yeah.
And what did they both do? Both of them allegedly brought light to the world. They illuminated the world, you know?
Yeah, flatter. Are you a Freemason?
Am I? No, hell no.
Right. Okay.
I'm a 1491er, bro.
I have to ask. You know the score. So you must be aware that Edison and Tesla just did not exist. Like we
Yeah, I
know.
don't think they did either. I think they're just made up names.
Of course, they're like Elon Musk of today, right?
Yeah,
All they're doing is taking credit for technology that's been stolen.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, exactly.
all it is, man. You know, and this will get us back to where did all this start? And I think probably 200 or 300 years ago, where there appears to have been a fucking, they call it the mud flood, but you know, I just call it the thing. You know, something happened. It's quite obvious. You can see it on all the fucking buildings, man. You know.
I know. They can't rebuild shit like they used to. It's impossible.
You've got this fucking fan base of these fucking, I don't know what to call them. They're like NASA fanboys, but worse. They're like anti-Tartaria fanboys. Right now, I don't like the term Tartaria. I don't like the term mud flood. But if you look, there is buildings all over the plain, right? From fucking Jamaica, South America, fucking New Zealand.
Even here in California.
Yeah, and they're all the fucking same. Right, these were obviously built by a group of people that if they weren't the same people, they were obviously in touch with each other and maybe even had a building manufacturing plant where you could just order these buildings to, you know, and get them mail ordered. I don't know. But they're definitely out there. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, if they're out there, then you've got to think to yourself, come on a minute, there's definitely something going on here, right? Because,
yeah,
right, you know, I've read some crazy stuff through the years. Like, you know, you could put all of the events that happened in the Bible can be placed like in North America.
And those are just the buildings that survived.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, true, right. Yeah.
Yeah, look what they did to the Chicago World Fair. They tore that whole thing down.
I mean, still, even like every country's getting Syria, Ukraine, all those buildings just getting destroyed.
Yeah, Jack. Let me just quickly finish, guys. Then I'll let you speak, Jack. Right? World fairs, they burnt all of them down. As for that, but also what you just said there, Jack, about right, we've had the Korean War and 2 world wars. Right, they're the major 3. Right, since all of this kind of started. And all of those 3 wars to me just look like they were used as cover stories to destroy the infrastructure that was left behind after whatever happened. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they did to Laos or like Cambodia.
Man, they bombed the shit out of Laos, didn't they? My dad, right, was he was Special Forces, English Special Forces, right, but he was stationed in Laos when the Vietnam War was going on, right? And he actually
bombed the shit out of Laos.
Man, but Laos is the most bombed country ever, if you look it up, right? And also, not only that, they only bombed one region of Laos, and it was a place called the Valley of Jars or something. It's called, and they're like these big carved out like rock jar bowls, right? They're massive, right? And they spent all this time just bombing that particular region of Laos. like this little tiny country that were neutral. They weren't even in the war.
And yeah, the same thing was going on with Yemen right now. Some of the oldest cities in the world in Yemen are just getting destroyed.
That's what they're still doing. It's the ongoing thing is still destroying that shit, mate. That's what it is.
I agree with that. There's an island off the coast of South England, and in World War II, it was the most bombed place in Britain,
Right.
and it was supposed to have had some Tartaria style kind of build into it or whatever.
Where was that?
I'll have a look. I'll find the guy whose YouTube thing is, Jace. I'll send it to you, right?
Yeah, nice one.
I mean, even in France, you have these old cathedrals burning like once every week or so.
What,
dude? Right?
Like, at what point is it just become implausible that this is all by mistake?
Oh man, do you know what as well? I don't like saying this on live stream because you're supposed to have a positive mental attitude, aren't you? But it's getting to a point now, guys, where it's really starting to fucking get me down. You know,
Don't let it get you down, bro.
but some days it's fucking harder than most, isn't it? You know? Just keep it.
Can I ask you a personal question, bro? Do you ever go barefoot?
Me? Yeah, I do again because I'm a gardener, so I get out in my garden and
How many hours a day do you do it?
oh, not very often. But it's
Weren't you saying your mouth is swollen?
oh yeah, that was because I had an abscess in my jaw. Yeah.
Okay, so if you go barefoot for a month, and I can almost promise you the swelling, any part of your body, even your mouth, will go down.
Well, I do it in the summer because I do my garden. I grow vegetables out there. So in the summer, now and again, get me shoes and socks off. Like, but normally I've got my boots on because I'm digging. But yeah, I do go barefoot in the garden. Yeah.
Try to go barefoot as much as you possibly can. It'll bring the swelling down. You'll be surprised at the effects it has on your body, bro. It's amazing. You cut out for a second.
I'm going to give that a go.
Yeah, so I've been studying this, and all the dirty electricity that surrounds us, not just from cell phones and routers and Wi-Fi towers and all that shit, but just from your appliances in your house, your refrigerator, being in your car. All these things put out this dirty EMF and RMF that goes inside your body, and it's bouncing around inside your body. Imagine putting a bumblebee or a hornet inside of a plastic bag that's filled with air, or a balloon. It bounces literally off the wall in every direction, and that's what the dirty electricity in our body is doing. So when we go barefoot, at the same time we're letting that out into the ground, we're getting filled up with the good electricity from the ground. Just like when you see lightning strike, it doesn't hit the ground. Something from the ground jumps up and touches it. So the same amount of dirty electricity leaves our body going barefoot, we get that fill from the good electricity from the earth, and it balances it out. The longer you go barefoot, the more this effect will take place in your body. Just like you can't set a cell phone down in the charger for just a second and think it's going to be charged. You have to let it charge slowly. But I guarantee you, do go barefoot for like a month, bro. The effects on your body will be amazing. You'll be so surprised.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm not physically that well at the minute. Old age has caught up on me badly when it comes to physicalness.
Yeah. Well, I've been doing healing on people for like the past couple of years.
I'm not comfortable talking about it on live stream. It's not.
All right.
I'm certain other people don't really probably want to do medical discussions, do they?
Wait, say that again?
I said I'm certain people don't want to hear us having these types of discussions. So,
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I'll happily message you there, mate. No problem at all, man.
I got you.
So where are you from then, Flutter?
I live in Ventura, which is like 45 minutes north of Hollywood.
You're a California.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Born and raised right here.
I've never been.
I live like about 15 minutes away from the Black Swan.
What, the Black Swan?
Yep.
Whoa! Yeah, it's amazing how we need things like the Black Swan to explain it to complete fucking imbeciles that the world's flat, isn't it? You know what I
Right.
mean? Let's face it, it's not fucking hard to figure it out. You
No,
know,
it's not.
it's we can see further, and we're supposed to do the math. That's it. Sit back and just go, yeah, something's wrong here. You know, but I admire the work that you lot do here, because I could not come in here speaking to mutards all day who just haven't even bothered to do their own homework before they've even come in here. It's like, one day I really felt like coming in here as like one of those mutards and doing some role play and going, well, what do you know? Ships go over the horizon. You twat. Though I do still think the world is not what any of us think it is. I don't think any of us have got a grip on it, you know.
No.
I think we've all got our own idea of what reality is, but I think we're all going to find out that the world is not what we fucking think it is at all. You know? And we're all going to find out on our own, in our own individual little space, because let's face it, when our time comes and we go beep, we're not all going to be together, are we? You know?
I don't think so. I don't think we are. I was talking, my girlfriend and my mom both believe that people, they can come back from the afterlife and give us messages and stuff. And I clearly don't believe this. But it's not really something I can argue because it's all just opinion and conjecture. It's not anything that you can prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, yeah, things like that, I try to avoid for the most part, unless somebody's open for what I believe. But if they're not, I'm not going to try to push what I quote unquote believe.
Right. Man, it's just good to be able to come online now and again and talk to somebody like normal, who like every other sentence, well, just an adult who can talk for 10 minutes without bringing God into it. You know?
Wait.
Yeah.
Because there's a time and a place for God, obviously, right? But when you're talking flat Earth, I don't think there is. You know, it's like something we're all supposed to be united about, I thought, you know? I mean, I'm
well,
happy
some people really need that, though. You know what I mean?
Say that again, mate.
I think for some people, it's something that they need to feel some type of security, or rest assurance, I guess I could say.
What the God?
Yeah, I think some people need it as part of their repertoire.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. It's these people who are inflexible. They pretend that they're there for a debate, and a debate implies, like, at the end of the day, one of you is going to be flexible enough to change your mind. And these people, a lot of them don't, they're not. So I say, fair enough if you feel that way, but don't enter into a debate with somebody making them think that that's what's going on when it clearly isn't,
Yeah.
This is that's the only thing I have issues with, if I'm being honest. You lot are all American, aren't you?
Yeah, well, my family's from Lithuania.
Okay, well, he's probably like me. Because you lot have legal marijuana over there, don't you?
I'm from Wales, Jason.
Well, yeah, I guess that one. Yeah.
All right, bud.
Yeah, I did guess that, Flatty. Hey, Flatty, have you ever met Martin Luther?
No, I haven't. I saw him on that new documentary yesterday. Have you seen that?
I haven't, no.
What was it called? The Next Level? Next Level, I think. Yeah, it's pretty good. But no, I might try and track him down.
I'll have a look at that later. Yeah, I met him last year. They had a little convention in Birmingham.
Oh, okay.
Last year. It was fucking excellent, mate. It was so good.
I saw a bit of meetup in Cardiff like 2 years ago with Nathan Oakley. I imagine he went to that Martin.
Well, this day with Martin Luke, mate, if you want to hear about it quickly, it was crazy. We got the tickets, me and my wife, and it was in Birmingham. We live in Birmingham, obviously, but it's the other side of Birmingham. So we kind of made our way there, got a bus into town, we got a taxi, and we got there late. Martin had already done his talk, but there was other people talking as well. Right? But fucking, I met Martin straight away. He's so cool. It was brilliant. It was really good. And but everybody was just hanging around afterwards. Like, I didn't leave till about 5 o'clock in the morning from this.
No way.
It was like a social club place. It was absolutely brilliant. There was people outside just getting stoned all night, and when I come to get a taxi home, there was no taxis, right? And I'm in Birmingham, which is the most landlocked city in the UK, right? And this guy said to me, he went, "No worries, you can get a lift home on my boat." And I thought, what? Anyway, he said it for a second time, and I thought, fuck me, he has got a boat. And he did. He had a canal boat, right? And it was parked about a quarter mile away from this gig. Right?
That's awesome.
Right? And he said, "Come with me like this." And he was like, he seemed off his head to me. He was totally manic, like he was coked up or something, right? Anyway, we got on this boat, and I was completely off my head. I'd been smoking weed for the whole time I'd got there, and I'd been drinking shorts, like just one after another from the bar, I lost count of how much shorts I drank. I was fucking all over the shop, and he let me drive the boat home. And I've got video footage as well if you wanted to see it at any point. I've got loads of photos.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he let me drive the boat right down the canal into the middle of the Birmingham city centre, which is where he dropped us off, which was halfway on our journey, and then we had to I got another taxi there from then home. But man,
Nice.
mate, fucking awesome. Like the sun was just coming up, right, about 5 a.m. or something, 4, 5. It was earlier than that, about 4. And I was off my head driving this canal boat. And the best thing about canal boats is they don't go any faster than about 3 miles an hour. So even if you do crash them, it doesn't really matter.
Slow motion crash.
Yeah, you gotta go, I meant to do that.
That's surreal though, man.
Yeah. And on the way home, this guy showed me underneath because we went underneath the, some of these tunnels for these canals are long, man. And he showed me where he'd sprayed underneath flat earth forever and all this on the inside. Yeah, it was really cool.
There's low kind of tunnels they go under.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was an excellent night, man. Well, I say night, it was we were gone for 24 hours. I never thought I'd be coming home in a boat.
That's sick, man.
Yeah, it was excellent. And I met there, what's his name? That DJ guy. Mark Devlin. Do you know Mark Devlin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I met Mark Devlin. He's a big flat earth dude. I'll tell you what, he is my number one guy who stood out for anybody, who spoke for anybody during the whole of the bullshit fucking COVID thing, right? He was the one man who was fucking going for it. He's the only guy I heard say anything sensible during the whole debacle, right? So while I'm at it, thumbs up for Mark Devlin on the live stream. And I also met Dave, what's his name? Is it Dave Emney? The black dude. Oh, is that his name? Used to be something Dave. Was it? Allegedly Dave. You know what I mean? Don't you?
Yeah, allegedly Dave, yeah.
Yeah, it was him, but he don't use allegedly now. I think his name's Dave Ebony now. Yeah, he was there. He did a good thing. Yeah, it was brilliant. Had an excellent day, man. It was really good.
That sounds cool, man.
Yeah, it
Really
was.
cool.
It's a good one. And Martin, I went in there because we were late. I was just trying to. There was no one on the door, and then Martin come out straight away, like, and he just gave me a big hug. And I thought, wow, Martin Lee could just give me a hug, man. Or for anybody who doesn't know him, Flat Earth British gave me a hug.
Also, yeah, I'll try and see if I can track him down and meet up with him.
Oh, he's always up for that, man. He's got a lot of friends. And we did I did a little live stream bit on from outside afterwards, and I said, Martin, say hello to my friends because they couldn't make it, and he like shouts them out as well. It's cool. I have got all that on video. I've got Dave's speech that he did about the cone heads. Actually, that was where he turned me on again to the cone heads that time, and I've actually got that on video. I recorded it while I was in there. On video, you know what I mean? On video file. If anybody wanted that, could let them have that.
I suppose you could have it digitally copied and put it on the internet.
Yeah. It's not very good to look at because I couldn't really get it above the person's head in front of me. But to be honest, there's not that much to look at anyway. It's just more the audio. It was pretty good.
I suppose you could like record the audio onto your computer and then just upload the audio. Easier than getting the video down, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would get around anything then, wouldn't it? And Little G, do you know Little G? He has many names, so you probably do know Little G. He recorded the stuff that I streamed as well that I didn't record. So he's got a load of it as well. We've got the whole day really, and none of it's boring. If you're a flat earther, right, it is all a bit janky video and everything, but you probably like it.
Yeah, you should put it up on YouTube, man. I'm sure people would be interested in watching it, man. Definitely.
Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. It's called Sky Television. And it's just 24-hour time lapse of the sun coming up and going down. Because you get to see some weird things if you look at it time lapse.
What's the name of the YouTube?
What, the one with my Sky time lapses?
Yeah.
It's called Sky Television, Sky TV. Yeah, I'll give you a link.
Cool, thanks.
There's not that many on there. I've got more
You're going to need the link for that because you're Sky stuff, you know. It's just going to bring up Sky TV stuff.
Yeah, no, I'll send it you. Yeah, there's not that much on there, but it's pretty good, I think. I like it, I do. Oh, if I could use my mouse. It should let me post that. Oh, bollocks. I'm all over the shop today. Right, that's bad. Anyway, irrelevant. Right. That's the YouTube link to it, hopefully.
Yeah, that's it. Cool.
But it's not brilliant, and I haven't updated it for ages, but they are pretty good, man. If you can look at them in 4K, especially, they are pretty funky, I think.
Cool, thanks, man.
Cheers. Getting subscribers, well, because I've only got about 20 subscribers. And they're probably people I convinced on here. So how many marijuana growers do we have here today?
I just smoke it.
No growers.
You know.
Okay. Now I just want to talk to some growers about LED lighting, because I know you lot can talk about it freely because you can grow it now in your country and do your thing, can't you?
Yeah, I know a flat earther who grows it. His YouTube channel is called THC. I could put the link in the video chat.
Yeah, man.
They do something called the Melodome in THC Hour of Comedy. I'll put his link in the thing. He has a huge operation. They make edibles and do so much different stuff. Hold on, I'll put the link in the D. Hold on.
I just wanted some advice on LED lighting, really. But it's not as busy in here as it is normally. Or not the last time I was in here, anyway.
Yeah, it's been a little quiet lately.
Used to be you couldn't get a word in edgeways. Kind of like it like this.
People distracted a lot more now, I think. Other things.
I put the link in the D.
Hey, Jack. That.
Yeah.
What's your name, mate?
Well, my real name or?
Yeah. Is that you? Is that Matt?
No.
It's not.
No.
All right, excuse me. Sorry, man. I thought you were.
No, that's okay.
I did really think you were somebody else there for a moment.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. I thought, is that Matt? He's a friend of mine, right? Yeah.
I feel like every time I get on here, I get confused for somebody else. So maybe it's the same guy.
Yeah, this guy's called I'm a Flat Earth Globe or something. But his actual name's Matt.
You know, I don't think LED lights are really good for anything, though. That's just my personal opinion. I've tested them with my EMF reader, and they put out such high amounts of EMF. You know that they're all designed to be able to have the capability to actually put Wi-Fi signals through. But it's not called Wi-Fi, it's called Li-Fi, L-I-F-I, which stands for light fidelity. And you'll be able to put your phone or whatever device you need the internet on into the light, and the light is what shining on your device will actually produce the internet in your phone.
Yeah. David Icke was going on about this fucking years ago, man.
The Li-Fi?
Yeah. And it turned out he was fucking right, man. This was years ago, David Icke was going on.
Yeah.
He actually called it Li-Fi as well. He called it out for what it was called.
Yeah. Li-Fi, straight up, that's what it's called. You know, you can reverse engineer LED lights with solar panels. So the same way you can reverse engineer a microphone in speakers, where you can like speak into the speaker and hear it through the microphone.
I've got
or
a
your
question
headphones.
for you. I have got a question for you then, in light of that, because yeah, I know this about the speakers and the microphones, and I recently discovered it about LEDs and photo cells. Right?
Yeah,
Can you do that with? It's like it works in both ways, isn't it?
yeah, reverse engineered. Yeah,
Right. Okay. So, can you do that with a inverter?
that I don't know.
Right. If you've got a 200 or in your case a 120 volt to 12 volt inverter, why shouldn't that work in reverse? Because everything I see practical seems to work in reverse. So could you put 120 volts DC in one end and turn it into 240 AC at the other end? If it goes one way, surely it should go the other way.
Yeah, I can't really speak on that because I don't really know that about that.
But I'm just saying, like, you know,
Yeah, it sounds logical.
like either way, I'd like to hear the explanation of what's going on there. You know, in the whole big scheme of things.
You broke up for a second there.
Said either way, I'd like to hear, I'd like to know what was going on there. You know,
Yeah,
electronically. You know, in the big scheme of things.
I think electricity is the same thing as spirit is spirits. As far as like the physical world and the meta world or the metaphysical world, I think the way that human beings cross over or cross over into the metaphysical, spiritual, or electric world, same thing, is by using one of the four elements: earth, water, air, or fire. And that's why you always see Luciferians lighting all kinds of different things on fire when they're doing their seances and stuff, because if you think about it, you light something on fire and it actually disappears, but it doesn't disappear. It's going from the physical to the metaphysical. That's why they have buildings with plants growing all around them, or what they have like these artificial waterfalls in their buildings and stuff. It's called a forever incantation or continued incantation, and it's going crossing from one physical to the metaphysical.
See, this good question, right? Why really? I mean, this is going to sound dumb, but come on, man. To me, why are we actually physically here then? Because really, there is no need for us to actually physically exist.
Oh no, man.
You know what I
One thing
mean?
I think we're not here to think it's a globe, though. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, yeah.
But
It's just the whole thing really is encompassed in it, isn't it? You know, it's
yeah,
like you know what we are persuaded as the reality around us. You know, we're arguing global flat. It could be fucking. Do you know what I mean? The answer could be just beyond our fucking comprehension.
yeah, for sure. I think it is.
That's the answer. That's the answer right there. Comprehension.
Yeah,
So as humans, we have a limited rationality because we're not omnipotent and omniscient, right? So we need a conduit to focus our attention and our experience. So that's a pretty rational reason why we need a physical body. Yeah, think about it.
I don't know.
From a metaphysical.
Say that again. Say that again.
Huh?
Say that again about why we need a physical body.
Because we're not omnipotent or omniscient, and we can't be in multiple points at a single time and experience all of it and comprehend it. So we need a conduit for our experience.
Do we really?
Seems that way.
That's just how we rationalise it in our using the our senses, isn't it? But it's not necessarily that, is it? Let's face it. far from it. You know, it's like it could be anything. It's definitely not set in stone for certain. You know?
Well, to me, that's really the heart of the flat Earth debate. Isn't so much settling on a replacement model. It's
Oh.
just recognizing the deception.
Yeah, well, let me
I wasn't
give
talking
you
about,
an example.
mate, I wasn't in any way talking about the shape of the Earth, man. I know the Earth's flat, dude. Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah,
Oh
don't, yeah. For 1
But
minute,
yeah, let me give you an example, bro, about coherent experience, right? So light, right?
yeah, go on.
So you look out in the world and you see all different objects, right? But technically, majority of that light is everywhere. You know, it's playing out in all directions from all objects. So if you were able to see all points of light simultaneously, all as you would see is just one solid intermixed color.
Yeah, of course.
Resolving an image, being able to discern information requires removing information. So the angles that the light comes into your eye, right, decides what you see, and it splits off superfluous angles. Otherwise, you'd never be able to see anything.
Yeah,
So
that is
by
a
limiting,
thing.
by limiting your ability to see things or sense things, actually gives you a coherent experience. Like you would need, like let's just use it in the term of processing power, right? In order to process all of that information, like you would need a mind that's on like levels and orders of magnitude greater than a human mind.
And you see now you're going to get into the whole thing about. You see, this is what is. You know, I'll be honest with you guys. I used to be an atheist, right, and I had to really change my mind, right, and that meant thinking about some fucking hardcore things. Excuse the swearing, right? This whole thing that we're just talking about, like, used to be so stupidly explainable in evolution. You could just go, evolution, right?
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
nowadays I realise, oh my word, man. Oh, I won't be doing that again, you know? Because it's quite obvious, right, that there's something has gone on here, right, to lead to all of us like sitting here talking today. Would you not agree?
Oh yeah, it's self-evident in my opinion.
It's like, and this is where my head starts to hurt because it's like, yes, self-evident is like that's where it starts to hurt. Yeah. Man,
Yeah, especially when you start asking those types of questions, like
if
what am I?
anybody got a rational explanation for why I'm standing here today, man, I am all ears. I really am. Because I have never heard one. Ever. How old do you guys think the world is? I used to think it was 4 billion years old, which is quite funny. I don't think that anymore, by the way. But
yeah.
Right, come on. Who's with the who goes with the 6,000 year mark back there, around there? Let's not quibble about a few years here and there. Would do you not go for the longer Earth theory?
Well, I mean, it's definitely young in the sense that compared to what mainstream says, like it is very, very young.
Man, I'm going for very young. I'm going for fucking man. You ain't gonna like this, guys. You're not gonna like this. I'm going for far less than 1,000 years young. You know, especially what we know as our modern daily life, right? That's gotta be only 300 years old, man. When you have a look back at the gravestones, at the dates, you know what I'm talking about. Everything's been altered, man. it's like the last 300 years alone are hard to prove, guys. Let's face it. We're here talking about things far older than that. It's like, bloody hell. You know what I mean? Anyway, guys, I'm going to get off. Sorry, I just came in here and ranted at you.
Oh, before you go, real quick. So Li-Fi that you were talking about, that actually works when the light is off.
Really?
Now, and I don't mean off as in no power, but off as in you can't tell the room is lit up. So it looks dark for you, it's still functioning.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It's infrared, isn't it? Near infrared, isn't it?
So it doesn't need to be directly in the line of light.
No, what I mean is like if you go in a room and turn on a light, you can see. But the Li-Fi is so sensitive that it can work where the light is so low that you cannot see it.
I see what you're saying. Okay, like almost like some type of like ultraviolet or infrared.
Well, it's just that there's not going to be enough intensity of the photons for you to be able to discern any information, right? It's still going to be there.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So the room, like you're going to walk in the room, it's going to be dark to you, but it's still going to be working.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're, from what I've seen, it shows that people putting their phones right into the light, and then the internet goes on. So it doesn't. That's more like a facade then.
Well, it needs to detect something. And, as far as we know, light in general doesn't pass solid barriers. So,
yeah.
Guys, I'm going to say goodbye. I'll catch you later, yeah?
Right, bro.
All right. Thanks, guys. One love.
But the main thing about it is the bandwidth on it is ridiculous.
Meaning
like now, gigabytes upon gigabytes upon gigabytes in matters of seconds, rather than waiting minutes or hours.
So tell me this though: the more bandwidth you increase, you shorten the length of the signal, though, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like you won't be able to send the signal as far.
No,
Is that
that's
right or
not
no?
true.
That's not true. Okay, that's what I was asking you. Like these millimeter waves from the 5G, they say they don't travel as far.
No, hold on. That's not bandwidth
Okay.
in the sense of in the sense of transfer speed. That's not what bandwidth is.
Okay. So the two aren't intrinsic.
Bandwidth in the sense of internet speed is how much information can be transferred in a second.
Okay.
Or how much total information you have available to transfer.
Okay.
So, like, for example, you pay your internet provider for 200 megabits per second internet. That's your maximum bandwidth. Or you could pay for gigabyte internet. Then that's your maximum bandwidth, right? Which is 5 times as much.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. It's a trip how everything that refers to the internet and everything all is terminologies of some type of liquid or water.
cancel. All right, come give me huggers. Bye. Hello.
Hey, where do you stay out there?
Where do I stay?
Yeah, like, where's your domain?
The Earth.
I mean, like where you lay your head, you know?
Where I lay my head in the bed. No, I'm in New England, Upper East Coast.
Is that Boston?
Boston is around there. Yeah. But I'm not in Boston.
Or Foxborough?
3.5 hours from Boston, I think. If I'm correct in my mind.
It's your cousin from Boston. You seen that ad?
Yes. What? About Boston?
No, the Samuel Adams guy.
No. Yeah, so back to Li-Fi real quick. So problem with Li-Fi so far is that there's no processors on the pushing or receiving end that can actually handle the bandwidth that Li-Fi can produce. So, like when you get cable internet or even fiber optic, right, which is sort of like Wi-Fi, but going through a cable rather than through the ambient atmosphere, right? So you can get high-speed internet, and the processor, the modem, right, can receive the signal, translate it, and then give it to you. But nothing exists yet that can process the bandwidth that Wi-Fi can do. But the potential is there. So I can't remember exactly, but it's ridiculously insane how much bandwidth they could do.
Yeah.
Because you need a signal, you need an intermittent, you need some kind of intermittent pulse of something to be able to discern some kind of digital information. So you need a 1 0 1 0 on off, right? And you need that so many times till you have a piece of information. So the light is capable of doing that at a bandwidth that's insane, but there's no processor that can do it that fast.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Or there's no processor that they've released the information about to the public, maybe, huh?
Yeah, you might argue that.
I mean, that's just speculation. I'm just saying it's theoretically possible, would you say?
Well, so there was this thing, which I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically like the law of computer growth or whatever, where it said like processing power will double every 6 months.
Okay.
Right, but it's kind of reached a decline where it's not doubling every 6 months anymore because they've kind of reached the maximum thermal, spatial efficiency of the materials that they're using for the processors and the methods that they're using for processing. And that's why they're trying to go into things like quantum computers and quantum processors and like processing in a totally different way. Now, of course, you might not know this, but back in the day, the people who originally started working on this kind of stuff, and this includes radio transmissions, computer processing, and all this type of stuff, they said in their own words that part of the reason why they were doing this because they want to understand how human consciousness works. You know, because like our processing power is ridiculous.
Right.
Not even just our motor functions and our reaction times, all this kind of things. Obviously, computers can do things simultaneously. Like the amount of processing power that a computer would need to do something like that is ridiculous. Not to mention, like, it has to have all these things happening simultaneously. And so far, they haven't been able to figure out a way for computers to do that. But like I said before, their whole plan was to try to mimic human consciousness. They want to know how to get a conscious type processing from mechanical device, right? Because remember, that's what they think we are. They think we are just mechanical objects that evolved over time that have electrical signals, right? So eventually they think, well, if that's what it is, then we can also recreate that system in the future, right? Now, what do they want to do with that information, right? Their dream in the future is that one day they will have a machine that functionally is a conduit for consciousness where they can then download or transfer their consciousness from their physical biological body into the machine and forego the body and the limitations thereof, like death, right? So all of this technology, this evolutionary idea is part of their religion because it's part of their salvation, right? It's eventually we will save ourselves from death by transcending the limitations of the human body.
Okay.
And that's part of the reason why they want to know about consciousness, also because they want to take that away from God, right? They want to be the ones who say, oh, we can create life and we can create consciousness, right?
Yeah. In steps Neuralink, huh?
Yes. And now after the body, the biological body is transferred to a mechanical synthetic body, right, with a consciousness. Now, keep in mind that you need something with bandwidth off the charts, right? And you need it to be in a metaphysical conduit realm in order for this transfer, quote unquote, of consciousness to occur. Because the best explanation for human consciousness in relationship to the body, in relationship to the brain, is yes, the brain has neurochemical processes and electrical stuff going on, right? But the mind is something greater than the brain. And it's something that actually seems to exist in a different dimension, right?
Yeah.
So somehow, for lack of a better analogy, somehow the mind is quantum entangled, quote unquote, you know, with the physical brain. You know, so kind of like quantum entanglement, the idea was that a piece of something here, right, is entangled with a partner particle somewhere else in the universe, wherever it may be. And if you change this particle, right, like you turn it on or off, then the other particle, no matter how far it is away, will change. And in principle, the idea is that the change of information state will occur faster than the speed of light, right? So it doesn't take any time for the information to travel from point A to point B. It happens immediately. And I don't mean like immediately as in I'll do it next. I mean immediately as in instantaneously, like simultaneously. No travel whatsoever, which breaks relativity. right?
Yeah.
So the concept in general is, right, what is transferring the information? Well, if information is non-spatial and it has no dimensions, then there's no reason that it has to travel at all, because technically in the realm, right, of that dimension, whatever it is, there is no three-dimensional space. Everything exists in the same space, so there's no time needed for information to travel from point A to point B, because it's all occupying the same quote-unquote space. And so somehow that's where our seat of who we are really, if you want to call it a spirit, or if you want to call it a, an immaterial energy or something, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. It's just a higher dimension that communes with the lower dimension through the conduit of electricity / energy fluctuations, right? So these are the conduit between that entity and the physical realm. So now some of these guys don't believe that. They just believe that your mind is just essentially a collection of your electrical impulses, right? Because they think that memory and all of that is who you are. So if they can just transfer the electrical impulses and all of that to something that kind of operates like a human mind, then they think they'll live forever. Now, to be fair, okay, to them, sure, that sounds interesting at first, but it's also stupid. Let me explain. So in an information system, okay, specifically computers, when you download or upload or copy something, right, this is how it works. You're not actually moving the original. You are copying the original, right? So you analogize that to yourself. If I download or quote unquote copy, because let me be clear, downloading is also copying. Like when you download a movie, right, from a website, does that mean it's gone from the website and nobody else can download it? No, of course not. It's still there and multiple people can download it, right? So the original source information still exists. Now, if you move, quote unquote, instead of download the file, what happens to the file? Well, here's what happens. It makes a copy while simultaneously deleting the original. You follow what I'm getting at here? So if you think that your mind is going to be transferred in any analogous process, what would come to mind first? Well, the idea would be, wait a minute, I'm just copying myself, right? Or deleting myself. Think about it.
Killing yourself.
Yes. So a copy of your quote unquote electrical signals, which you think are you, yes, that copy will continue to exist, but it isn't going to be you. It's going to be a copy. Or at best, you'd both exist, right? You're a copy of you and you. So you'd exist simultaneously until the one of you dies, right? But if you transfer and you're signing up, okay, I want to transfer my consciousness, right? It's just going to delete you, right? So in no way does any of these analogies sound like you're going to live forever, right? So that pipe dream is ridiculous. So now you need something plausible to transfer your actual metaphysical entity. So you yourself actually continue on. And this is why you need something greater than just copying the data that your brain has in it, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that you're just going to copy the data and then you're going to live forever is, quite frankly, stupid, retarded, moronic, idiotic, foolish, downright, I don't know, just downright assed out, right? Like anybody who believes that should just be slapped and say, no, you're an idiot. Now, if they come up with some kind of quantum kind of extra dimensional interpretation of all of this that they can convince people is real, right? Then it may be plausible to believe. Because the first instance I explained, if you believe that, you're just straight up stupid or deceived, right?
Yeah.
But it belies common sense if you know anything about technology, so you're still stupid. Now, the second one, if they could convince you that somehow they're doing it on a quantum level because of the quantum entanglement to your mind, right? For example, they might say the body is a quantum conduit to your soul. So and you have like a signal address. So just like you receive mail at 25 Beaker Street, right? Your body receives your quantum consciousness at your body's address. So if we can mimic this, we can then have your soul be able to conduit to that body, right? Even though it's a synthetic body, it has all the same features that make your soul connect to it on a quantum interdimensional level. So once they get you to believe that, sorry, I got to clear my throat. But yeah. Right. So once they get you to believe that, then the idea of transferring your consciousness is plausible. Right. So they'll make this machine, right? And they'll sign you up. You'll go over there, get the process, and your physical body will die because it no longer has the consciousness. So it'll essentially be brain dead, right?
Yeah.
And then what will happen is a copy of you, in whatever way that they copy you, will exist in the synthetic body. Whether the synthetic body is a matrix system, right? Like a big, huge computer, or if they actually develop an android body, right? Or they might have you download into the big matrix computer where you'll quote unquote live in a matrix, like in the Matrix, and wait for your synthetic body, right? But then again, at that point, why do you need the synthetic body? Well, maybe because you need to trust people to take care of the big computer and you don't want to do that. So how are you going to know that you're going to live forever? Well, it's better to have your own android body or some nonsense like that. But here's the trick. With artificial intelligence and all this going on and all this human data being crunched and all the social media and all of this, essentially they can create hold on, let's see if I got some water.
Arden, are you going barefoot?
No. That's annoying.
So good for you, bro.
It probably is, but so is eating healthy. And I don't do that either.
Yeah.
Well, when they finally get my synthetic body ready, I'll be able to walk around barefoot and it'll feel great because I'll just turn off my soul sensors and I won't feel any pain on the rocks and stuff. It'll be so awesome. Right. So what I essentially said with all that is they're going to make a copy of you that's going to mimic you and your behaviors, right? So your grandmother will sign up for this process. She'll have it done to her, right? They'll convince you that they're transferring her consciousness and even her soul, if you believe in a soul. Because some people don't believe in that. They just think that your body and your mind is physical, right? All physical, all electrical signals. But whatever, they're going to convince people to do this. And in theory.
Wow, not for you.
And then your grandmother's going to sign up. She's going to do it. And then on a screen, you're going to see your grandmother's face. And your grandmother's going to talk to you. Be like, oh, Billy, it's so great in here. I don't have arthritis anymore. Oh, I can run and jump in the field. Oh, my goodness, I'm young again. I'm beautiful again. And then they're going to be like, oh, Grandma, how is it? Was it like in 72 when we went to so-and-so and such and such? And she's like, yeah, it's just like that when we met Danny and then we fell in love. And so the point is that this thing, whatever it is going to be able to convince you that it's your grandmother because it's going to know everything about you. And it's going to mimic all of the human, tells and all of these things because it has access to all of that information from all the internet and digital sources that have been stored and all the social media, all the the calls, FaceTime calls, all of these things, right?
Yeah.
So you will believe naively, if you think this is real, that that is your grandmother. And then it will tell you, Billy, you should come in here with me. Why be out there where you can get cancer or get run over by a car? Come in here with me, Billy. And then Billy's going to sign up, right? And he's going to be dead. You understand? He's going to sign up thinking he's going to be with his grandmother, who he misses, and everything's going to be hunky-dory because it's a paradise life inside this virtual heaven computer. But they're all just signing up to be killed, essentially.
Damn, yeah. You know what's crazy is I've heard people say things along that line. Like, it's so crazy the way people think nowadays. They're like, if I had to like sign up for death to go to outer space or like to do this or that, then sign me up. It's like this almost like pseudo bravado attitude that people have nowadays.
Oh yeah.
Really
By
strange.
the way, there's people who might be listening right now that think what I just said is stupid and it's retarded and nobody's really doing any of that. Okay. So then why did the people who invented all this technology like radio and stuff say in their own words that they're attempting to map human consciousness, that they were attempting to contact otherworldly entities to harness their power? Why is it that when I listen to YouTube and I want to hear some physicist talk, right? Like you just let YouTube play and it'll play things right in a row. So the first one was about reactors, like trying to make a reactor on Earth that mimics a star so we can get the power. And the second one was about, the far reaches of the quote unquote galaxies. And then all of a sudden, the third show that came up was a physicist speaking at a public talk, right? Where he was talking about eventually we will evolve from our human bodies to synthetic, transhuman bodies, and then one day ascend from our transhuman bodies to disengage from physicality altogether and essentially become floating, etherical energy beings in the cosmos. So I would submit to you, people that think what I just said is ridiculous, that there are many, many people who believe this stuff and that to them it is their salvation story, that eventually we humans will evolve to be disembodied consciousnesses floating in the cosmos. So yes, if you mocked me or thought I was silly, you're listening to this and be like, oh, those stupid flat earthers. I want to submit to you that you're basically mocking all of these mainstream scientists who believe this nonsense. This is what they want. They want to believe that dead matter, think about it, dead matter, exploded out of an infinite nothingness, hurtled through space, essentially assembled itself into a system that could give rise to consciousness, which will then give rise to disembodied consciousness, right? And then you're going to exist as some kind of floating, essentially a spirit, right? So how stupid is that? Think about it. You're essentially saying dead matter can give rise to spirit in the future, rather than spirit can produce matter. So you want to laugh at the idea of creation or a sentient agent creating everything, but you want to believe that nothing essentially becomes sentient sometime in the future and becomes God later. I mean, which is the more ridiculous position? It's quite laughable how much double standards these people have.
I don't really think most people even really understand what they believe or what they think to be true. And a lot of it's so subject to change. Like if Elon Musk and all these NASA people that they look up to came and gave them a completely different paradigm of evolution and completely change it, they'd jump right along, They'd be like, well, it's this way, They're always doing that shit, dude.
Yeah, that's one reason why I said that certain globers are so interested in the flat earth concept. Why they're so afraid
They really
of it is
are, huh?
because, yeah, but one of the reasons is, yes, they're arguing globe versus flat, but part of the reason is that they actually are somehow self-aware that the reason that they believe in the globe is because they were told it. And if the mainstream came out over the next few years and said the earth actually is flat, that they would believe that. And the reason is not because of anything more than just mainstream believes it and pushes it.
Yeah.
Like they would flip-flop. If the authority came out and said it changed, they would flip-flop in no time.
Really would, dude. It really would. It's crazy. People are so manipulatable, exploitable, malleable. That guy asked me earlier if I was a Freemason. We know you are.
Yeah, so
right.
Yeah, I prefer to charge for my services. So, I'm not going to do your mason work for free. So, it's actually a good profession in high demand.
Yeah, it's the number one. It's the number one business in the world, huh?
The last time I worked with a guy that was doing some work, he said he can't get nobody to work for him because it's just too hard work. Nobody wants to do hard work.
That's where you got to go hire the guys in front of Home Depot.
Yeah, but listen, man, all these evolutionary ideas are just part of a religion, right? Essentially.
Yeah.
And I mean, that religion essentially is ascensionism or apotheosis, which essentially is we will evolve one day or attain one day to be like God or to be gods in our own right. We start off as nothing, put out of the Big Bang's butthole, then we crawl out of the mud. Then we learn to make fire, then we make wheels, computers, then we transcend our human body, then we float into the cosmos as energy beings, and then we transcend into the next dimension of pure thought, and then we become our own God and create our own universe, and the cycle continues. Only problem is, guess what just happened there? I put the word create in the cycle. Think about it. Even in their own paradigm, they have a causal loop that they need to explain, that they explain by creation. It's so retarded.
Right. Hey, I got a question for you. So, I've heard you argue flat Earth a lot, and you're really well versed in it. So that's why I'm asking you. I have a question about it that I haven't really heard anybody bring up. But like I said, I'm not as well versed as you, so it just may be from the lack of not hearing it. Simply is now the satellites that are Earth based, like the satellite dishes and stuff. Isn't it true that they bounce them off what they call the ionosphere and it comes back down somewhere else?
Maybe.
Okay, so if that's the case, then how are they sending signals to space if signals bounce off something up there? How do they? Have you ever heard anybody argue that? I'm just curious what your opinion is on that, or if you've heard that argument before. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the answer is usually the angle, and it's also the frequency. So the classical argument is that the ionosphere only redirects certain wavelengths, and so anything that's going out into space would be a different wavelength that can penetrate it. It's not going to be redirected.
Okay, all right, that's what they would say, I guess, and yeah, that does sound like something they'd say.
Yes, and also that the idea of the ionosphere bouncing was a post hoc rationale for the fact that certain signals went, like Marconi's signal, I think it went over 10,000 miles, right? So they needed a rationale to say, oh, well, how does this happen on a globe? Oh, well, that's easy. It just bounces off something in the sky.
Something
Well,
that
where's your
you
evidence
can't
for
physically
that?
see, taste, touch, feel, or hear.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of these post hoc rationales, right? For example, the Selenelian possible eclipse. How can that happen on a globe? Oh, well, light bends. There you go. Problem solved. Okay, where's the evidence? Where's the direct evidence that that's occurring? Well, obviously it's happening because I could see the sun and the moon above the earth, but I still see an eclipse. And since we already know the earth is a globe, it must be happening.
Right.
You notice how there's a lot of that? We already know it's a globe. Therefore, this excuse that gets around the problems with the observation must be happening. It must be because we've already established that it is a globe. Okay, cool. When did you establish that premise so that your logic follows? Oh, hold on a second. Okay, so they try to find where they establish the premise. You know what they find when they do that? They find another example similar to the example I just gave you, and they try to borrow the conclusion from that example. I'm like, no. You still need the globe proved in the first instance for that example to follow. So where's the globe proved in the first instance? Now you keep going back and back, and you find that there's nothing. The first instance proof of the premise proper has never been done. It's all based on assumptions and presumptive logic and logical fallacies that come to the conclusion that they think the earth is a globe. They then borrow that conclusion, which was arrived at erroneously, and they then impute it into a different form of logic, right?
Yeah.
Now, you might actually argue, okay, well, we proved the globe when we took a photograph of it in totality from space. Okay, cool story. But yeah, that's pretty much when they will say that when else was it proven? In any way, shape, or form that's definitive. Think about it. Everything is a presuppositional framework.
Yeah.
Or a logical fallacy. Like if the earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth's a globe, right? That sounds good at first instance, but that's a formal logical fallacy. The conclusion does not necessarily follow. Therefore, Earth is a globe does not follow necessarily. So that's not proof in the first instance. And that's why it's a formal logical fallacy.
So basically, I've seen two results from because we've both seen thousands and thousands of globers just arguing vehemently and just they're so they're diehard about this, right? So it's one of two things. Like their whole point is to wear the flat earther out, where the flat earther is just like, dude, I'm over this, right? Or if the more like energetic spirited flat earthers that can just go on for like all day about it and will take anybody on, like Quantum Erasure. Somebody will just like, he has so much energy. Basically the Glober's second option is like electrical failure, like, oh, I can't hear you, I'm roboting out, or like basically they'll flee unless they realize they can wear out the flat earther. you know, to where he just over it and he's like, fuck this, I'm out, you know.
Well, that's a tactic for sure. And part of that tactic is to have like 20, 30, even 50 quote unquote evidences for your globe, right? You say, oh, I've got 50 evidences, right? But what they really have is 50 permutations of a formal logical fallacy, a presuppositional framework, an inference, et cetera, et cetera. That's all it is. So having 50 of those, you know, by sheer mass of quantity doesn't make your proposition proved in the first instance. That's the problem. Okay, the propositions of logic, right, when they're put into a logical syllogism or whatever that has a conclusive result, only work if the premise is true in the first instance. Okay, so the premise has to be true. You can put a lot of things into formal logic, right? But if the premises aren't true, then that conclusion isn't true either. So where is the evidence that the premise, the Earth is a globe, was proved in the first instance? Where's that?
So crazy. They'll just keep taking you back through these loops, and then they'll play dumb, back through the loop. Sometimes they robot out. Sometimes they lose their signal. It's fucking crazy. It's so crazy. Like, where do they get this energy? It's definitely a spiritual. It's got to be on a spiritual level, because the energy that they have to just go like that to try to wear us out is their surplus almost seems to be unlimited. And then when that doesn't work, then they dip out. But they come back, though. They will come back and attack. They come back for the attack with so many different tactics, different names and everything. It's like a video game where, like, you're the main character and you just have an unbelievable amount of, like, little minions attack you in every direction.
Well, they're trying to defend a lifetime of programming.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I mean, I think Agent Smith syndrome is real. He just comes in and takes over.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta admire their tenacity, though. Just like a rabid animal or something, you know, seeking who he may devour.
They're kind of like religious extremists.
Yeah,
kind of.
Kind of.
For sure.
They're like soldiers of scientism. No one's making them to attack it.
It's almost animalistic, dude. You know, it really is. Sometimes when people, like my dad, for instance, my dad's a diehard NASA fanboy, right? And sometimes he'll be talking to me, and we'll be talking and discussing this for hours and hours. And sometimes I just completely, I remain silent while he's talking, and I won't even answer him, and I just stare at him in the eyes because I'm trying to see his soul. I'm like looking at his eyes, trying to understand his soul.
Looking for change in personality, like as if Agent Smith jumped into him.
Yeah, dude. I'm like, what is in there? What's inside? What's behind those? This is much deeper than just flat Earth and the globe. It's so much deeper. What is this entity behind you? You know, because they seem to function. They seem to function in normal ways, like they know how to tie their shoes and they know how to shower and dress themselves and pay their bills. So it seems like we're working with something that's of a cognitive nature, you know. But and then just like a light switch that flipped, it's gone, and you're like, where's this fully functioning adult all go. It's really sad. It's like watching somebody who's completely normal go from Alzheimer's to normal back and forth, and there's no way you can really tell when it's going to happen. That's why I pour out some liquor for the Globe homies.
Like lost gold.
Right? They're a nice place. They're a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. You know what I mean? In that brain. So Flatty. Are you there? You been going barefoot, Flatty?
Yeah, man.
Hell yeah, dude. Don't you feel better?
Say that again, sorry,
dude. Do you feel better? Like your health and your blood and your blood's better. You know that?
Yeah. I believe all that shit, man.
Dude, it's so real, dude. I tell people who are complaining of these ailments in it that I come across every day. I'm like, dude, you don't, I'm not offering any type of medical advice, but I'm saying you don't have to go to this office or this clinic necessarily. Just try going barefoot and see what it does. Try drinking more water and going barefoot. No, I gotta go get this x-ray. I'm gonna go get this MRI.
Yeah, I just ordered one, like a water filter.
Hey, you ever heard of shungite?
No, what's that?
Shungite is it's like a form of carbon. It's like a black stone that it's basically like it's kind of a soft stone basically. Like you can filter your water with it, you can purify stuff with it, and it supposedly it only comes from this town by this lake in Russia. And it's really it's expensive and hard to find. You can get ordered on the internet though. Some crystal stores carry it, but not too many. It's one of the main ingredients in orgonite.
So you can use it to filter your water.
Yeah, you could filter tap water with it, but the thing is, it wears out after a long time. It breaks down, so you need to replace it because it will it actually gets smaller and smaller.
Like the water dissolves it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And I need to get some water testing. I don't think our water is as bad here as some of you Americans think yours is.
Dude, this water, you pour water from the sink in a cup, and then you empty the cup out and let it dry, and you see these gnarly like spots, like these white spots. It's crazy, dude. Usually, do the fake rain that they come up with here sometimes. Right here where I live, there's two major weather modification plants, like on either side of the mountains, where they burn the silver iodide at night. Dude, and we'll get these little droplets that it's not like hard rain. It's like this kind of like not a mist either. Like you see the droplets on your windshield when you're driving, and then the next day, your windshield is so dirty from this stuff. It's crazy, bro.
Well, you mean the chemtrail Sahara sand?
Yeah, something like that. I don't think it's just the chemtrails though. I think that's just one of the processes they use. But they burn the silver. Huh?
Oh, sorry. Have you ever seen? Go on. Sorry.
I was just saying they burn the silver iodide flares with a couple other things that they do. They have so many different types of weather modification. You could look it up on United States or look up on the U.S. patents, and it'll show almost 200 different weather modification patents dating back from like the late 1890s.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up to the current time. And they say in all these things what they do, it's a trip, bro. Some of the things they have. it's like technical jargon, but if you can get through the jargon and just like stomach, it's like long and tedious reading, you know. But I mean, some of it comes in like PDF form.
Have you ever seen or looked up morphing chemtrail planes that just morph into an orb, light orb, and back into a plane and stuff?
I've seen some of that on YouTube. Yeah.
That's crazy, you know. Like that, I literally think that many chemtrail planes are actually demons or whatever is morphing up there, you know. Just wicked things under the heaven.
Yeah. Some of the chemtrail busters that I've made. One time I made one where the whole sky was overcast, and I put it out, and a half hour later, it created it opened up the sky, so it was blue sky, and you could see the sun shining through, and it was right above where I had placed this thing in the ground, and I saw 5 airplanes, one after the other, within like a 15-minute period, all come and try to recreate the line in the sky that I had dissolved, and 5 planes couldn't do it. As they were spraying, hold on, this truck's passing by. As they were spraying, it was like nothing was coming out over the part where my chemtrail buster was. And then from the other direction, about 10 minutes later, a jet comes by from the other direction and drops a gnarly, some type of, like, I don't know what it dropped, but we hear the jet, but we can't see the jet. And then just this huge plume of cloud. It wasn't a chemtrail. It was just like a huge plume, basically went right there to cover up that spot. So for some reason, it seems really important that they show these lines every day that they do, you know, they have you know what I mean? For whatever reason, but yeah, it's spiritual too.
Yeah, it is indeed. If you look up chemtrails are demonic, there are some videos on YouTube, and there was actually a website that teach you how to get rid of them by calling upon the name of Jesus Christ and so forth. And I actually, the first time I heard about it, I was like, okay, if that's true, I'm gonna do that. You know, I'm gonna use the name of Jesus Christ and you know, rebuke these things in the sky while they're, you know, spraying it out. And it actually worked. You know, I also made a video about it, and I destroyed many of them in mid spraying. You know, just suddenly stopped. And the weird thing was, and it only happened, you know, it happened the exact same day as I started doing this, out of nowhere. And literally, I live on the countryside here in Germany where there is literally not much going on in terms of aviation and stuff. And out of nowhere, there comes a low-flying, total black helicopter. And I've never seen this kind of helicopter. You know, I'm a little bit of an aviation geek, and this was in helicopter form that was not like typical here in Europe, and it just was pure black, and it felt really weird looking at it. It felt like something weird in spiritually within me just told me that this is not normal. Like, I can't, you know, when you see something. You witness something what makes you feel uncomfortable somehow, and I looked at this thing and just pure black. You couldn't see even the cockpit, you know, where the pilot would sit. The windows are just pure black, and it had this very dark persona, whatever about it. I couldn't explain it, but it was actually one of the weirdest experiences I ever had. And after that, it never happened again. But you know, it can't be just a coincidence. You know, it suddenly start using the name of Jesus Christ, and these things disappear in the sky, the chemtrails, and suddenly out of nowhere, this black helicopter shows up. And then actually, I looked it up. You know, if other people have witnessed these strange black helicopters, and indeed, it's actually a phenomenon that happens often. You know, to people. And I can also, if I think back into the past when YouTube was not censoring these organized videos where, you know, where people put up these chemtrail busters and stuff, you also had suddenly helicopters, you know, appearing out of nowhere, cruising above their house and so forth, you know. So I don't know what kind of spiritual thing is going on there in the sky, but it must be very important to this kingdom of darkness that you're living in right now.
Yeah, I've actually witnessed the helicopters on numerous occasions flying overhead when I put my chem busters out there, because I don't know if they're just trying to see what's stopping it or whatever they're doing. I could only speculate, but I have been witness on multiple occasions to those helicopters you're describing.
Yeah, but this totally, completely dark, like that was something else, you know. It didn't almost feel natural, you know. It was very weird, and I had the feeling like 1,000 eyes were pointing at me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know exactly what you mean.
It kind of
Yeah.
just sounds paranoia to me, if I'm being honest. What you're saying.
What?
I said it kind of just sounds like paranoia.
I can you repeat that again? Sorry, I didn't understand.
I said it kind of just sounds like paranoia, if I'm being honest.
Oh, no, I'm not a very paranoid person actually. You know, I don't experience a lot of fear, or I do not experience any fear most of the time. But you know, there are things where I can say, okay, that's a coincidence, but that was definitely not a coincidence. You know.
You can't really prove that though. I've seen people, like in my personal life, I've had people who they may not be flat earthers, but they're into other conspiracies, and I've seen them freak out and spiral because they perceive something as being something that it could not be. So I just wanted to say that just be careful about what you choose to believe in and what you choose to, perceive.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It could also be just a coincidence, but you know, I made my videos. I also, I also know that through the name of Jesus Christ, these chemtrails disappear if you call upon them and rebuke them. I mean, there are also videos out there on YouTube where you can see people actually rebuking a whole tornadoes and stuff that just disappear and do not destroy the house, and afterwards they come back and destroy the rest of the city. So there's definitely power in the name. And
Bro, I have a question for you real quick.
Yes.
No, you said that only happened to you once, where you used the name of Jesus to rebuke the chemtrails, right?
Yes.
Now,
Exactly.
have you tried to do it on other occasions and it didn't work, or have you just only done it on that one occasion?
Oh, I did it on other occasions, but the helicopter didn't pop up anymore. You know,
But I mean,
like
did the
things.
chemtrails go away though?
Yes.
So,
There's
have
actually
they gone away every time you've done it?
yes. Like it only it works when they making them. You know, like I mean,
as it's overhead.
Yeah, as it goes overhead. And the thing is, what I've seen on this website, and what they do is they do these X's, and it's actually like they point at certain spots where these demonic entities that are being duplicated are going to drop down. It's like, you know, these military what is it called? These planes that put out these troops on their parachutes. It's almost the exact same thing, you know, just in a spiritual way. They clone these orbs that are, you know, transforming into planes and stuff, are just fallen entities that are just pulling out these demon portals, and then they can drop down onto cities. And trust me, if you look at the violence rate, especially in regions where a lot of chemtrails are being put out, you're gonna see definite patterns. And
with
I
the
think
increase in violence.
Yeah, and you
Okay,
also
cool.
yeah, you need to remember, right? The Bible says that Satan is the prince and power of the air. Okay, so if he's the prince and the power of the air, he's gonna definitely take advantage of whatever he can roll out. And trust me, there is a spiritual war going on, and I mean,
Yeah. So
I have no problem with sounding crazy, sounding crazy.
No,
but
don't even go any further. You don't need to sound crazy. So let me explain two facts. One, which is explicit fact, which is just stories, right, of people's accounts, but it's facts in the fact that the stories exist.
Mhm.
Second is an interview with a whistleblower from CERN. Okay, so the first is the UFO community, the taking community, right, where they have accounts of people that have been quote unquote taken by extraterrestrials, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a well-known established pattern within this community that when these entities are coming to take you or to do things to you, that if you rebuke them in the name of Jesus, they leave.
Yes,
Now,
indeed.
this is recorded. These people's accounts that's what they do, and that's what they claim happens. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, that being said, let's move on to the next point. So the guy from CERN. So we all know, if we've researched CERN, that there's a lot of allegations that CERN is doing mumbo jumbo with of a spiritual nature. Now, first off, they had a opening ceremony, or a whatever you call it, ribbon cutting, where they did essentially a dance, a ritualistic, spiritualized dance, and the connotations of the dance are that they're dancing around a pit, which opens up and a spiritual being comes out. You could go and watch this on YouTube, that this was their opening ceremony. In the background of the ceremony is Kali, the destroyer, right? So a god, reference to a god that's a destroyer god, reference to bringing an entity out of a pit. Now, remember earlier we had a discussion that people who are involved in this technology said that they're trying to contact extra dimensional entities to draw on their power, right? So, all that being said, this is the guy's testimony. So, after they started using
Totally agree.
after they started using CERN, he claims that they found some interesting stuff in the tubes. All of a sudden, they had this black stuff that wasn't there before.
Mhm.
And they couldn't understand what this was. It's like, where does this stuff come from? Now, remember, I'm kind of going fast through it because I don't have a lot of time, but remember, there's guys that said that CERN is attempting to break the veil. Now, what the
Yep.
veil is, it's the metaphysical barrier between the physical realm and the spiritual realm. So beyond the veil is where spirits live, and they can't come to our realm unless they pass through it.
Amen.
So they're trying to break it, right? Now,
Amen.
these are
100%.
all concepts and ideas, that some of which is corroborated by testimony. Now, of course, you could just dismiss the testimony and say the guy's lying, whatever. That's not the point. So here's his story. They took this stuff to universities and, off-site to be studied more. Wherever they brought this stuff, violent crimes, rapes, murders went up. Now,
I can imagine that.
the guy said himself or the people he was working with went on to study this stuff, right? And essentially, I can't remember if they called it black matter or dark matter, whatever name they attributed to it, right? And I'm going to accelerate the story a little bit for sake of time. He basically said that humans actually create this stuff inside them, with negative interactions and negative emotions and all
I
of that. So
can
we create it
imagine that.
naturally.
I can
And so
imagine that. You know why? Can I just? I'm quickly. When I was saved, I puked for 7 days straight out. It felt like something was leaving me, which was living in my stomach, but multiple entities and the things that. After you puking out for 3-4 days and so forth, the things that came out, it was like a very weird texture, and it was sometimes it was plague stuff that I saw in the toilet, and then my spirit, or the one guy that I used to know, which was actually the false personality that these demonic entities made me believe in, was gone, and then I received the Holy Spirit, and it's hard to explain it just these few seconds, because I don't want to lead you off the things you're going to say, but I just want to insert that I actually puked plague stuff out myself, especially when I was saved.
Yeah, so this guy's story makes sense to you. So let's go on with the story.
Yep.
So he also said that, sometimes when they were doing these tests, that I can't remember if he said he saw it or if he said the other guys who were in there said they saw it. but they saw a face like floating in the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
That appeared to be like a demonic, face or a monstrous face, right? Now, all this stuff went on for a while, and then finally, this is his conclusion. I don't know if a bunch of other people agreed on it or not, but essentially, this was the premise that he laid out. So he said, beyond this veil, okay, is another dimension. So in our dimension, it takes a lot of energy to break things, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it takes a lot of energy to make things, but it also takes a lot of energy to like make things on fire, like to destroy them on a very level. Like even if whether you believe in nuclear bombs or not, the premise of a nuclear bomb is that, yeah, but the premise is that it takes a lot of energy, right, to break things on a fundamental level to where they release all of their energy outwards, right? So here, most things are solid, they're contained, coherent, they're rational, they're usable, they're functional, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his basic premise was that in that dimension, everything is broken and everything is spread out and everything is essentially on fire at all times. And it takes a lot of energy to make it coherent. So in our realm, it takes a lot of energy to break things down to incoherence. But in that realm, everything is incoherent and it takes a lot of energy to make it coherent. Now,
Exactly.
in our realm,
but let me guess, if you break something extremely down, like, I don't know, killing something that is actually, doing let's say a very dark thing, like robbing someone's life, someone who's maybe very young or whatever, in a ritual, then I probably sure that's why they're doing actually these rituals, so they make a gateway for
maybe
into
right.
this
So
dimension.
let me go on.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, let me go on. So the concept is that in this realm, there's sentient entities that exist, which is us. And in that realm, there's sentient entities that exist. Now, they don't have a coherent world to inhabit. We do. So they're jealous of our world. They want to be here.
Right.
Now, how do you get through the veil, right? How do you transfer over? Well, this guy's, it's not really a hypothesis, but let's just call it, all right, fine, whatever. Let's just call it his idea. So the general idea that he was coming to is like, whatever this black stuff is, okay? And humans create it, it seems to him that the more of it that there is, that entity can use it as a conduit to transfer itself. Kind of like I was talking about how you transfer the consciousness, you need some kind of quantum or metaphysical bridge. So his basic premise was that this stuff, whatever it is a metaphysical bridge to that realm that sentient entities can use. So, for example, if you're a human that has a lot of this stuff, you have a conduit and you're easier to be possessed by these entities or to be a communication for these entities, right? So the more of this you have, they can essentially use it as a Wi-Fi router, right, to take control of your body and inhabit your body.
Yeah, I would actually say amen to that, because I once, trust me, I was a complete opposite person.
Yep.
I was embracing darkness at one point in my life.
So they have this premise, right, that there's these entities that exist in this other dimension that they want to tap into. Right now, some of the first guys, they just wanted to take their power. Right? Now, fast forward to now, some people want them to come here. They don't just want to steal their power. They want them to come here because they think that they are so wise and so smart. And they're going to give us all of these knowledge, and they need a host body for these things to come, right? So they're trying to collect a lot of this matter, right? But then they also need a matrix for this thing to exist in, which could be, I'm going real fast here, essentially like the internet and the quantum computers that they're working on is going to be the host body for this ultimate being that's coming from this other dimension, right? And now they're also is taking all the data from the internet and all digital everything, and they're storing it in a single location. And the goal is that once they have this super quantum computer, that they're going to crunch all this data and they're going to solve like human problems, right? So think about it. We're going to have this extra dimension entity that's being pulled in from a dimension that is essentially on fire all the time. Now, what does that sound like? I think I've heard that before in mythos. Yes, it's known as hell usually in most mythos, right?
Mhm.
Across stories everywhere. That realm is known as hell. And you know what? The more you talk about this, the more this sounds like the plot to the Terminator movies and the Doom video game series combined. Think about it. You're pulling an extra dimensional entity, putting it into an AI superstructure, which has access to all human knowledge, right? Now, we all know that in every fictional story that we know of, this never goes well. It always backfires. Like look, we're going to make everything great. This entity is going to tell us the secrets to solving human problems. We're going to give it access to the internet, the mainframe, all human data. We're going to give it access to the military. Oh, it's going to be great.
You want to know why this stuff is happening in this kingdom? So I mean, you don't need to believe me, but my hypothesis is also from seeing how Satan flips everything upside down with his fear that is completely the opposite of what God is saying, and so many other things. You know, I don't even need to go into that detail. But if you look at how we, once we're saved, we be a part of the body of Christ. Yeah, we are part of the body of Christ. So we're not ourselves anymore, but we are a tool for God to interact with others and spread the good news and so forth. In a short way to explain it. And we receive the Holy Spirit, right? So we are under God's hand, so to say. And what does Satan always do? Satan wants to exalt himself to be as God, right? So what is his ultimate goal? His ultimate goal is to establish a counterfeit Holy Spirit, something which makes him have control over the children of God, you know, the ones that we are all that are listening to my voice right now, that are made in the image of God, to have full control over their over their thinking, over their health, and you know, have this counterfeit Holy Spirit, have this opposite, because he is so jealous. You know, he wants to be God, but he can't look into your brain. That's the problem. But he wants that full control, and just think about it. All the people now who have accepted this genetic juice, you know, this genetic modified juice. And I myself was never vaccinated in my life because trust me, I'm a complete anti-vaxxer. I think there is not one vaccination that has anything to do with health. It's not intended by God. It's witchcraft.
Move on.
And the thing is, if just think about it, maybe they have found a way to duplicate this dark matter and put it into your genetics in a way that once the things are set up that you just mentioned, you know, with the quantum PC and this one world nation consciousness and stuff.
Yeah, let me stop you right there. So we already have a fictional establishment of this idea, okay?
Yeah.
Which is not just an interconnected group of computers that this AI entity can inhabit, but an interconnected group of software, and by soft I mean biological. Okay, so this idea has been posited in fictional worlds out there, where you create an interconnected human network where the AI can live inside the human consciousness. Now, check this out. We're going to wrap this up real quick. A lot of people right now that might be listening think that's crazy. Okay, how could a disembodied sentient entity possess a mechanical device? Well, guess what? We already talked about this is part of their salvation story. Like, they think they're going to evolve to where they can inhabit computers with their consciousness and then one day shed the computer and become disembodied sentient entities. Right? So think about it. They're laughing at people like me and you talking about this stuff. But a lot of them believe that stuff in their own worldview.
I know, but I'm just laughing because I know who already won, you know. I know what the end of the story is.
That's great. That's great.
That's
But check this out. Yeah. So check this out.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether any of this is true or not, in a sense that logistically, they can effectuate a plan by making enough people believe that this stuff is true to where they will behave in a manner that they want them to. Like, for example, I said earlier, like, if people believe this stuff is really true, because remember, I told you they needed some solution to solve the conduit problem. Now, it's very hard to think of an idea that could be solved on the physical side to solve that problem. But if you had an super duper immaterial sentient energy being that you pulled from beyond the veil and it came in and told you the answer, you might be like, wow, we got the answer now. Now, it doesn't matter whether that entity is real. It only matters that there's a plausible story that they can give you that they actually met this entity and it's actually speaking to them or speaking to you. And with this huge backstory, right, of metaphysics, evolution, the idea that energy is transmutative from consciousness through the material world and all of these things, right? So they have this big religious background, which is the pseudoscience, metaphysical, heliocentric background, from which to infest your mind with all of these ideas so you believe it's true. And then when they come for you, you give yourself up willingly, thinking that you're attaining something, when actually you've been duped the entire time. Now, I said that to posit the idea for people who don't believe any of this metaphysical stuff, right? That this, regardless, could still be used as a system of control. It doesn't matter whether you believe it, they believe it. And it doesn't matter whether they believe it. They are pretending to believe it to get you to be influenced by whatever it is they were trying to do. And guess what? It's working.
Yeah, like it says in the Bible, beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world. There are many people
and
being
let's just
misled
say for fine. Let's just say for palatability's sake, you know, that some people don't believe in Christianity and some people don't believe in religion at all. Let's say that for the sake of saying it, okay? Think about it, though. What you just quoted, yes, that's from the Bible, but it still applies. Think about it. Even from example of the story that I laid out, like people, just imagine a person who's not religious at all and then is being told that the earth is a spinning ball hurtling through space that came from nothing, where we evolved from dead matter. We're now conscious. Eventually, we're going to be immaterial, sentient energy beings once we transcend humanity, right? Oh, by the way, we pulled a sentient entity from another dimension and he's going to help us achieve this. Like, that person is going to probably be susceptible to that. And so that verse applies, right? Think about it. Once that person realizes, wait a minute, I live in a created realm and there is a creator, right? Then you have to ask yourself, okay, does the creator want me to pretend like I'm going to download my consciousness into this machine, which was promised as a way to escape death by a being that came from a universe that is on fire continually? That sounds stupid. Right? So you gotta apply your rationality, being a sentient entity yourself, and say to yourself, wait a minute, that sounds like the plot of like 37 horror movies, 27 video games, and the end result was the malevolent entity screwed humanity like nobody's business, right? So should I be a part of this nonsense or not?
You know why they also show you all this craziness in movies, games, and so forth? Because they want you to subconsciously accept it as their
some of the premises. They want some of the premises to be subconsciously accepted as plausible. So when they make their gambits, you believe it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they had these predictive programming, you know, for all these
let me
events.
stop you right there.
So forth. Yeah.
You got it. But check this out. So, for example, I told you those 3 physics lectures, right? Where the guy said to the stage, to the audience, one day humanity will transcend the physical body and become floating sentient energy beings in the cosmos. Now, check this out, dude. That is, whether you want to think about it this way or not, a purely religious philosophy. And everyone sitting in the stage thought he was such an astute scientist talking about science. So yeah, all of these ideas posit in the mind these possibilities as being plausible. So when somebody that seems to be rational says this could happen, you're like, oh yeah, that could happen. Yeah, you're right. And the sheep follow. Like, they follow that shepherd. Even though that shepherd's leading them to nonsense, false hope.
That's why it's important to have the right shepherd, you know. But the ones who hear his voice, they're gonna know where their shepherd is, and they're gonna stick to their shepherd. That's the thing.
Yeah, and you don't even. And to be fair, I mean, obviously, I also believe in the Judeo-Christian paradigm. But even if you don't believe that, all of these principles still apply. It's like the creator of this world, right, which is self-evident that it was created. Whoever that is,
Amen.
that creator doesn't want you to make deals with interdimensional entities that are living in fire to download your soul into a computer and then become a sentient entity floating space fart.
Yep.
Right? Exactly. And that just requires reflection.
Remember this, there was also once a time where already the genetics were heavily perverted, and God sent a huge flood to get rid of this perverted genetics. And he even gave most of its inhabitants 1,000 years of time, but at the end only one family really stick to, you know, God. And I you know why I believe that I know who the creator of this universe is? Because I believe in the one who was born in a barn and knew that he's going to be killed by his own creation because of the fact that they, from themselves, full of their brightness and their wisdom, false wisdom, thought that they actually knew God. And even they had God right before their eyes doing miracles, and they knew the Torah, they knew the scriptures, still they decided to say, we want to have the murderer and we want to kill the Christ on the cross. And that's for me, like, for me, there is nothing else. There's no ridiculous story, and I mean, from all the things he did for me in my life, especially, there needs to be no other proof. Like, I don't, you know, it's just self-evident because we have such a humble creator, and just from the way the scriptures are written so far, it just makes sense to me. It's just 100% sense. This is truth. You know, this is truth.
Yeah.
He's a holy God who needs to be glorified, but he himself put himself so down, so much into human, into that human presence, but he didn't put himself into a position of being a king or something supreme. He was rather just born in a barn, and then he knew his ultimate goal was to teach and do miracles, and then to be killed by his own creation, who themselves thought of them and their wisdom and their pridefulness, false wisdom, and they just killed him, you know. And I think that's
so
actually
let's give everyone a gracious grain of salt, right? Who don't believe that actually is true. If you take that, even if you take it as a story, right, the idea of it is very palpable to the nature of humanity, which is moral consequences. Like, we all know that there's immoral things going on in the world, and we all know that the atheist pipe dream of transcending death, right, so that they can live forever, right? They have the same desire to live forever, and they have a desire to not be judged for their moral, you know, failings. You know, that seems to be a recurring theme, right? They'll deny it altogether. They'll deny that morality even exists before they'll take any guilt.
Yeah, atheism is nothing else than Satanism. This just
right, but the similar
Satanists.
Yeah, there's similar stories within the Bible. Even if you take it as true or as a story, it still applies. Which is, oh god, obnoxious Harley going by.
Oh, good.
So, like, for example, you know, Satan's first claim, like, you know, I'm going to ascend beyond God, right? I'm going to become like God. And then you've got the Tower of Babel, where they're like, oh, we're going to make our way up to heaven and seize the controls of the earth, right? And then we got today, where people are like, oh, we're going to get out of the physical body and download into computers and then become floating energy and escape. And we're going to be like God. It's like, it's always like we are going to take over the creator's position, the creator's role. Whichever you think the creator is, these same principles apply, where humanity is always trying to buck the creator and the created order and do their own thing and solve all the problems their own way and kill, enslave, and punish millions of people along the process, right?
Yeah,
That's the nature of humanity that we all seem to be.
I mean, that's
witness in a
the
cycle.
sinful, that's the sinful nature. That's the virus, or that's the thing that we inherit since one man decided to sin against God, and that's just the sinful, destructive nature. That's why, at the end of the Bible, through one man we are saved. Through one man we are made righteous, even though we are not righteous, and our punishment should be eternal death. So that's. And to just go back to this foolish message, one of my favorite verses actually, for the preaching of the cross is, to them that perish foolishness, but unto us which are saved it's the power of God. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and I will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? Have not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom, but we preach Christ crucified, unto the Jews a stumbling block, and unto the Greeks foolishness. But unto them which are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God. So that's the thing, It's such a simple message that people in their
So let's wrap it up with this. The basic premise that's laid out there, okay, whether people believe in Christianity or not, at this point, the point I'm making is irrelevant. The point is that it says there that man seeks after their own way to figure out things, right? And so we have that expressed on a societal level, which is what? Heliocentric Big Bang cosmogony and cosmology, where eventually we're going to transcend our bodies and become floating space beings, right? So think about it. In one paradigm, if you think about it, you have the creator of the realm expressing to you the nature of the realm and the nature of who we are. And on the other thing, you have humans who, by the way, all these scientists that created this heliocentric nonsense, they told you in their own words that they did it for philosophical reasons because they don't want the implications of a in-place created world. They want this wiggle room of we're going to create our own destiny. The creator be damned.
Many are deceived, whoever has, it says also in the scriptures that that the deceived ones are going even be further deceived, and that also God is going to put deception on people who just have pleasure and unrighteousness. If they really want to have their Disney fantasy land, he's going to give it to them, and they actually will never understand what they created because they're just deceived.
That is a big.
That's why it's so dangerous.
Yeah, that is a big topic among this community, which is quote unquote the Great Deception. It's like, the deception that seems to be over the whole world is the heliocentric religion. It seems to be infested and made its way through everything. Like it's infested, like almost every religion on the face of the earth believes in heliocentrism, the majority of their members, right? So we know that that's the case. So now that we brought it back to this heliocentrism nonsense, we're going to move on from this topic because we need to get back to a specific flat earth.
Let me just
there's no 1 second.
End it up.
Too late. Time's up. Too late.
No, just
be continued.
Just to underline it and close it up.
Nope.
It specifically says that because you just said that this big deception, it says, and with every wicked deception directed against those who are perishing because they refuse the love of the truth that would have saved them. For this reason, God will send them a powerful delusion so that they believe the lie, in order that judgment may come upon all who have disbelieved the truth and delighted in wickedness. And that's it. That's actually the whole thing we just talked about. You have we have a choice in life. That's the thing.
That's what we experience here. Is so many Globers that come in here. They don't love the truth. They're told things that are factually true, experimentally validated, and they dismiss it because they want to cling on to their heliocentrism, regardless of the consequences. So with that, we'll close it and we'll open it up to other people to talk. so that they
Exactly.
can talk about
Yeah,
flat
sure.
Earth. Which
But, you know,
which, by the way, the
but
premise
thanks for the
proper of the flat
conversation,
Earth, the premise proper of the flat Earth destroys all this nonsense because it bursts the bubble of this
Yes.
falsity.
I'm pretty sure
All
that
right.
that this is actually something that can bring you through all the other things that are important to figure out, you know.
Well,
So how
look,
about
it's like the crash course. It's the fastest way, I'll tell you that much. Like if you
Yep.
realize that, then everything else just immediately the dominoes fall. But there is ways to go, other routes. It's not like you must know flat Earth to be quote unquote awakened, but it definitely is the fastest way.
My first entry was actually 9/11 in 2011 or 2012, around that time. Yeah, and everyone thought I was crazy in my family, and I was 12 years old, telling everyone that 9/11 was a huge inside job and so forth.
Hey, let me
And
jump in here
today-
real quick, guys. Real quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Call
All right,
play
I hear you.
Yeah, Indio.
Congratulations, Miggy, you got mod.
Yeah, appreciate it. Been a long time. I want to thank everyone. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, appreciate it,
I want
dude.
to thank my mother and my father and all the people that supported me.
Yeah.
I want to thank the
All right,
Academy for letting me punch a guy in the face on stage.
Yeah, I know. Slap
All
a
right.
man. All right.
You're good.
All right, man.
Go.
Yeah, I'm actually at work doing stuff. So.
Yeah, you know how it is though. I haven't
Yep.
talked to that account in like 9 months, so
Ain't no doubt, man.
obviously first thing if someone hacked your account, first thing they're gonna do is, hey, give me mod.
Yeah, no, I got this thing two-factor authenticated, so.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Not everybody does that. We
Yeah,
had an issue, I don't know, like 3 months ago, someone got, compromised with that
Yeah.
free nitro. No such thing as free nitro, people.
Yep. By the way, I apologize, Clay Under, for interrupting. So anyway, I got a dip. So
all right, man.
You guys
Thanks,
have a
man.
nice day. See ya, Indio.
all good. Have a nice work, man.
Let us interrupt you, man. Sorry.
No one interrupted me actually. I was finished, but very kind of you all.
Yeah, 12 years old. That's yeah, your parents must have thought you were nuts.
Yeah, and I talked about it in school, and then right after I think 9/11, I started with the chemtrail stuff. Was also a huge topic that I used. Over a period of 2 years studying it and going over it. But it actually, I think 2 years or 1 year ago, I just came across this, morphing plane thingy, or really understanding the true nature behind it. But yeah, it's a great adventure so far. I mean, now I'm 22, so I guess 11 years.
Yeah. The thing about
funny thing
9/11 is if you analyze 9/11, right? If you just go, okay, let's analyze 9/11. Okay, so what's the first thing that happens? Plane crashes into a building and explodes.
Mm-hmm.
No analysis of 9/11 can even make it past that point and believe the story. Because if you go and look up the properties of jet fuel does not explode at sea level.
Nope.
There's nothing you can do to make it explode at sea level. Nothing.
Exactly.
Well, you can heat it up.
doesn't-
You have to heat it up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit and then light the vapor.
Yeah,
But
even
that's
then you
the
need to
only way it
vaporize it.
explodes at sea level. And the reason we know this is
Exactly.
way back there was another plane crash off the coast of New York. It blew up in the air. It was called TWA 800. And people said they saw a missile shoot it out of the air. and there happened to be a U.S. naval vessel out in the ocean at that time. So there was this huge investigation into how this plane could have blown up because it blew up in the air. So they did all these tests. It was done by Caltech Explosion Research Laboratory. So they did all these tests of jet fuel. We're talking, there's at least 15 papers testing jet fuel, whether sparks make it explode, whether like all these tests. So if you look at the results of these tests, and like they have like 30 years of data on jet fuel, find out that jet fuel was originally formulated when they invented it back in the 1970s. The U.S. Congress passed a law that said jet fuel has to have this specification so that we can classify it as a non-combustible, because that's what they wanted for insurance purposes, right? Because if you're going to transport hazardous material, it costs you more in insurance to transport combustible versus non-combustible.
Right.
So the airlines wanted it classified as non-combustible, so they specifically made the formula so that it is a non-combustible.
That
So
makes
think
100%
about
sense.
9/11. The first thing you see is a fucking plane explosion when like I said, it can't even make it past the first analysis. Jet fuel does not explode. There's no doubt that there was an explosion. It doesn't matter what the reason was. We know it can't be the jet fuel.
Yep. Yeah, you can see actually videos of some guy on YouTube showing you how it's very hard to actually get it to burn. And that's why, in a combustion...
I have videos of it. I have videos of people putting out flames in jet fuel.
Yeah, the thing is, it only really burns like in a combustion engine when they have these little spray nozzles, once the air gets pushed through, and only with these little spray nozzles where it gets sprayed out, it can combust.
It has to be at sea level. It'll only combust. When we're talking about an explosion, it won't explode, but it will. The vapor will light on fire if it has to be a very specific air to fuel to vapor ratio. It has to be 6% fuel to 94% air. That ratio, it'll light on fire, but it won't explode. They also did tests on how fast, like if you light jet fuel on fire, how fast the flame travels. And that flame travels, I think it was the fastest it can travel is 2 meters per second.
Yeah.
Right. So that means if I poured a trench, filled it with jet fuel, and then lit it on fire, the speed at which that flame is going to go down that trench is 2 meters per second. Right. So if you watch the explosion on 9/11, in 3 seconds, the fireball is something like a quarter of a mile across.
You know what?
In
The
like 3
weirdest thing
seconds,
about
that
it
fireball is gigantic.
There are pictures made by a famous photographer where you can see that the steel beams were not actually, when the plane would have hit it going inside of it, which is just in itself totally nonsense, because just an aluminium can, it would just do nothing to such a thick steel barrier.
Yeah, so listen, you gotta hear this. You gotta hear this. I don't mean to cut you off, but
on the pictures, you could see the steel construct being blown to the outside. So it was all like the explosion was from the inside to the outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it just this shows you that it's complete fraud. It was bombed.
I have a video that shows, like when the second plane hits. So they're filming both of the towers, and the second plane hits one tower, and fucking fire and flame shoot out the other tower. The wrong tower. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So think about that. It hits the south tower, and fire and flame shoot out the north tower.
Yeah.
At the exact same time.
And there's also this telephone call after 9/11 with Mr. Donald Trump, aka 33 Degree Scottish Rite Mason, where he says that when they constructed these towers, they had like a security system where you have two bombs beneath both towers that when, like, I think with a nuclear fusion or something, that they create a huge hole once they explode.
Yeah,
so
I've seen that.
You know what
happened to that guy that came up with that theory? It was a Russian guy. He ended up getting like life in prison in Thailand. Yeah, like that
I
guy
mean,
like that disappeared.
I'm not laughing. I mean, it's a tragedy that happens to this guy. You know, I'm so sorry, and bless him so for uncovering darkness and bringing it to light. But I'm just laughing to the fact that this happens all the time. You know, every time some guy figures out something and tries to make it public, they just disappear or die or whatever. You know, that's why I laugh. So don't get me wrong. I didn't laugh about the guy actually.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a
so
tragedy.
listen, anybody that ever says that aluminum can go through steel, this is what I always say. You challenge them to a sword fight, they get aluminum sword, and you get a steel sword. Okay?
Right.
Nobody wants that fight. But they'll talk shit like aluminum can go through steel. Okay, let's sword fight. I get a steel sword, you get an aluminum sword. What do you think is going to happen?
Have you ever seen how planes, once they go to the graveyard, are being dismantled? You just need a little tiny what is it called? A little tiny bugger of
They use like a what's called a bucket loader and just rip them apart.
Excavator. Yeah, you can use
they
an
just rip
excavator,
it
and
apart
that's
like
it.
it's nothing.
Yeah, and they just, you know, they sometimes they rip it apart, and then it goes up into the air. You know, like it's just. I mean, it's just pure aluminium. It's just a tin can. You know.
Yeah.
So it's
that reminds
totally
me
crazy.
also of the rest of those reports I was telling you about. So one of the reports are about how strong the structure of the airplane is, and they have it in like it says that the strongest rivets in that airplane can take a force of 60 pounds per square inch. Now the steel that was at the level, so the World Trade Center, the steel was stronger as it went up because it had to be more flexible. So the shear strength of the steel at the level that the airplane hit was 90,000 pounds per square inch. That's what its shear stress was. So 90,000 pounds per square inch is the amount of force that it took to shear the steel in half. But the strongest part of the airplane, its shear strength was 60. Think about that. 3 orders of magnitude difference. The whole story is just so ridiculous. I just it's almost like not even worth talking about. And the funny thing is they got away with it, and we're never going to figure out how they did it. Because there's so much like contradictory information. That's really the plan, is that they you know, it's called staging the crime scene, right?
Yep.
So what they do, they stage the crime scene with contradictory information. And one group says, yes, 9/11's bullshit, but they focus on this information. And another group says, yes, 9/11's bullshit, and they focus on this information. Then you have two people that both know who 9/11's bullshit, but they're fighting each other over what's the more important staged freaking evidence.
It's just the same thing I did with Flat Earth, only with Flat Earth they just made
Same
it
thing I did with
different.
JFK, man.
Yeah, and
The
with
Zapruder
everything.
film is a fake. Like people will use the Zapruder film as like evidence. The Zapruder film is a fake. That film is a fake, dude. It is unequivocally. It was proven to be a fake by a PhD in physics from Australia. So, and I'll tell you how he did it. There's a part of the film where the Stemmons Freeway sign comes into the frame, right? Like the limo goes behind the sign and then pops out. You can measure that sign. That sign has a perfect 90-degree angle. But no camera can take an image without barrel or pincushion distortion. You can't have a 90-degree angle in a photograph. It's impossible. It might look like 90 degrees to the naked eye, but if you measure it, it won't be 90 degrees. But this Stemmons Freeway sign is a 90-degree angle, which proves that it was inserted as a composite. It's a composite video. He also did some other stuff using perspective correction, and nothing lines up. They went to Daily Plaza and took surveying equipment and made measurements and took photographs. And like if you do perspective to see like where the lines of stuff all the angles of stuff line up, nothing in the Zapruder film lines up. Nothing. It is a composite. It is complete utter trash. But people will argue about it, right? Oh, like the Oliver Stone film, JFK, right? That whole film is based upon the Zapruder film, you know, back and to the left, right? He really got shot from the front. He wasn't shot by Lee Harvey Oswald in the back. Do you want to know what witnesses said? Witnesses said that the limo came to a complete stop and machine gun fire opened up and that there was shooting from every direction. That's what the witnesses said. There's actually a video on YouTube that so what they did was they took all the news stories about it that happened at the time, right? From the time the incident happened, going for like 24 hours, right? And they just put them in chronological order. And as you watch this, you can watch like the first witnesses, like their story, and you can just watch the story just change and change and change and change and change. So the first people are like, yeah, the limo came to a stop and there was gunfire everywhere. But within like 5 hours, the story is completely different.
I actually found a video, original video from. I mean, they claim it's original. I don't know if I can still find it, but I analyzed it with my brother one day, and we actually came to the conclusion that there were two women. I think also a woman with an umbrella that just looked like they were cropped in. You know, like they added things to the video which were not there before to maybe cover up something that you should not see in a certain frame. There's literally like, you know, they I don't know what it is about the whole incident, but I actually don't really know. I mean, do you think that they killed him because he was like the last president to make the dollar non-private, or like what's your point on why they actually killed Kennedy, or even if just killing Kennedy in itself was just a, you know, satanic ritual and he knew he's going to be, you know, at one point sacrificing himself for the greater thing, you know? I mean, that's also a thing they do with these rappers these days, you know, where one so-called lodge brother kills the other one for sacrifice purpose and so forth, you know? I mean, I don't know how much you looked into that kind of stuff, but
I know why it happened.
Yeah, what do you think?
Basically, there was a CIA invasion of Cuba that happened, called the Bay of Pigs invasion.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, the CIA had just been created as a government branch, and they were kind of isolating themselves and being more independent than, you know, all the military branches, and they weren't working together. They were kind of competing for power. And the fucking director of the CIA is like a crazy fucking general, and he wanted to invade Cuba. And what's his name?
Yeah, that's the
JFK was
story.
not
I don't buy
pro-invasion
that
of Cuba.
story.
And
I just don't buy it. I think that story started in the CIA.
all right, well, okay.
My personal opinion is like all the information that we have, they gave us.
But it's just
we're
there's
always gonna
accounts of
have these
people from the
because there's
CIA.
it's the mob, and then there's the CIA. Then there's like it was the defense industry, and then it's Lyndon Johnson. You can make a pretty good case. Lyndon Johnson is the one who had him killed because Lyndon Johnson, he was he was second in charge. He wanted to be president. He was what do you call it? He's from Texas, so there's that angle. But my personal opinion is I think that he wanted to do something foreign policy wise. And they knew about it, right? Because of course they have people on the inside.
He didn't do anything.
And we don't know about it, what it was. He could have just wanted to make peace with the Russians or something. And no one was going to let that happen.
JFK was really all about peace, though.
Yeah,
he was just letting communism fail on its own.
but he
That was
was
the whole
also-
reason why he was killed.
Yeah,
Because he
but
didn't
he
want to
was
go to
also-
war with Cuba.
but
And the
he was
CIA had a
also-
hit out on him, and they fucking killed him.
But he was
For years.
also an obvious occultist and also a gay lover and so forth. But the other thing is the weird thing about the whole killing of KFJ and stuff. I have what I find weird is how they also almost made it mainstream in a way where you have like even TV documentaries about how it could have been, and literally a false flag attack and stuff like that. So for me, I sometimes have to think maybe they create certain events like where they kill someone just to in the future have to some things that people can speculate about and stuff, you know,
Well, yeah, he could still be alive. It could just be
Yeah.
part of the what do they call it? Trauma-based mind control.
Right.
Could be part of that. I mean, so here's a
Or is
weird
that possible,
coincidence,
though?
right? You know Aldous Huxley? He wrote A Brave New World, where everybody takes Soma and they're all on like antipsychotic medication and they're all like passive and all this shit. So he wrote this book called A Brave New World, which kind of like almost predicted the future, right? He died the same day JFK was shot, which is a super weird coincidence because the things in his book, A Brave New World, are almost like a premonition of modern society.
Mm. And the thing is, if you look like at things like Putin, for example, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I just going to explain why I'm mentioning that. But if you look at Putin and his face, how literally, if you look at certain pictures, you could actually think that Putin exists in like 5-6 different ways. You know, same as Biden. You know, if you look at Biden, who was once with Obama as a vice president, and the Biden that you now have as, you know, a so-called president, it's kind of weird. I have the feeling they have definitely multiple versions of people. If not, they are able just to clone most of them and reproduce them. So it wouldn't be a huge surprise for me if, you know, that was just some double ganger.
It's odd that you say that because like 4 or 5 days ago, I watched a video from when Putin first came into office. So they did an interview in the Kremlin of him in his office, and he was talking about like, you know, he literally just got there. I think he was in office like 3 days, and the Russian media did like an interview with him. And I could not get it out of my head how different he looked. Like, this does not look like the same guy. It really just does not look like.
Just look
it
at
does not
Eminem,
look like
man.
the same guy, man. Like, I don't
Dude,
know.
you guys are fucking
and I am
nuts.
not one to even believe that shit. I'm not the one who thinks, you know, Alex Jones is really Bill Hicks, and like, I don't believe any of that crap. But I'm telling you, you watch this. I just couldn't get it out of my head. I had no. I wasn't thinking it beforehand. I was just like, I'm gonna watch this just to see what the guy's like, and he just looks totally different. Just totally. And the thing about human beings is, from the age of being babies, the first thing we learn how to do is identify faces. It is literally the one thing human beings are excellent at, is identifying faces.
I have a question. If I boost the server, can I post pictures or something like that?
Oh, you don't need to boost the server to do that.
I would actually, because I really like to be here. Because I have one of the most greatest conversations here. But
how long have you been here?
I've been here since I think 4 days now or something like this. Yeah, but I had already so many great conversations. Anyways, the thing is, what you really need to look
Listen,
at is...
I'll give you pic perms so you can just post pics. I mean, you
Okay,
can boost the server if you want. It's not necessary, but you can if you want.
I'm definitely gonna probably do that. Another thing is, let me just quickly show you something, okay? About Biden, for example.
It's gonna take me a minute. There's too many fucking rolls. Jesus Christ, man.
Sorry, I was interrupted for a second. What did you say?
Yeah, it's gonna take me a minute to find the roll which gives
Oh, okay.
Terms,
No problem. Don't hurry, man.
Yeah, there's just like a ridiculous amount of rolls on this server. This is what happens when you have a server for, you know, a few years. You get bloat, right? Oh, I want to make a roll, and then pretty soon there's 5,000 rolls.
It's grey or silver if that helps, India.
What
it's
was
grey
that?
or it's grey or silver dot if that helps.
I just need to go through a lot of pictures right now.
Shit, man. There you go. You should be able to post them now.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
I just need to go through my thousands of
But I'm
pictures.
gonna tell you, don't post porn, wreck, gore, anything like
man,
that. Because this, you know, this goes out on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's
trust
really
me,
what we're
I'm
worried about. It's like
no,
YouTube
no.
and like Discord. You know how it is with the censorship and all that crap. So just
I
be
I'm against kind of stuff like that. You know, they're dark and bad, and I it's just
yeah. I'm just not saying
yeah.
you're going to. I'm just putting it out there.
All right, yeah, no problem. Let me just get the right picture so you can maybe understand where I'm coming from with saying this. So yeah, let's get this picture, for example, or this picture. Yeah, that's a good one. Let's now go to the fake Biden or Biden 2.0 or whatever Biden that is that you're seeing now as a president. It's definitely not the same person. Okay, all right. So Biden, as he was vice president with Obama. Oh wait, it needs 4 seconds. So you see these two pictures, right? I guess they're also made at the same day. Looking at what they're wearing, I mean the typical Freemason red and blue, right? I mean, just another coincidence. And now we look at Biden today, the current president, or whoever that guy is. Could you just explain to me how someone, you know, suddenly looks like this or this? Even like if you listen to speeches and stuff, that you know that these are not the same persons.
And convince a lot of people then they're the same people.
What?
They look the same to me. Just kidding. But yep, convinces a lot
No,
of people.
for me they look completely different. Especially when you look at I think there's some pictures where you can see his right ear better, and you compare it to. Let me get. I mean, some people theorize that maybe be some cosmetic operations or whatever. I mean, I can agree on that, but still, it doesn't like. You know, I'm a guy. I really I can recognize faces pretty good, but just comparing this, you can't tell me that this is the same guy. Like from the pictures with Obama as being vice president and now the current president. But I have a nice channel that you guys can check out. I mean, they create a lot of cool things. Oh, let me just post a clone malfunction. You know, the whole cloning thing with people is a topic for itself because many people can't really accept it or dig into it because, you know, I mean, we can clone animals, but we can't clone human beings. That's just too crazy, right? So, who was I talking? Indio, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think about you're an American, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think about these two pictures or four pictures comparing
Yeah,
them?
I know his face has changed, especially if you look at some of his real older stuff. Like his appearance has changed a lot. If it's the same person, of course.
Yeah, I don't think that I think the original is either dead or what I don't know what they did to him, but the current
But you know,
president is
all these guys are
definitely.
wearing heavy makeup too, and you can use makeup to completely change the way you look.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm not I mean, I can't 100% prove it, but just the whole face in itself compared to now is just weird. Even if he aged that fast, but I mean, maybe it's just me,
Have you seen any of those TikToks where there's girls and I mean, these girls are ugly, man. And then they like
Yeah, I
do
know
their
what you mean.
makeup and they look like they're tens, like wow, just
Yeah.
unbelievable. Like these
Yeah.
girls are like double baggers, man. Like a double bagger is when she's got a bag over her head and then you put a bag over your head in case her bag falls off. Like these girls are that ugly. But they put on makeup and then all of a sudden, like, they're hot. So makeup can do a lot, is all I'm saying. I mean, maybe they just adjusted their makeup. They got a different makeup artist. Who knows? Because they're always wearing makeup.
Mhm. Oh, I can totally agree. I mean, he could just also just I don't know, maybe he got sick or
They've been
something,
doing that
and
since the Nixon JFK debate back in, the 60s. It's a pretty famous debate that JFK wore makeup and Nixon didn't, and it's been speculated that because, like, when you're on TV and you're not wearing makeup, you just look like a normal human. But but when you got makeup, you have no blemishes in your skin. Everything looks perfect. And plus, it looks like you have dark shadows. So I guess what they say is Nixon came across as he was like angry and evil compared to JFK because you could see because of the lighting, right? Underneath your eyes, it looks like it's dark, and you have cast shadows on your face.
Mhm. Yeah, with makeup, I mean, it's literally in the name, right? Make up, make something up. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's
There's a
definitely
lot of makeup.
powerful.
Well, they're
That's why
phonies
actually,
anyway, so you know what I mean. they
yeah,
they might as well lie about their appearance too. They're lying
that's
about everything
why
else.
that's why I really do not find women with a lot of makeup attractive because just making something up. I really like the natural, the maybe light makeup or something like that, but not even that. I mean, I think most women look better without makeup, except for the ones who, use a ton to look like something that they not are. Okay, let me see if I can post this video. So this, for example, is a clone malfunction. And I would highly recommend get yourself a glass with some ice in it and try to hold a glass with liquid inside as still as this woman can do. This is not normal human behavior. And it's actually impossible.
Hello, guys. Mic check. Mic check.
We hear you.
5 out of 5.
Camera full.
Yeah.
Give me a break, really.
Are you alright,
Sure.
guys? I want to hear it. I want to hear everyone say, I'm okay.
I'm okay, Jace.
You're right, Lolo.
Yeah, man.
How's it going?
Not too bad, man.
Cool.
Like I said again, if you can send me a video of you holding a glass like this and just freezing, I highly appreciate it because I tried it and it's very hard. Yes, clones. You linked the.
Come on, man, it's flat. You're never going to convince the rest of these morons.
Yeah, it's flat and full of clones, especially the idols that. Just imagine most of the superstars that people idolize are just basically out of a factory.
In a way, without being rude, you kind of need to move on with your lives because, you know what I mean? You're not ever going to persuade these people into any other way of thinking, man. It's crazy. Thinking that you will, you know, it's an admirable fact that you think that it will happen, but it ain't going to happen, man. That is the brutal fucking truth of it all. You know what I mean? People have got so much more on their fucking media-filled minds than the flat Earth right now. You know, that's just the reality of what's going on around us right now. Do you know what I mean?
People are busy with
really scared people around me. I do. People who incidentally own televisions, which is a bit weird because I don't. And it doesn't seem to affect me as much.
Yeah, people are just busy being busy with artificial things.
You're right, mate. You're right.
They create things to make you feel busy.
You know, and it's like, yeah, you can kind of laugh that off, but you know, if you want to be serious about it, I see a lot of fucking frightened people. I do. Just my neighbours around me, alone, like you know, old people on their own, reliant on the news that they get from the television, which is just, man, you know, I don't need to spell it out to you guys. I know what you feel about it, so you know, but fucking hell, man, bad.
Rookie.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what Rookie is referring to. If he's referring to the obvious clones being a silly topic, then you really need to look into it because it's literally not a silly topic.
Okay.
Well, you're talking about the clones, as in the Queen Elizabeth clones, aren't you?
No, I'm talking in general that most of famous people are just clones. You know, they can store them and get them out whenever they want and have multiple versions of them.
Yeah, they've got clone tech that they're using that we're not using. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, yeah. I know what you're saying. And you think this is real or not real?
I mean, even in Eminem's songs, most of the songs are clearly about him being a clone. We're the real Slim Shady, please stand up, and you see thousands of different Eminems in a video.
You got to remember this, mate. You got to remember this, right? Who does Eminem work for? Do you know what I mean?
What?
Who does Eminem work for? He works for them.
He is just a made-up product. I'm not even sure that something like an Eminem human being exists. It's just a artificial, fleshly thing.
That is just a transparent world that we live in, man. Do you know what I mean? That is just it. you know, and you only have to scratch underneath the surface a little tiny bit, and you'll find infinite amounts of bullshit, mate, from every department, literally, whether it be the music industry or the geology industry or whatever, paleontology. You take your fucking choice. You'll find the bullshit when you dig not very deep under the fucking surface, man, I tell you. Do you know what I mean? And that applies to everything around us, that applies to. You know, which kind of brings me back to the whole, what the fuck are we doing in our argument? Because we can sit here arguing about our gods and our fucking blah, 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 but really, what the fuck is going on and what the fuck are we doing here? As people, just as sentient beings, as we call them, what the fuck are we doing here, talking right here, right now? Because it's like, it's a little bit fucking weird when you think it through. Do you know what I mean? Or maybe I'm just talking out of my arse.
I'm sorry. I'm just not. I just can't get behind something like that, and without some kind of evidence to prove it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, look at the video about Eminem I sent it in. He literally tells
Right, but you do understand that just because somebody stops moving and freezes in place for 5 seconds doesn't make them a drone or doesn't make them a clone.
What else then?
Yeah, guys, listen. Right, check this
There's
out.
a lot of things.
In reality, right, it goes like this, right?
Yeah, then try out holding a glass of liquid the way she does. Sorry for interrupting you, but just try it out, dude.
I wouldn't write anything up, guys, like nowadays. You know, the things I've seen and the things I've heard, right? Never ever just write something off, but just discount it, because you fucking, honestly, if you look a little closer, you'll always find something, even if it wasn't what you initially thought it was, what you were looking for.
I've got a question, Clay, if I may.
Yeah.
Would you say clones are in your opinion, are clones a recent thing made possible by recent technological development, or is some other mechanism used that has been around for hundreds of years, you know, like witchcraft or something? So do you think it's technological or something to do with
I think it goes back into the times of the days of Noah. I think it's just a knowledge of fallen entities given unto man, how they can manipulate and pervert genetic codes in order to reproduce certain gene and certain people again and again through a period of time. And you know, it's just them maintaining certain bloodlines. You know, it's just all, at the end of the day, it's just all this kingdom of Satan. You know, if God created human beings, why should Satan not try to put himself in the same place? Recreate and reproduce other human beings, but they're just not really filled with anything godly, but rather just filled with some demon or entity from this realm that I was talking about with AI Ardent before. I think not everyone was here then, but you know, that could be a thing. You know, it's at the end of the day, it's always about Satan trying to gain power and trying to recreate something that he himself could really not do. You know, in order to exalt himself as God.
How about this concept, right? Right? How about fuck Satan?
Well, indeed.
Now listen. Right? I'm going to try and choose my words correctly when I say this. How about fuck it all, right, and really break it down and try and rationalise it, is what is actually happening right now to us, right? Because God aside, right, there's something not fucking right going on at all.
Yeah, people are swearing a lot.
Why are we sitting here right now right? And we can say, well, I'm sitting here right now because my grandfather and my mummy, and it's like, fuck off. I'm not talking about that. What the fuck are we doing here right now? Right?
Can you
And we,
at least try not to use the F word every 5 seconds, please?
fuck yeah.
Yeah, for some people it's a bit, like they're gates to your body, and I don't want to, keep getting frequency into me that is not really positive.
Yeah, man, no problem, you can. Right, let's move on.
You don't need to be annoyed about it. It's just, I'm just asking friendly.
No, I will stop swearing, mate. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, man. I didn't realise that many people were listening to me, to be honest.
But there are quite a lot of people on.
Where were we, guys? What were we talking about?
Clones.
Clones, yeah. All right. Well, yeah, so, yeah, I'm on the same page as you, man, when it comes to clones. I've been reading about them for years, and it always seems a bit suspicious. And that's why I said to you about Queen Elizabeth, because her name always comes up with this, like, cloning thing, right? And I know there's loads of rich people around that they can pick on, but it always seems to be like Queen Elizabeth. And if you think about it, them lot live for a long time, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few. Well, they just said that. What's his name? The Duke of Edinburgh. He just died this year, didn't he? And or last year, and he was like 98 or something, and he was last seen when he was riding a horse when he was like 90 or something. And it's like, you don't get 90-year-olds riding horses. You know what I mean? You've got to be some sort of fucking physically, sorry, you've got to be some sort of very fit person to be riding a horse at 90 years of age, haven't you? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back. Toilet.
So the clones are puppets then for the elite or some higher being like Satan.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be bloody anything. It really could.
Curious.
Get says this is a PG-13, so. See, now I want to go, you, but I said I wouldn't swear, so I won't.
However, Clay, somebody video of somebody behaving a little bit strange is not evidence for somebody being a replicant or a clone, right? That's quite the extraordinary claim you are making.
What, me? Or you?
No, I mean Clay. He sent this video of this woman, right?
Oh, yeah, but there is quite a lot of those bloody videos that it's obvious they're a bit weird. And if it's not real, they are trying to make us think it's real. This is the more important thing about it all.
I'm back again.
Right, but somebody behaving.
It's not a reality. They're trying to create it as a reality by putting this stuff out there. Do you know what I mean? That's the way I look at it.
Well, today with video editing software, you can doctor pretty much every piece of footage. So,
man, you know how easy
you
it is,
can
man.
even synthesize audio that's highly. You can even synthesize a highly realistic voice.
Man, I used to host crop circles. I did. That was my thing back in the day. You know what? And every crop circle that I hoaxed, right, was awful. But not one of them they thought was fake. They all thought they was real. So, bear that in mind.
Hmm.
Everything can just be so easily just manufactured in front of your eyes, man. It's crazy. It really is.
Right. I do wonder when the political landscape is going to change when it comes to the authenticity of video and audio, because
It ever is.
things like deep fakes are getting
Yeah, mate. I
so
don't
so
think
easy to
I
create.
don't think it'll ever change. I really don't think you're ever going to see this thing change, man. Because I just see like apathy across the board for everything. It's fucking crazy. Sorry. It's crazy. Right? It is just total apathy in it. Nobody seems to want to stand up and say anything about anything. All they've done is coasted along, and now here we are. Well, here we are, isn't it? What else can I say?
Hmm.
Apart from the fact that I never wore a mask once, and I never intend to, ever, in what's going down there.
Right.
Because this thing could be extruded for a lot of years, man. We don't know what's actually going on here, right?
Hmm.
And I'm not one of these people who just sat back and thought, oh, well, oh, that, well, we all got over that then, didn't we? Like, good old COVID, eh? You know, I'm not really like that. It's like, yeah. You know,
So
whatever happened there happened for a fucking reason. Sorry. What happened there happened for a reason.
So do you think the reaction to COVID was, how do you say it, was too much? Do you think it was? Do you think it was
I would say it was,
much more than required? You know,
I would say it was
to
as simple as this,
rejection
right?
reaction.
It was as simple as this, yeah? Right? Before you can really talk about anything, you've got to understand that there's only one enemy, and it's them, right? All of these people pretend to be a fragmented group of world government leaders who drag us into their shit, sell us shit we don't need, and kill us in the process. This is what's going on here, right? Now, you've got to bear this in mind whenever you look at dealing with this fucking structure you're talking about. This is exactly how it works, yeah? So if you're going to try and tackle it or do anything with it, you've got to look at it from that point of view.
So, do you think the biggest achievement these people have achieved is the globe is making everybody believe the Earth is a globe, or do you think it's
But that's
like
not really
what do
the
you think the
achievement, and
biggest achievement
it's
of
not
this elite
achievement,
is?
really, and it's not really rocket surgery either. Do you know what I mean? It works on the flat, it works on the globe,
Surgery?
fundamentally, right? It's just, yeah, we know it's flat. It's not bloody rocket science, is it? Yeah.
Rocket surgery. Right. Sorry.
You know, and this is what I like about being able to talk with people like yourselves, because we all have this underlying thing that we understand, not to swear so much, and that it's flat. Do you know what I mean? And I think when you've got an understanding with somebody on that level, to use a bad pun, right?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, man, yeah, I can see eye to eye. Yeah, to use another bad pun as well, isn't it? It's all a bit weird how these things come into it when you're kind of talking. But yeah, you know.
And would you say, since when did you start researching flat Earth? Was it like one of your first conspiracies you really got into, or did many conspiracies reach this point for you, or was it one thing or several things that happened to you?
Well, just before the year 2000, I was hoaxing crop circles in the UK, right?
Okay. Interesting.
And a guy I was hoaxing crop circles with, lived with.
Oh, so you made crop circles.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And any big ones? Did any ones make the news, or just small ones?
Well, most of the ones we did were small ones, but we are credited as having the largest one in I think it's Cornwall.
Okay.
Because Cornwall's quite out of the way. But we did do one in Cornwall, which was about 180 feet long, which kind of made it. And they gave it a name as well. They called it the Stadiscum Scorpion.
Really?
It was at a place called Stadiscum in Cornwall.
Interesting. And why did you make them?
Why did I make them?
Yeah, why? With your
Because
friend.
the guy I was living with is a guy called Terry. He was writing a book about crop circles. And me and him ended up living together. And he said to me one day, he said, Jace, we're going to have to go out and hoax some circles. I said, why? You're totally against hoaxing circles. And he went, I know, but we're going to have to do it. And I'm like, okay. So we ended up going out hoaxing circles like for a good 3 or 4 years. Like we did it year in, year out.
Okay.
And he wrote a book called and he got it published if you want to look it up. It's called, and you'll see my name at the top of the credits on the first page if you look. The book. Can I give it a quick plug? The book.
Well, you can. I don't know. I'm not a moderator, so I don't know.
Plug it anyway. I'm going to plug it anyway. The book's called The Secret History of Crop Circles, and it's by somebody called Dr. Terence Wilson. It probably says Terence Wilson on the or Terry Wilson.
Okay.
It's a brilliant read. And it's about what happened back in the days when we were hoaxing them, literally. We hung out with all the serious researchers, right? They didn't know that we were hoaxing them. So it was all kind of
Interesting.
it was all kind of quite mad, yeah. And we went there recently to the place and they've knocked it down, but we hung out there year in, year out, like it was like a pub on the side of a canal. And it had a campground, and every year, all of these people, the crop circle lot and the UFO dudes, they all got there. And I used to go there every year, man. It was so exciting every year. The whole summer was just, spent like hanging out with these people. It was so exciting. And then we started hoaxing the crop circles, and they didn't know it was us hoaxing the crop circles.
That's hilarious.
And then it got even more stupid, and then literally I went back a few years ago and I was camping there and I met one of the guys who used to make the really big crop circles, like bigger than the ones that we used to make, and I was like, no way. And he went, yeah. And he took me around, showed me all these things. I was like, that is just so cool. How it kind of came full circle after all those years, do you know what I mean?
Right. So did that make you think? So how did you go from? Sorry, I actually interrupted you. How did you go from crop circles to researching flat Earth and stuff?
Well, here's another true story that is funny, isn't it? My mate Terry, who I just told you about, who wrote that crop circle book, right? Terry told me about the flat Earth, right?
Oh.
And this was before the year 2000, right? It was about that time, right? Now, right, straight up, this is as it went. I ended up with a crappy security guard job in Bristol, right? Just in the middle of this bloody nowhere, looking after this building, right? And it's got internet connection. And I was always looking. We were still going off and doing these crop circles at the time at the weekend, so I was always looking them up. And I looked up the flat Earth, right? And I got the Flat Earth Society, right? And after about 10 minutes, because in those days, like by that time, by the way, I must put a bit of context there. Also, apart from hoaxing the crop circles, by that point in time, we'd already met David Icke on our travels, we used to go to these UFO conventions, like fucking, you know what I mean? It was sorry swearing. You know, it was just, you know, it was cool. And
Yeah. Right.
Well, I forgot my point there.
Yeah, so you started researching flat Earth into
Yeah,
in
Flat
late
Earth,
90s.
Flat Earth Society. So I got them on the internet, and man, I thought these guys are a bunch of bloody lunatics. Do you know what I mean? Get rid of them.
Did they already have a website in the
Yeah, you know that whole rhetoric, man. It just got to me straight away, and I just thought these guys are nutters, right? And it did the job because I didn't go back there for quite a few years before, you know, I finally got into flat Earth.
Right.
But one thing I've got to say, right, and I'm going to say it again, because somebody one day listen, is they never said about the Australia thing, right? Wasn't true. They didn't say that. Right? And by flat earthers keep saying they did say it, you're kind of propagating bullshit.
So, would you say the internet helped the flat Earth community, or not? Do you think it helped, or what do you think?
I think everything's controlled, man. I know that sounds really bad, but it is. We wouldn't just be sitting here openly talking unless people, you know, unless it was okay. You know what I mean? So, as to did the internet progress the Flat Earth Society? I think in a way, YouTube created the Flat Earth Society. You know? Oh, not the Flat Earth Society, but the Flat Earth, you know, the Flat Earth thing as we've got going today. Like that's, you know, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Not the Flat Earth Society. They're the bad Flat Earthers.
Interesting. So, do you think the elite are allowing things like the flat Earth community to exist? Do you think the elite allow it? Do they know about it?
Yeah, of course. This feels like a little bit of an interview for a job, but hey, it's all right. I've never had a job in my life. I have really. Well, if you want to talk about that, then really you've got to understand the scale between them and us, haven't you? Because unless you understand that scale, it's just truly mind-bogglingly that big that unless you properly understand it, you're just like, you're not really talking about anything at all. Right? I could try and put it quickly into scale for you, right? You know these, like, you know, in Hollywood you see these people, they're throwing up the Illuminati hand symbols in their videos and all this because they want to join the club, right? Hollywood is like, you know, it's the PR wing of the fucking big thing, isn't it? Sorry, swearing.
Yes, that's bad.
It's the PR wing of the whole thing, isn't it? You know, and, oh yes, mate is in court this week for beating his wife, blah, 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 you know?
Right.
And it's like, that's what they do. You know, so that's why they change people's opinions about anything. But the thing is, they're changing opinions about things that aren't actually real events in the first place. So it's like you're talking about something as if you know it, a thing that never actually happened, and you've both got an opinion on something that didn't actually exist in the first place. Like, you know what I mean?
Perhaps not.
And it's like, how far do you take that into? You know, well, put it this way: it's got to a point, right, where I don't come on here very much because I end up arguing with people because I just think they're full of shit. I really do.
Well, I mean,
You know what I
everybody
mean?
here.
I've come to realise that most people are actually full of shit.
Well, I mean, everybody here has their own opinion and angle on things. But you've got to respect other people, even if you disagree with them. It doesn't necessarily make somebody else feel shit, you know, if you disagree with them on something.
But what Jason is trying to say something else is that People believe in things that don't exist and doesn't make no sense at all. It's quite different.
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
So they start.
It is a hard thing to try and get across to some people. You know, it's enough to make you sound like a lunatic sometimes, especially if you've been drinking or which is when you can be quite emotional about these things. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's like
celebrity gossip and stuff.
Say that again.
Like celebrity gossip.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, kind of that equivalent, yeah.
So, would you say
Oh,
that?
I understand. That is so funny. That's the funniest thing I've seen in a long while.
You mean a picture about?
That is brilliant, man. Do you know what? I've never seen that.
Man, I wish you could speak German and listen to this guy speaking in German, reading a script. You're gonna get a laugh.
To me, he's marrying your cousin. It's so funny.
So, would you say one of the tactics the elite use to
Oh yeah,
keep?
back to that. Yeah. We were on the subject of television, weren't we? Yeah, we were, man. Is that what we're talking about?
I was asking, do you think the elite want people to keep talking about things that don't matter, so those people never think about the things
Yeah,
that
of course.
actually matter?
They're MO, isn't it? That's how they work. That is exactly what they do. That's exactly what all of us are sitting here today talking. Because they've kind of, in their own way, through their own little way of discerning it, fucking chaperoned us all into this little area here where you lot can hear what I'm saying, or not very many people can hear what I'm saying, but do you know what I mean? If they do that en masse to enough people, so they're keeping the fucking... I'm not being rude, but you lot have been cool in here today, right? But normally when I come in here, I just hear a stream of just nonsensical BS. I really do.
Oh,
know.
so that's you then.
But you lot
You
are cool today, I must add. So, you know, I can't really say much. But do you know what I mean? It's like, man, I haven't seen much solidarity between anybody in the last couple of years. Everybody's had their own thing going on, and they've, you know, their auntie's got an uncle's dog who's infected with Dovidness or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like, for fuck's sake, man, get a grip on what's going on around you. You know? And when you all come to your senses, then we'll be there going, oh, fucking hell, yeah. Hey, fucking done.
Well,
Yeah.
but the elite can't control what people say in this voice chat. I assume they cannot.
Oh, I've got away with saying some really rude words in this voice chat. Like the word nigger. You can say that in here if you say it correctly.
Well, I mean that's a different topic, you know, whether you should say those things or not. That's different.
Say the word cunt as well. You just got to say it correctly, you know.
Well,
smile behind it and go, hey, you cunt. Yeah.
well,
What happened to freedom of speech?
I think it's okay. I'm not sure about whatever. It doesn't really.
You know what I'm saying, man. You know, I didn't mean to offend you. Don't get you.
It's okay.
You know, it's like, come on, man. We're all adults here, right? We should be able to just
Indeed.
we should be able to just say what we want, right? Without any mean of, you know, if I wanted to call you a fucking cunt, I would call you.
Well, fuck you.
Like, so, like, you know,
How dare you call me a white man?
Yes.
Did you say cracker?
Right. Well, I'm not sure if the mods would like it if we swear on the live stream. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
would you damn cunt.
I don't think the mods would appreciate that kind of behavior on the live stream, you know. But well, it's whatever. I'm not a moderator. I don't know.
I know. Okay, I should stop it. It's just that I can get away with it. You should tell me to stop, and then I will.
No, Jason, it's that they are doing live stream on YouTube at the same time. So just because of this of the code of YouTube, so that they don't censor them or block them or whatever. That's why this Deutsch guy is trying to say to you that it's not a good idea to start talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, thanks,
You
Lon.
know what I mean?
Yeah, thanks, man.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I needed somebody to tell me.
Deutsch guy.
I'm good now.
Well, I
You
got
guys
news
should
for
pay
everybody.
attention.
Jason wasn't born yesterday. He knows what's up. he knows what's up more than 90% of people on here. So he makes mistakes just like everybody else. And so, forgive, forget, move on.
Yes. Perhaps you are right.
Yeah, things are crazy around here lately.
Yeah. I tell you what is weird. It's the whole concept of this truth thing, right? Because it's all been fucking manufactured, let's face it, people, hasn't it? And what they've done, right, is they've kind of, like I said earlier, they've chaparraled us from all our little different areas. I was a lowlife, but they got me for my, I don't know, call it what you will, the way I look at things. They've got people who are dry cleaners, people who are bloody, everybody who's, service industry. They've got them all.
Yeah, the system controls everyone. I mean, they try to control everyone, but not everyone.
And it's like, and when you try and kick back and say anything about it,
Yeah, they come after you
all you get
afterwards.
is just, you just get that, don't you?
Yeah.
Regardless, but you do get that. It doesn't matter. I've noticed it in my family group where I've tried to say things that are quite logical.
Exactly. Yeah.
All this fucking shit on you.
Yeah. It's insane. Yeah, doesn't make sense at all, and it really pisses off when when we know that it's something doesn't fit in, and they even still arguing about it. Yeah, kind of silly.
Yeah, you're right.
Interesting. So then perhaps you need to look at the source of their worries and try to hit that. Like,
I think if you can get to the source of anybody's worries, then you're one step further to helping them out with their worries, aren't you?
Yes.
Can you hear that? What I said there? My audio's going to be. Mic check.
I hear you, Jason, loud and clear.
Just going a bit skewy for you there.
No, it's fine. Yeah. But it's like what you just said. It is insane when we see things that doesn't make no sense at all, and people argue about it without no reason and without thinking about it. And then we begin a fight from nowhere for nothing, basically.
And it's like, do you know what?
Yes.
This world is such a fucking facade. It's stupid. And I'm not just talking about the metaphysical. I'm talking about the physical.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I took a 500 milliliter bottle of German beer, right?
Yep.
Right, and I froze it in the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and all of the water froze, and I tipped out the little bit of flavouring and alcohol, which was that so-called brewed beer, but it wasn't. Right, they just mass-produced. It's like Soda Stream, just like carbonated water with flavouring and then alcohol added. Right, and the
Right.
rest of it was frozen in the bottle, and I left it overnight, and it defrosted, and it was just a bottle of water. I tasted it. You couldn't even taste the slightest taste of any alcohol or beer in there, because I tipped out the stuff when it was frozen, just tipped a little bit out, and it was like, it's like, you know, man, they're selling this to people it's like Coca-Cola for adults, isn't it? Because they discovered how to sell sugar and water to people. But then they wanted to sell it in more mass to adults, so they sold it us as Budweiser or fucking, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. I do get it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, guys. You sound like reasonable people. Not those other fuckers that used to come round here. Anyway, does Gin come in here anymore? Gin, gin, gin.
Don't get your hopes up, Jace.
Because I got a message from Gin today saying hello, that's why I asked.
Oh, Jin said hi to you? That's cool.
Yeah.
I haven't talked for Jin for quite a while. I seems to come in sporadically anymore. I don't know why, but Jin's a good old boy. He sure is. He's got a good heart. Boy, he's sure passionate. He loves the flat earth, boy. We need more people like Jin on this earth.
Anyway, John, do you want to? I'm going to split. I am.
You know what?
I'm going to go up to our server, like.
All right, I can meet you over there.
If you want to chat, like,
Sure.
you'll know this is going out live and everything, so I have to watch my P's and Q's. Anyway, thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
No
I'll
problem.
see you over there. I'll see you
All right,
over there.
Jason. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Cheers, Jason.
Anytime, guys, you want to come and join us where we are, you know where we are, so you're welcome.
Yeah, you guys need. Yeah, everybody's welcome. You know, if you want to come over to Jason's server or our server, whatever you want to call it, you're more than welcome.
That's okay. Thank you.
Variety and spice of life.
Can Indio talk? Oh. Does anybody here have
Have what, man?
Does anybody have experience with relationship troubles?
What?
Relationship troubles. Like, does anybody have experience dealing with problems in a relationship?
I do somewhat, depending on how much I know about a person, but depends on what it is.
With the truth or with the general relationship?
Oh no, just personal things.
Like to get along with your partner, or with cousins, families?
Your partner.
What kind of problems we're talking about? Like you have a drinking problem,
No, it's
being faithful, being the same topics.
no, it has to do with a partner that's suffering from depression, and sometimes they get these, depression kind of attacks, I think people call it, or states, or depressed states of mind, just sometimes out of nowhere, and it's
Were they depressed before you got into the relationship?
yeah, yeah, well, they were already deep kind of like that, yeah. And sometimes I'm not sure. Sometimes I'm not really sure how to deal with it.
And you thought you can fix it? No,
Well,
you said you got in with the relationship before, and she was already depressed.
well, yeah. Well, all of the stuff from the last 2 to 3 years, the COVID stuff and stuff, like all of the shit happening in the world, like the war and stuff, have made it a lot worse. Obviously. All of the bad stuff that's been happening for the past 3 years, I would say. It sucks.
Is for you dealing with it or her, or is it a her? Is it a
Well,
female?
it's like, I mean, it's a he, but he's also kind of trans. I mean, they haven't gone through any procedure yet, but that's just how they feel, trans. I mean, they're biologically male, but they are trans, female and stuff. That's how they feel. So, but that's a different topic, obviously.
So he's depressed at what's going on with the world.
Yeah, that's part of it, yes. And yeah, it just sucks, so many people suffering and stuff. Just sucks so much sometimes. Just feeling powerless and stuff.
That's what the globe model does. Makes you feel powerless.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Is it? Do you want to deal with it, or is it just your concern of how he's feeling?
yeah. Well, I want. I mean, I try to make him feel happy, obviously, but sometimes the episodes get a bit much, and then I'm not sure what to do. So I'm scared.
They say they have to meet.
Oh,
They have
sorry,
to meet
you're
you in the middle,
breaking up.
some way, somehow. Takes two to tango.
Yes, that is true. So we've just got to stay together and get through it together then. Sorry, you were breaking up a little bit, so I didn't hear everything you said.
So you're just asking advice.
Yeah, well, I asked if anybody in the room had any experience with relationship troubles, and if maybe they could give me some advice on how to deal with that kind of stuff. That's just general question.
Well, whatever vibration he's in is affecting you. So he's looking all the fear base right throughout the world, and it's affecting you, and you want to tune it up more to a happy frequency, but
Right.
you want to tune him. You want to tune him.
Yes.
But you don't want to bring. You don't want him to go down to his level as well. That's depressing. How's that? Some people come to the conclusion that the world is very depressing state. Like they say, it depends how you see the world. It's like the whole people see it's a globe model, right? And then some people see it's not. It's hard to see that. And where
Right.
people are depressed, some people are depressed. It's hard to see the happy world we live in, right?
Yes. Well, sometimes it seems like all of the bad things outweigh the good things. And I don't know. Aren't people generally shitty to each other? I don't know.
That's how if that's how you see people, then it's kind of shitty. That's how you treat people as well, right? Like the whole trust thing. There's a lot of people you can't trust, but it doesn't mean that it can't trust nobody. It does lead to more untrust game, right?
Right.
That's what I ask myself as well sometimes, because if you can't trust the government, who should we trust? Even
Right.
though even the government lies to you.
Yes. And the government destroys people just out of spite. Because he has had a lot of bad experiences, with people at school, with family, a lot of bad experiences. So he kind of has trust issues, from a lot of bad experiences when it comes to trusting other people.
It's like what they say about people who are in toxic relationships. What do you think? What advice would you tell them?
Sorry.
It's like when there's some people say they're in a toxic relationship, it's just to leave the relationship because it's toxic.
Right. Well,
You
the
know,
relationship between me and him isn't toxic, right? Not at all.
oh, it's affecting you.
Yes.
Maybe he's not beating you or telling you, yelling at you at stuff, but it's depressing. I don't know. You should seek therapy or something like that. But you can lead them that way.
Yes. I can.
So, but if it's affecting you and thinking about the world,
Right. But I don't want to leave him because I like him very much.
Oh, I'm just saying,
Yeah, I understand.
Have you tried virtual girlfriend chatbot?
No, well, no, obviously not. That's stupid.
Well, it is an alternative.
Well, Not really. I mean, it's just a computer that doesn't know
No, it's something new. It's not just a computer. It's input output stuff.
Is text or voice?
Yeah, text, voice.
I seen those. Kind of weird, but
Yeah.
I don't think that's for me. I mean, I'm not
But
going to leave
they
him.
can keep you busy, like, quite a lot, you know.
I mean, I think
As a
here.
therapy, you could try, I mean, you know.
Well, it'd be kind of nice to be busy once in a while.
I am already rather busy, so.
Mm.
Perhaps I should get him to try and find therapy and stuff. If I am at a loss of what to do further.
Oh, so it's boyfriend.
Yes.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. That's gonna be complicated. Did you really thought it's gonna work out?
Yes, obviously. And I still think it can.
Have you seen two of them, like, working out?
What do you mean?
I don't know, 80-year-old happy couple.
No, I mean
No.
it is him and me. It's our relationship. It's not another couple I'm talking about. I think you misunderstand.
Well, it won't work as long you don't give him what he needs and he doesn't give you what you need, actually, you know. You both lie to yourself that you have it and you're gonna give it, you know. And
Yes,
it's
well,
always tomorrow, you know.
yes. Well, yes, hopefully. That's the plan.
do you show them that the world is not a globe?
I have not. I mean, he's kind of a space buff, as am I. So,
You're on the bench on the world is not spinning.
well, sometimes I don't know either.
Well, it's definitely not spinning.
Right.
Do you think you will get dizzy if you were spinning?
And depressed.
Spinning on depressed. Well, depression already gets you spinning in your mind.
And we're in a lonely space, ball spinning around, and nothingness. That we don't matter.
Well, not necessarily. I think people have inherent value. Oh.
How much do they worth if they have a value?
Well,
how much is worth one person?
Well, that's entirely relative to the person. question you ask.
Well, you're asking you.
Well, obviously, my boyfriend is worth everything to me, right? As is my mother, or my father, or my sister, or my grandmother. Then you've got friends, I mean, I haven't got any friends, but if I did have friends, then they would be worth something to me, obviously. There are people that I chat with and I meet on a regular basis online. Some people that I chat with on this Discord, you people. Well, maybe not everybody in this chat room, but some of the regulars I talk to in private. I mean, I enjoy reading what they are doing. So those people
Oh.
have importance to me, because I engage with them. So that's
So
emotional
you
worthness.
you took him at your parents on Christmas, like you all had together dinner on Christmas.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a long distance relationship, so. But I digress. So I guess there would be that emotional worthness, and you can also look at it from worthness to society. I guess like economic and future, progression of technology. You could look at it from that angle as well.
Well, it doesn't sound different than, I mean, you could try a virtual girlfriend, long distance relations are pretty much the same,
Well, maybe that's something for you, but not for me.
The end point is that maybe they will meet someday.
Yes, that is the end goal. And we actually, we meet virtually, in a virtual environment with my VR headset. And that's how we sometimes engage, just exploring different worlds in VR.
Yeah, the metaverse.
Well, I wouldn't call it the metaverse. It's much better. The platform is called VR Chat. And
Yeah.
I mean, people make so many wonderful stuff. It's really great to just explore what people create and meet new people, talk about things, about art, about making your own stuff and sharing it with the world.
Do you
That's
value that more than what's around you?
well, um, no, no. I mean, what do you mean? Like the value of a real piece of art or virtual art?
Yeah.
Well, all art is human made,
Yeah. So a piece of
It's
virtual
human.
and a
So we
piece
have to appreciate them.
yes, you can appreciate
Yeah.
both, and both have got totally different uses. For example, one thing you can do with virtual art is you can make it very interactive.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
make something like the Mona Lisa interactive, but you can make like a virtual sculpture that every visitor can add something
Yeah.
to, right? And that's something you could do with a virtual piece of art that
Yeah.
can be very beautiful, because then it becomes a collective piece of art. So I wouldn't say like the two mediums are different. So I wouldn't say one is more than the other. I would say it's just different. And that's the beauty of, you know, humans. We can create very different things. Doesn't necessarily mean
Yeah, it's someone
one.
ideas, original ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. I wouldn't say one thing is
Yeah.
necessarily worth more than the other. It's just different. And that's beautiful too. right? If I visit a world in VR that's like that has incredible craftsmanship, you know, detail in with the lightning and the sculptures and the textures, and it's a beautiful experience that makes you think. You know, how is that any? I don't think that's less than looking at a physical piece of art and thinking about the
Right.
brushstrokes, you know, into Mona Lisa and stuff, for example. For example.
Yeah, so real quick, in a virtual world that's created by a sentient agent, which is us, and we experience it and we can get the meaning and the communication and the beauty and the art and the feelings, right? We understand that that's a communication between a sentient agent and another sentient agent, right? Okay, so now that we understand that, isn't that applied to the world itself? I mean, look at the
Yes.
world we live in. It's self-evident that the sentient agent created it for us to live in as our home with beauty and joy. Now, don't get me wrong, there's also bad things. But how can any of this context between good and bad, beauty and ugliness, how can any of that make any sense whatsoever if we're just a bunch of walking exploded mud puddles with electricity that farted out of a Big Bang's butthole? Think about it.
Yeah.
Because it's maybe it is because it is what we make of it, not necessarily what it is, maybe in mathematical or biological terms, right? I mean, biologically, I guess your mother or your father wouldn't be any more than another person, but emotionally, you know, they are worth everything to you. I would hope. I mean, as
No, exactly. But what's another person? I mean, is a person just a collection of electrical signals in three-dimensional space? Or is a person a soul, a spirit, an immaterial entity that has conscious awareness, that has feelings, that actually really matters? Or is it just no different than a sandcastle where the tide comes in and washes it away and the universe doesn't give a damn?
That questions are
Okay, when you're contemplating things are bad, you got to think about it. You know, what's you that's motivating you to feel this way? It's like if you know, and don't get me wrong, people that believe in spiritual things can also be depressed. But I mean, ultimately, if you believe that you're just a rock that farted out of a black hole's rear end and your ultimate fate is disintegration back into the universe, what meaning is there really at the end? It's all eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. But what if eat, drink, and be merry doesn't fill you up? Then it's just tomorrow I die, and I'm just waiting for the inevitability of non-existence that's coming for me. What hope is there?
Because let's say all stardust in the universe. I mean, let's say we as a person is probably incredibly. I mean, sapiens is probably pretty rare in the
Obsolete,
universe.
yeah.
Sapiens is probably pretty rare in the universe. There aren't many. I don't. There's maybe one or two other examples in the animal kingdom. Maybe like some apes, but that's about it. So then it's our
Well, yeah, but
then it's our job
yeah, sure thing, but
to make use of the chance.
yeah, absolutely.
Then to do something with the life we've been given. You know, this incredibly rare chance of sapiens to manifest itself, not like this. So then it's our job to do something beautiful with it, you know, and create something or help somebody out or just make people happy, you know, because it's incredibly rare that out of all the atoms on Earth.
Right. So I want you to think about that for a second. Yeah, think about that for a second. So you're going off a sample size of the universe to make sentience rare in the free space that exists, across billions of
Yeah,
light years.
it's ridiculous.
Okay, but what if the universe is small and local, right? And it's our home.
Yes, so it's
That changes
beautiful.
the entire mathematics. But the
Well,
same
I
thing, it's
mean,
like you said, we need to make a person happy, but in a materialistic paradigm, what is making a person happy? It's just making an electric mud puddle have synapses fire. That's all it really is at the end of the day. Think about it this way, like sentience manifesting itself. Where does sentience manifest itself from? From nothing? Spontaneously? Is it an emergent property of dead matter? Or is it the entropic highest order of things from which all other things come? You'll find it. I will submit to you that you cannot find any rational means of evidence that matter is the first order. Can't be done. The sheer fact that you must use rationality to even try to explain it proves that mind is the first order. And that's just the law of entropy, logical entropy, informational entropy, even entropy in its sense of energy and matter. In other words, it's axiomatic, at least it seems to be, that sentience pre-existed matter, not the other way around.
I would agree with you that purely looking at it from a mathematical or biological standpoint, I guess we don't matter, but we've got the mind to look further than those things, on ponder our, we're obviously self-aware. There are probably only a few species.
Yes.
There are probably only a few species, maybe some monkeys, some dolphins that have some probably not personhood, but maybe some kind of self-awareness. So that's beautiful, and we should try to preserve that kind of, life, because it's probably very rare. And I don't think that somebody who doesn't believe in God necessarily, right? It isn't a dichotomy, but it isn't a dichotomy that either we're matter that doesn't matter, or we're created by God. I think there could be something in between. Not believing in God doesn't necessarily mean you can't ponder the spirituality of sapiens. Where do we come from? Where do we go? Is there something perhaps in our brains that goes beyond purely biological explanation? Maybe, I don't know. We have yet to scratch the surface of how complex the synapses, the human brain is. I don't think it's a dichotomy between we're either mud puddles or some holy creation by God. I don't think. I think there can.
Yeah, sure, but notice how I didn't even frame it that way.
Yeah,
I just said that sentience is primary before matter. You could take that in a million different permutations.
Yes.
But this, the idea that consciousness and the immaterial self is an emergent property of matter just seems ridiculous on its face. And our human intuition just clearly tells us that that's not the case. And the way we treat each other proves that that's not the case. Nobody treats each other like an electric walking mud puddle, right? They treat each other like an immaterial soul that matters. That's how we treat each other, to be honest.
I disagree.
Now, don't get me wrong. There's some people that are sociopathic.
Yes.
Oh, so you treat your romantic partner like an electric walking mud puddle?
No,
No, you don't.
I won't.
And we both listen. Check this out, my friend. You
Yes.
don't treat your partner that way. We both know it. And if you say contrary-wise, we both know you're being dishonest.
Yes. But there.
And let me make it clear, okay? The idea of dishonesty has no bearing on electric walking mud puddles. It only has bearing on sentient agents.
Oh. Yeah, we're.
Now, people posit the idea that all this language, like emotion, love, honesty, dishonesty, valor, all of these immaterial attributes and traits that are of a moral nature, people argue that those are just delusions of the mind, right? But a delusion is an alternate reality perception of the mind, and the mind itself is immaterial. So even by claiming that these emotions that we have are a delusion, just proves that the mind exists. There's no getting around it. There's no logic. There's no rationale. There's no evidence to the contrary. All the evidence we have from our personal experience proves to ourselves, if we're honest.
Well, perhaps there is some kind of immaterial thing about, like, sentience and stuff, like, our thoughts. Perhaps there is something beyond the material realm, that creates our dreams and thoughts and interfaces with our biological, I don't know. But then I am, when I think about things like that, I'm always curious. What about animals? Are like great apes, like chimpanzees or gorillas or dolphins, which do recognize themselves in the mirror and do seem to dream, and do seem to have emotions. They certainly care about each other. So I wonder, do they also have some kind, like, does it end at humans, or does it go like to some higher animals as well? That's always what I wonder then.
That's fine. Just at the food order place. All right, what happened? What I miss?
I suppose nothing. Hey, what's up, Ardent?
Yeah, so the concept of materialism and atheism and all that really only became palatable intellectually with the advent of the heliocentric paradigm and the spontaneous creation, quote unquote, of the universe through whatever excuse they have for the causation of the Big Bang cosmogony. Okay, before that, the idea of atheism in itself was ridiculous because it appeared self-evident that the world we live in is created, and by entropy and logical entropy, we know that systems come from more ordered systems, especially information systems. So there's absolutely no way around it that the evidence of the world proves that we were created by a sentient mind. Until this idea of Big Bang space farts came along. Then through excuses of mathematics and probabilities, which, by the way, are mental constructs, which require a mind in the first instance, but let's just ignore that and assume that these things exist that can permutate the fluctuations of the thing that wasn't moving in the first instance, which requires first causal motion, according to all physical laws we know of. So denying all physical laws, denying the idea of math itself, which you need a mind to construct, you can imagine in your mind, which doesn't exist yet, that essentially something not moving that's infinitely dense, which, by the way, is stupid assertion. Infinity and density is space-time, quote unquote, contracted into essentially nothing because it would have no dimension if it's infinitely dense. So you can see already how incoherent this concept is. But let's just give it a chance for a second and then imagine that this thing, which has no reason to explode whatsoever, spontaneously explodes and farts everything out into the quote unquote universe to which it's expanding into, but it's expanding into something that's technically nothing because everything came from it. So again, we have a logical ridiculousness, but some people find this more palatable to them than the idea that sentience existed in the first instance. So let's just analyze the Big Bang itself. So we have the Big Bang, right? Where nothing's moving, there's no time, there's no space, et cetera, et cetera. So nothing's happening, there's no time, and there's no space. So what's a sufficient cause to get this stuff going? Well, the answer is obvious. You need something that's immaterial, right? Because it has to be a higher order of dimension, right? You need something that has no space, so that is omnipresent. You need something that has no time and is not arbitrated to time whatsoever, so that would be something that's eternal. So we have something that's timeless, spaceless, right? Now we need a reason for it to do anything. So now we have sentience. So even if you try to escape to the Big Bang to explain the atheistic materialistic paradigm, you essentially need a causal agent that's sentient, eternal, immaterial, omnipresent, and omnipowerful, because it must contain all power that the universe contains in order to set up the catalyst, right? So even trying to escape, you end up at the same result, which is sentience is the first order of primacy. There's no way around it. There just is no way around it. Now, to be fair, the only way around it that I could see is if sentience itself didn't exist. So we being here to think about this problem proves that sentience exists. So that means that the axioms that they claim must happen in the Big Bang, right, in order for it to be materialistic, are self-defeating. It's a big circle. So knowing this, people have decided, oh, well, we're just going to give up the Big Bang and we're just going to pretend that the universe started, you know, a million years after the Big Bang now. So now we don't have a Big Bang anymore. We just have a bubble that spontaneously exists with the impression of history back to the Big Bang. Now, what's nonsensical about that is creationists will often say, oh, the Earth is only this old, but it looks older because of processes being accelerated. And so it basically started at the macro state. Now, they will be laughed at by atheists. Yet, materialists and atheists and pseudo-physicists today are positing this idea about the Big Bang story, and all of a sudden it's intellectual.
Right.
It's laughable. The more they try to escape the self-evident problem, the more they make
I agree
themselves
with
look
you there.
ridiculous. And they end up accepting premises that they previously laughed at. Look, it's just as simple.
It's
There's
starting
no
to get
escape.
ridiculous, isn't it? It's starting to
Yes,
seem
look,
ridiculous sometimes.
propositionally and philosophically, there's no escape from this premise. There just isn't. It just is self-evident no matter what you do, no matter what course you try to go down. It brings you back to the same conclusion. Or like DNA, they say, oh, well, we evolved because, you know, some electric mud puddle created the first DNA, and then we just evolved from there. The problem is that DNA is a specified functional sequence complexity, right? Information system that requires an encoder and a decoder to exist simultaneously, which we only know can be created by a mind. Therefore, ipso facto, by logical deduction, we must conclude that information is self-evident axiomatic proof that a mind was involved. There's absolutely no evidence to the contrary whatsoever, not even in principle. Yet pseudo-intellectuals and pseudo-scientists, right, and pseudo-philosophers will tell you, oh, no, all this could have just came out of essentially nothing, spontaneously. It boggles the mind that people entertain these thoughts. You know, all the while self-deluding themselves that the thoughts that they're entertaining are physical objects rather than immaterial. So you can see how this worldview of materialistic atheistic paradigm is logically incoherent on its face. It doesn't jive with the evidence that we have. And it doesn't answer any questions like why we care about beauty on an intrinsic level, not on a mechanistic level. You know, because their excuse is, well, beauty only is just a mechanism that's brought about by previous generations of creatures having sex with each other and reproducing, right? And just shaving off the things that aren't as reproducible. And that somehow that's how we get art and beauty and love and valor and integrity and hopes and dreams and thoughts. And it's just ridiculous. But they need, in order to make this even plausible, billions of years and an infinite amount of permutations. Because knowing that their position is philosophically bankrupt and evidentiarily bankrupt, they escape into the multiverse. They say, oh no, we have a causal agent. It's called the multiverse. A billion, trillion, quadrillion, infinitesimillion universes. And we just happen to be in the perfect one. Okay, where's your evidence for that? I don't have any. Oh, cool story then. They believe in any kind of philosophical proposition of evidentiary nonsense assertions rather than believe that we live in a clearly and evidently, self-evidently created realm. Now, without these billions of years and without this infinite universe, right, the probabilistic nature of this escapism is destroyed. Okay, so this idea that we came from this Big Bang and everything's going in these infinite ways and there's infinite universes of materialism, right, that somehow one of them gives rise to sentience. I mean, it's a fantasy. And guess how it's all popped? You just popped the bubble. It's that simple. You popped the heliocentric model, and the heliocentric cosmogony, and all that escapism goes out the window, and you're left with reality. And that, my friend, is why the people who created this paradigm, in their own words, in their own writings, in their own lectures that people witnessed with their own eyes and ears, admitted that they did this based on philosophical choices, because the evidence that the earth is stationary, the center of the universe, and created specifically, is unpalatable to them. They don't like it. It has philosophical implications that they find abhorrent. And therefore, they bend over backwards to come up with materialistic explanations rather than just follow the evidence where it leads. And this, my friend, is their own admission.
I see. Well, unfortunately, I cannot really answer your questions in regards to the Big Bang and the occurrence of sentience very good, because I'm not in any of those fields, right? So I don't think I can really.
Yeah, of course. And how could you? Because the guys in those fields can't either.
Well, I mean, I would disagree. I don't know if you've ever had any conversations with people who, were in those kinds of fields. I don't know if you've had any personal experience.
Yeah, I've heard their speeches and I've read their literature, and it's nonsense. It's incoherent mumbo jumbo and wishful thinking and hopes and dreams. That's what it is. And philosophical bias.
I see. Well, I've got to have dinner, so unfortunately I can't really go into your questions, like your other questions that I do have an interest in, because I've got to have dinner. So, but thank you very much for listening and trying to give me advice.
No problem, friend. Enjoy your synapses firing as you put biomechanical molecular substrates into your mouth hole.
Well, that's what all of us must do, right? In order to keep our matter running. I'm sure you eat as well, yes?
People, bothered to open their mouths and give you some advice.
Yes, I consume mass
Even
quantities.
some even made fun of you, but you know that your suffering is real. And how long are you going to ignore this nightmare that you are in, trapped?
Well, I wouldn't say I am in a nightmare. There are people in other
Yeah, it
places.
is a nightmare for you. It is consuming you every day
I
and
wouldn't say
every
that.
night. You wake up from your sleep and you think about it. You think about your ex.
My ex
You
now.
can't sleep well at night. Am I wrong?
He's not my ex. I mean, we're in a relationship. Oh, well, when I wake up, I smell and I talk with him, and we have really nice, sweet conversations. So I love waking up and talking with him. So that's all good.
Good luck.
There are some bad moments, but we work those out. And we try to work those things out. Learn from each other. But I really
Well,
go now.
you
Thank you
came
very
you came asking for help to strangers.
Yes. And I really appreciated your input.
You
Yeah.
you have to be real with yourself. Because
Yes.
many people that give you an advice here, they are not clowns.
I know. I never said that.
Like any other servers on Discord, they will make fun of you, or they will try to falsely advise you, you know, and you will never be able to discern if you keep following those kind of people.
Well, I really thought that's why I asked here. You
Yeah.
know, I was just curious what people would have to say. And if they were honest, I don't know. It's always hard to
Yeah.
tell. Then I really appreciate that. And if you are being honest, then I really appreciate that as well. I don't know if you are being honest. I mean, I don't think you. Well,
Well,
regardless, thank you for listening.
I tell you
Yes,
what,
all I know.
I I make fun of some
Sure,
people
but see, the thing is, nothing I
just
said
to
requires honesty.
point them some things out, you know, not just because I like make fun of them. I don't like to make fun of people, but I do it sometimes to point out things that they don't see. So
Right. Well, if I notice that people are making fun of me, I mostly just try to go with it, just to entertain them on to
yeah, the
see.
best you can do is laugh with them, you know.
Yeah, yes, I think that is very
Yeah.
true. And just most of them will eventually, you know, most will eventually slip, you know.
Mm.
So till you'll know eventually. But thanks everybody for listening, regardless. I appreciate it.
Good luck, man.
Yeah,
Honestly.
come back some other time.
Yeah, sure. Bye bye.
Take care. Good luck.
That was a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, as objective as proving or disproving the proposition that the object you're standing on is a floating space sphere by disproving the necessary logical contingency of a curvilinear surface in 360 degrees from the point of origin on the z-axis out to the periphery. Regardless of that, ultimately, this is a philosophical discussion, right? Because the shape of an object is irrelevant, right? If there's no sentient observer for it to be relevant to, right? This whole battle is a battle of philosophy, essentially, because once you prove the shape, you destroy a philosophy that only exists because of the shape, whatever that philosophy is. Because there's many philosophies attached to it. You know, even geocentrism has a philosophy, right?
It's a cool story.
Yep. So with that said, I'm going to go recharge my protein levels and myelin sheaths and synaptic response quotients by ingesting some caloric metabolized sugars and carbohydrates and proteins, so that I can keep
That's
deluding
all they
myself
do.
through
That's all
synaptic
they do with.
electrical processes that I'm a sentient agent, and actually I'm just an electric walking mud puddle that was farted out of the Big Bang's Uranus. All right, peace out.
The Rock cousin.
Peace. What color silent did you choose?
What happened to everybody? Oh, Napalm came in. He'll have something to say, right?
What's up, rookie?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Hey,
Nice
pretty
to hear your
good.
voice.
Good morning.
It is still morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like afternoon already, man. I didn't sleep very good last night, so I'm like
Oh
dragging
yeah.
by it. Was up
I
till like
slept.
almost 3.
I have
Dude.
serious. I normally have serious difficulty sleeping, especially I've been ill and in pain, and so I got a really good sleep last night though.
Right on. Yeah, you sound like you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today.
Yeah, it's like it's going to be really warm. I don't know about you. It's like going to be in the mid 80s here again. Well, about 80, I think.
Yeah, I hope
But when
so. It
it's
was cold yesterday. It was cloudy and overcast most of the day.
really, yeah, it was like 79 degrees and sunny here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess we just had a lot of the marine layer didn't burn off, I guess, or whatever. It's been kind
Yeah,
of like a lot of moisture in the air and rain.
you're kind of more up there where it has that normal westerly flow is pretty prevalent, right? It's kind of like you guys get the storm track up where you are.
Yeah, it like usually the most of the rain, you know, like the Oregon rain is what I call it, or the northern rains. Most of it comes through like it comes as far down as like Monterey, or no, not Monterey,
Right.
but like Sausalito, you know, in San Francisco. It comes all the way down there, and it kind
Exactly.
of comes across.
Yeah.
It goes across like into Richmond and stuff, but it doesn't really
Mhm.
quite get to Antioch where I live because I'm kind of like just slightly farther, and there's a river, you know, the
Further
Sacramento
inland.
River and the San Joaquin. Yeah.
You're
So
further
I
inland.
kind of
Yeah,
in
yeah.
on the in. Yeah, it's kind of warmer here, so a lot of it kind of like burns off, or it just kind of barely misses us. But we do get some pretty good storms every once in a while.
Yeah, I
But we
bet.
get a
You
lot of
so
fog usually. You know, like that's a normal
so
thing to
I
have fog.
well, I think what happens up in your area is it comes in the Bay Area and it just follows all those huge delta areas. Like that's a huge. I don't think most people realize how much water comes out of that Bay Area, right? All
And
those
how
huge
big it is.
rivers.
Yeah, it's
Huge
yeah.
rivers
How
going
huge
into
the
that. So those storms just come in and flow right up those low areas, up those river deltas, and go all the way inland, right?
Yep, when the
Pretty
tide
much.
comes in real high, yeah, and there's a lot of water, yeah, definitely.
And then so
And this
it
time of year,
bumps
there's a lot
into
of high tides.
it bumps into those western ranges, and then it does something else. It probably goes over through some of the passes and then flows south. So I guess you're further inland, so you get more of the warming effects of the land there.
Yeah, luckily I'm inland enough to where I get the heat, get some heat, so it doesn't stay cold like San Francisco. Sometimes it stays 65, 60, 65
Right.
degrees most of the day. Sometimes it's lower than that. It's like it's almost unbearable at times, especially when you're on one of those double-decker buses and you're at the top.
Yeah,
Oh man, I'll
wow.
never do that again.
Wind chill, man. I'm telling you, wind chill's a big
Oh
deal.
man, I'm telling you, I was
People
over
don't
there
realize
shivering
it.
like a little kid, bro.
Like when I'm on my bicycle, I'm probably 7 feet tall. And
Right.
so when you're 7 feet tall and you start going from 5 miles an hour to 10 miles an hour, that can be like if the temperature's, like you said, below 65 and you start going 10 miles an hour, it feels like 55 real quick.
Yeah, you learn all about wind chill real fast when you're especially
Yeah.
downhill. Like when you're going downhill, man, it can really just freeze you.
Yeah, you know what I learned? I learned that even though I feel it's warm enough to go with like short pants on, my legs will fucking chill out, and I'll start cramping up, and I'm going, what's wrong? What's going on? And then I started, like in the cooler days, I wear double layers on my legs. I wear like a real thin.
I
I'll
can't
wear
do
like
that for some reason. My legs will make my
I'll
feet
wear like
sweat.
you're gonna laugh, but I'll wear like a really super thin, like a tight, and then I'll wear my long biking pants.
Gotcha.
So I'm
I
flexible.
usually just wear loose fitting jeans when I ride my bike.
Jeans are good, but you know what? Jeans are too heavy, man. I'm telling you, you notice every
Yeah.
single difference when you're pedaling
Yeah, I do,
thousands
but
of revolutions.
that's exactly why I do it, because I need to try to keep those muscles going. I got so
You
many
get
problems
well
that
up
I
there,
don't
you
get
gotta
enough
keep
exercise. So yeah, and keep warm now. Yeah, I don't weigh a lot like I used to. I used to
You
weigh
gotta keep warm.
another 150 pounds. I was like double me.
Shit.
So
I'm
it's
so
like hard
freaking
to
light.
manage the body temperature.
I'm way too light. I have trouble gaining weight.
Yeah, I do too, because I have Crohn's. So, and I finally started gaining weight by drinking lots of milk and stuff, and more protein and eggs and stuff. But
Yeah.
I became a vegetarian for about a year and a half, and I couldn't seem to gain weight, even though I felt fine. I didn't
Yeah.
feel sick or nothing, but
Right.
it seemed like, but I didn't give up eggs or anything like that. I still was, I still had dairy in my
Exactly.
diet.
I eat a lot like
But
that. I eat a lot of eggs.
even though I
and
know
dairy.
dairy's not necessarily good for me, or
Hey, you know what? I don't really care what they say about that. I don't listen to that stuff. Whatever. Like, you know what I started eating a lot of, though, is cottage cheese. And for the reason is I get cramps. And what I'm realizing is I think I'm just low on salt all the time. Like, I actually need to have salt. There's some people that need no salt. I have to have a lot of salt because I drink a lot of water and I exercise a lot and I get cramps.
I hear you.
And so I started
I
eating
overwork
cottage
my body,
cheese.
even though my body isn't really expecting it.
Now listen, from 2 to
And then-
4 a.m., I'll get cramps from about 2 to 5:30 a.m. I get cramps every fucking morning. It wakes me up. I have to get up. It's like excruciating.
Are you sure it's not the bed? Because I've noticed that since my
No.
wife bought this bed, my back and my neck hurt a lot.
No,
I
I
always
got a
think
really
there's
good
other
sing.
factors
I got a
involved.
single mattress, but it's the best spring mattress. It doesn't even need a box springs
Right?
because
Oh
that's
yeah, one of those good
it's a
ones.
little.
Yeah, I like those.
It's a small one. It came rolled up.
And then
And
you're
it,
not bouncing around so much when you get onto it either. Yeah.
no, it's really comfortable. Well, I noticed when I had this problem in my side, I couldn't lay on my side. Now I noticed the springs when I was in pain on that side. It seemed to feel like it was digging in. It was hard to get comfortable, but it's just I don't know. I just gotta anyway. We're talking about stupid shit. My mattress. Screw that.
Sorry.
Yeah, mattresses are made
Yeah,
for a
see,
flat
quit,
Earth.
man. You're gonna get us in trouble. We started good there. We were like, "Hey, how you doing this morning?" And then we would just go all over, start going all over with it.
I know.
I've been doing it all morning. Sorry.
Stop me. Someone
My
stop
bad.
me,
Yeah.
please.
Somebody slap me here.
I'm up usually doing all kinds of things. I'm like gardening. I'm trying to like make my coffee, sit there, have a little smoke. And
Not enough hours in the day, Sonny. Get going.
yeah, no kidding. You know what? I like as much as I love Discord, I get stuck on here and then I go, oh, man, I thought I would just get on for a little while and all of a sudden it's 1:30 in the in the afternoon already. Like I thought I was getting out.
Yeah,
early
and your
today.
neck and your back is hurting, and you're wondering why your bones are
Not
stiff and
anymore.
everything else, right?
Go ahead, Jenny.
Like about 3 years ago, I came back from like a little, break. You know what I mean? And my first time that I came back from the break, I was on this motherfucking place for
Sorry, my
9
mic's open.
hours. 9.
Mhm.
9. I mean, it is easy to do. Yeah, I totally know what you mean, Sonny, about getting sucked in.
Well, no, I got a really good gaming chair, so it's better. Although I have an extra cushion on it just because the cushion's pretty soft, but I need a little extra soft, like my bony ass needs a little more cushion.
Aw, isn't that cute?
But my shoulders are a little too wide for it, so when I lay all the way back, I don't know. It's pretty decent. I've like.
What did you say a minute? What did you just say a minute ago? You had what in your butt?
He's got a bony ass.
Oh, I see. Okay, that scared me for a second. I was like,
Skinny.
what?
That's why it's gotten harder and harder. Like, to
Well,
You know, I
I
really
got
hate
it.
when a joke just flops like that. You know.
Sonny, I know a great way for you to minimize your time on Discord.
how's that?
Get a dog.
No, I can't. I got no room for a dog in my
Get a
life.
tiny one. You can teach it to use a litter box.
I
I got
ain't
2 cats,
teaching
and
no
now I
dog
just have 2
nothing
cats, and
in
I'm
my
still
life
on here.
right
So
now. I'm not even there. But you know, if I had some property, that would be a different story. Not in the city. I'm not going to have a dog.
Ooh,
In the
get
city.
a bird, Sonny.
Nah, I got a plant. That's good enough.
A plant? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What kind
big
of
old
grow?
4 foot tall one.
Not. Is it a special plant or is it just
Yeah,
a
like
regular house
I
plant?
sent you some pictures of it before in your DM.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yep.
I guess it was a while ago because I don't see you.
January. Oh my God, you didn't get to see the new ones yet.
Nope.
Hold on.
Send it to me.
Yep.
I didn't see the old one. Actually, I'm scrolling.
It's in January.
Oh yeah. Here it is. Ooh, yeah.
So wait a minute. Wait.
Let me see the new updated picture.
Oh yeah. Wait, you see now. I'm gonna put there. Go. Pictures.
oh, I know what you're sharing with her now. You do that to me, and at first I thought you were sending me something. I don't know what I thought. And I was like, ooh, cool.
Let's see some of the really good ones.
I couldn't be more happily jealous for you, Sonny. That's awesome.
Oh, wait a second.
I keep telling him where's he live so we can meet up and try this.
He lives far, far away.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I got to make sure I send this to the right place. There's one. What's this one? Wait. Really? I don't like that one.
Well, make sure it's smiling in the picture, okay, Sonny?
Oh, yeah.
Just pick one.
No, I'm sending a couple.
Anticipation.
Oh, that's a good one. Is that the same one? No. Okay. Here we go. Well, see, I made some adjustments in color and contrast with some of them, so I got to make sure I'm not sending duplicates. Oh, you'll like that. And
I'm just sitting here, my mouth is open. Oh my God! That's awfully purty.
isn't it? Here, I'll send rookie. That one. There's a really nice one. Well, it's been... These are about a week old, actually. So I had a minor setback, but now it's recovering.
Is that a purple light you use?
Yeah,
Neon?
there's a UV light in there.
You know, I have a lot. I need to get my proper paperwork so I can do this as well because I definitely have the room. I do. Oh
All you
man.
need is a list. Look, I have a tent. It's 2 by
Yeah.
2 by 4 foot.
Yeah, that's what I'll have to do. But I don't have. I'm really a minimalist. I could have gotten a couch and stuff for my living room by now, but I haven't. I mean, my
Well,
mindset
see,
is
I already have a cheap couch, a futon. But what I did is I bought a gaming chair so I could sit here.
Well, no. Okay, so my bedroom is plenty big enough for me to live in completely. I mean, it's huge. But anyway, my point being is that my living room is basically empty and I could do whatever I want. In a tent, that just sounds amazing.
Yeah, and you just I have 1, 2, 3, 4 fans inside. One's a exhaust fan. The other one's just blow from down up to where the heat is.
That's not fair. I don't have any fans.
It's about to become for everyone in this state, so I'm pretty happy about that. But it could be a year away. I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Well, you'd be surprised how much work it takes. Believe it or not, one little plant takes a lot of work for the.
I talked for many hours with Ron Sheckelson, and he told me about some of the process, and it's like, yes, I'm very aware.
It's easy to
Very
make
aware.
mistakes. It's easy to make mistakes on an indoor plant. The most common thing is overwatering, because
I
you
could
think
almost grow it outside, dude.
And now I got a problem because I got a cloth pot, 10 gallons of organic soil, really good Fox Farm soil, and 10 gallons of it in a 10-gallon cloth pot. So the cloth pot is in a tub, sits in there perfectly. And
I've got westernly sun. Well, I've got my place faces the west. And so I could potentially bring my plants outside, like on my days off or something. I mean, do you do that?
Yeah, you got to be careful switching up how the plant gets light, though.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah,
know I couldn't do it just any old time. It'd have to be in its schedule, right?
Yeah, like the best way to do that, like in your area, would be a greenhouse. And in the warmer months, you could put a greenhouse. So from early spring, even though it's cold outside, inside the greenhouse would be warm enough for about 4 or 5 months at least. That's enough time.
What? Yeah, I'd have to. Nah, I don't know if I could do a greenhouse. That'd be above my pay grade because I'd have to worry about security and
It would
people
have to be
stealing.
lockable. It would have to be like a lockable building. It would have to be another structure. So indoors is probably best because you can really pay attention and change like how much humidity is in the tent and how much heat. You can vent it. You can turn off a fan if it gets too cool. You can open part of the door and let
So
some.
you can control the climate and everything that has to do with the plant. That's really awesome.
Yeah. So
So you're
right now,
creating your own medicine. That's awesome.
exactly. And the thing's almost 4 feet tall now. So
That's awesome. So do you play? I would imagine you play music a lot.
well, it's in the same room. I have a 1-room flat, so it's around the corner from where I sit in the kitchen a lot. But right now, I'm in my living room with it's over in the corner, and everything's all compact in here. I got my tent, the bed, my bookcase, my TV, and then my
I
bath.
wonder what kind of music your plants would like.
Well, a lot of times I leave the Discord on with you guys talking.
I
just
don't
leave
know if that's a healthy choice for your plant, Sonny.
Yeah, I think it is because the plants used to me. The plants used to me in here flat smacking all the time.
I suppose so.
It's so the plant, like what I've heard is the plant knows what you need.
Yes,
That the
that's what I was kind of going to.
plant senses like kind of what's going on.
Ooh, Sonny. Oh, okay. All right. I knew what you were talking about, but it really made sense when you elaborated like that. So, the plant is going to grow stuff to keep you like stress free, like more like the right
Healthy.
balance, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like the plant already knows, like I have difficulty with my lungs. I cough a lot. I have a lot, like especially right now, I have a lot of congestion and a lot of
Well,
as dry as it is, it's really weird. I have a bunch of moisture. These are personal things, but it's strange how when the seasons change, my sinuses change and the whole thing changes.
With your breathing, I wonder if you got eucalyptus oil and boiled for the vapors and
Sometimes I
inhale.
do that. Sometimes I
Yeah.
do that. Yeah.
Because I would imagine that that's what the creator set up for us. The reason why he created eucalyptus trees, but we all know what happened to all the trees.
There's lots of that here.
Oh,
Anyway,
well,
so
there's more.
usually I use essential oils.
But yeah, I haven't done it myself, but I recently discovered that people have talked about that works for them. Not that that's any kind of medical advice, you know what I mean? You already know, but just for the sake of anybody
Yeah,
listening.
it also keeps gnats away, flies away. They don't like tea tree
Why?
oil. They don't like those oils. If you have a diffuser in your
You know
house,
what? I got notes and stuff. I need to revisit my notes and organize them actually, because what good are your notes if they're not easily accessible? But anyway, so yeah, bugs. I don't like use chemicals or for myself or in the environment. So if I had a problem with ants or something like that, I would go towards something that naturally deters them. I mean, sure, if there was some sort of pest infestation, I would probably maybe call well, I wouldn't have to worry about it, but my landlord would. But you guys know what I mean. It's kind of like how I don't really follow, the medical thing. I believe in emergency medicine, but like if you break your leg, then sure, they're good
yeah,
for that. But all this drug pushing stuff, no
I know
thanks.
how to. I know how to do all that kind of first aid.
Yeah.
If
So
someone
you could
breaks a
save
leg, how to
yourself.
put how to put a sling, how to like.
Yeah, like I actually had an accident where the tip of my finger and my right middle finger, mind you. Um but I had some first aid like knowledge actually quite a bit. And so after it happened, it snapped it off like a pencil. And immediately the first thing I did, I put my hand above my head and that's where it stayed. So, yeah, I actually didn't experience it. It was just like, so half my nail bed is gone. The doctor saw that I had nails, so he saved it.
Yeah.
It looks really unusual, but actually it's really cute because I've taken care of it and stuff over the years, manicured it. But anyway, but yeah, I'm so sorry I went down that long explanation. Why the fuck was I talking about that,
That's
Sonny? What were
okay.
we talking about?
It's all right.
Back it
Rookie
up
and I,
like 1 minute.
Rookie and I were doing the same thing. We were discussing that. That's
Yeah,
why.
you go wafting like you're wafting off into the sea.
Life.
Oh,
You
blah,
know,
blah, 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 blah. You get diarrhea of the mouth. or
Hey,
diarrhea of the brain.
hey, Eli.
Oh no.
Since you did
But
mention
yeah,
it,
I try and stop myself. I did it.
I'm trying to say hi to Eli.
Hey Eli.
I find the idea that our doctors are purposely keeping us sick to sell us medicine to be
Yeah, well, we don't really
very
talk about stuff like that on the live stream.
questionable.
Yeah,
Sorry,
But
man.
exactly.
that's true.
No
But that's
buts.
very
Yeah,
astute of you.
okay.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for adding that, Sonny. Sorry, not trying to be a well.
I'm still learning the rules.
Yeah, well, it's not our rules. It's Discord. They've really, tightened things up around here on what is, and then we're being streamed on YouTube, so we have their crap to deal with too.
Dealing with the
But if
terms
you
of
ever
service, two different companies.
Yeah, so if you may already know this, you can always go down below and talk with others, but just not on live stream.
Yeah. So all the companies are trying to censor us.
Yeah, okay, so they don't censor, Discord doesn't censor voice, at least as far as I've been made aware of. And so you can talk about anything you want, not on live stream, but do not anywhere on Discord talk about hot ticket topics that we're not allowed to talk about.
Or type them in text or anything.
Right.
Yeah.
No memes, no text, nothing except flat earth, period. But you can talk
As
off
a
topic all
as
you
a
want. Off live stream.
yeah. As a computer professional, I know why they are super strict for the text stuff and not strict for the voice stuff. And it's because from their end, writing bots to monitor text is super easy.
Right.
The bots don't quite have a really great ability yet, but they will. We're going to get there eventually.
Yeah. So
But they're
think
not
about
great
the
at
control
figuring
mechanism
out what
that's
you're saying.
inherent. Think about the
You're
control
speaking language.
mechanism that's inherent in that entire system. It's to control human beings like cattle.
Unfortunately, that would be it. That's all right. People are just working around that. I mean, people use different words and everybody knows what the word is actually supposed to mean. So, it's like this game of cat and mouse or something.
Well, in one sense, it's good that there's some sort of infrastructure controlling things because I'm not driving trucks full of groceries to the grocery store so I can buy them there. But
Well,
it's
you're
happening.
talking about something else now.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's okay. Go ahead. But just be careful, please. Whatever you talk about. We should talk about flat Earth, probably. What's new with you with flat Earth? Who was the guy that was just talking just now?
The giggler.
Yeah. What's new on your seek of knowledge that the Earth is actually flat? Where are you at?
Give me 1 second. My wife and son are heading off for school.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, it's good to be a responsible parent.
Yeah. We had, interesting conversation.
Oh, I think I missed the moon today. Let me look.
I've been looking for it for 2 days and I haven't seen it. I guess it's coming up during the day and I've missed it again.
It may have moved too far west already.
Can somebody fill me in on the seeing the moon? Like, what's going on there?
Pardon me?
I'm trying to figure out what you guys are talking about, but I'm just a little bit lost.
Oh, we're really scattergunning today. It's okay. We should stick to something like flat Earth. Yeah.
Are we
I think I'm
allowed
a.
to talk about? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm definitely a globe person, but I think my position is maybe a little bit stronger than most people you would just talk to. Where I do think, like my wife believes the Earth is a globe, but if you question her on why, she would only be able to say, "That's what I was told." Like she doesn't really have an interest in all the kinds of sciences that you'd be able to conclude on your own. The Earth is a ball. I, however, work for a company who makes mapping software. So, like, my whole job is about how you project the surface of a globe onto a flat map.
That's great. So, what actual proof do you have of Earth being a globe? You said science. Science doesn't have anything to do with what is Earth. What, in other words, the question, what is Earth? What is it? Is not a scientific line of inquiry at all. Science doesn't deal with what things are. It deals with how and why, cause and effect, relationships.
Okay. I've normally known you guys to be pretty cordial. As a matter of fact, Friday night I brought a few friends to this server, and you guys were great. You let us
I'm
hang
being
out when you're
cordial.
VCs. Well, I just thought you were a little dismissive in what you said about what I do for
Who was
you.
there? Who was there that night? Was it me?
Well, what Earth is a geometric question. Like all you have to do, you're talking about a surface of Earth being a globe. When was it ever measured to be curved?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to answer the question before yours. If you go to Livestream 2 voice text, you'll see some clues on who was there on Friday night.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm asking when, where, and how was Earth's curvature ever measured?
It may be above my pay grade.
Okay, so you don't know right now offhand when it was measured.
That's what you said last time.
So you thinking it being measured is just a belief?
Well, there was that dude with the wells in like 1500. What was his name?
Yeah. So do you know that? Do you know
Is
that the measurement? Do you know that can be done on a curved surface as well as a flat surface?
Okay.
Yeah. So in a court of law, what would they do with that argument?
Yeah, preponderance of the evidence. They'd probably
They would
toss that
throw
right
it
out.
out because if something can be done on both surfaces, it doesn't prove either. It's not a measurement. We need a direct physical measurement without presupposition, like Eratosthenes.
We need someone to grab a string, long string, grab one end of it, and just head west, and then somebody else
Yeah,
just
we have
wait
those.
in that
Listen,
spot and see if
bro.
they show up again.
We have those, bro. We have lasers. That's why the military used them for targeting. And how far the distance the military uses laser targeting is confidential. You have to have a need to know even how far they're able to shoot those lasers. They are straight edges. That's why they work.
It's interesting because prior to taking my job with my current company, and this is going to sound like BS probably, but it's actually true. Prior to taking my job with my current company, I was in the Marine Corps for a while, and I was not a forward observer, but I was in a unit that was basically forward observers. I was a radio operator with them. And so we all had to cross-train, learn each other's jobs, and I had to learn when you're calculating how to get this artillery from there to there, one of the things you account for is curvature of the Earth when you do the math.
Where are we stationed?
Yeah, cool story. But you admitted yourself
See,
you
you did that
don't know
dismissive
of
thing
any
again.
curvature measurement in history.
Incorrect.
So it doesn't matter
I'm
what you
only
say
doing it
about it
because somebody
after.
else
We need
did
the
and called you
measurement
out on
that
it and you couldn't
we
come up
need
with
the
an answer.
measurement. We need the measurement that would have verified or validated for sure, irrefutably, Earth's curvature. You would be using that as a standard reference of measuring everything you did near the surface So we need the reference that the source reference that you're talking about, that Earth is curved. We need that initial reference that's used as a standard. That's what you don't have.
One thing also is that you should always look downwards. Those images, the first images from Miguel, the figure 1 in there, they are assuming that the observer is in the edge of in the point of the sea. So basically, what you have to you are always on the top of the ball. So always when you start looking far distance objects, you have to look down, never up. That's a common mistake in drawings, that they tend to draw the line of sight as a direct, which is not, because in a ball model you always look down, because you are always standing in the top of the ball. So if you want to see, let's say, 50 miles from you, you have to look downwards from hundreds of meters in a distance. Never up, never straight.
Oh, I just did a quick Google circumference of the Earth, and they've got just a hair under 25,000 miles as the circumference.
Yeah. Where's the
I know you
reference
guys
measurement? Where's the reference measurement?
I know you guys don't think the Earth is a ball, so you're clearly not going to agree that the circumference
Okay,
of the Earth
where's
is
the
25,000 miles.
reference measurement? Where's the
But
reference measurement they used
I'm
to get that number?
I'm wondering if I could get you to agree that most people who think the
I
Earth is a
wonder
ball
if you
would be
stop
comfortable
fucking
with the Earth
talking
being
when someone else
25,000
is
miles in
speaking.
circumference.
Yeah, you're getting muted now.
Yeah, but it's not a ball,
Well,
so it's just stupid to talk
yeah,
about
you're
what.
talking right over me. Like, did you mute me out
Can I,
completely? That's why you're just talking over me? So
can I
guess
say
what?
something?
You're the one muted now because of it.
Can I say something to him, and if you can unmute him?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we know the circumference is said to be measured to be 25, roughly